It all began, as so many bad things do, with a good intention. The power of magic, the might of Chrylsis himself, was brought to bear in the creation of something that would, in the end, spell the downfall of many of his own kind, and the beginning of the end for the lesser entities of the spheres. The intention had been a noble one, to help another in need, to bridge the gap between the daemon source and the deified host, but this was not to be. Fate, it seems, has a way of bending the reality of a circumstance against intended wishes, and creating more problems than could ever have been foreseen. Daemons were born of the source, the demonic essence that resides deep within the demonic planes. Upon each demonic plane lies a controlling daemon, unique in its own right. They feed upon the magic that resides in all, stripping it from the worlds and planes, bolstering their strength. Creatures born entirely of magic become one with them, and their knowledge is passed on. War was a way of existence among the demonic planes, as they vied for portions of power that others had, in order to strengthen their own and survive against the odds. Each daemon is born of a sliver of the demonic essence that is the source, but it cannot enter the prime directly. These places, where chrylsis and others had created nexuses that bore life and nodes to the other planes of existence, it instead created its own lesser versions, children of their visage, to push forth and find more power, and the gods themselves had made this possible. Until the worlds had arrived, floating in the void, anchored by nodes and nexuses and flows of magic, the daemons had no way to gain more power, other than by warring upon their own kind, as they had no contact, no way of pushing forth. However, once they had such, they spilled forth in an endless assault upon that which now touched their homelands. In the distant past, Chrylsis had taken it upon himself to craft upon many worlds, and in doing so began crafting life along with the other entities and forces of the cosmos. Many worlds were fused into being, and in time many had form and then life upon them. Upon one of them, the forces of the daemon planes pierced the void, and gained a foothold, feasting upon the energy of the world that had been created. As the daemons themselves could not pierce the veil, their lesser forms, to be known eventually to the denizens of those planes as demons, wrought havoc in their stead, soon becoming the scourge of the creations of life. Those of the deified host sent agents of their own to aid in repelling these hordes, but they were not used to this threat, and were ill prepared for the assaults. In defending this world a grave error was made, as the daemons discovered a new source of sustenance, more potent than the winds of magic, and so they swept across the lands, through the plains, and resided inside the lesser creatures of existence, for they had tasted the divine. Eventually the demonic forces began to rend holes in the reality of the world with their newfound power, bleeding their planes onto the prime and eventually creating a rip in the very fabric of reality. Chrylsis saw this, and knew he could not interfere with such matters directly. His initial encounters with the demonic source aeons past had indicated that should the void ever be removed, the deified host would be devoured in time, with little to no way of directly combating their demise. Although the source itself showed no direct interest in absorbing them, those spawned of his essence, the daemons, and all of their ilk, would readily strip the energy from the gods themselves. He sought a pact with the demonic host, and appeared to them. They, of course, attacked, and tried to rip his power from him, but they underestimated the one true power, and were pushed back with ease, as they had not the power to harm him, not with their own energies this far removed from the source. The rip they had torn was mended, as their kind were pushed back, and this first incursion was abated. It was then that Chrylsis hit upon the idea, the notion, to help them, and this is where the seed of an idea would become a blight to existence, and eventually flourish into one who would be the destroyer of all. Daemons were born of instinct, of hunger, and needed to feed. His plan was a simple one, to give them what they sought so they would no longer burn with their hunger, no longer need to feed, to kill, to annihilate. He would make them as he, one of his host. The source agreed after much time, and a sliver of the source was gifted to chrylsis upon a prime place created for this occasion, so that the plan could be born into reality. This sliver that was gifted was taken from one who would later become known to the realms as Terraspine. This daemon essence was nurtured with the energies of chrylsis, gifting it immense power, but such an infusion could not be held within the daemon's essence, as in order for it to exist past the prime, it would need a form that it could carry onward towards the place where the host itself resided. And so chrylsis crafted a vessel, a form, a body. The essence learned quickly of its nature, its truth, and understood that it was of the source. It traversed the demonic planes briefly in order to see what had borne it, but the source could only be viewed afar as a speck of raw power, unreachable even by those who were true daemons. This half-breed could no longer nest deep enough within the magical planes to see its creator, and realize that, despite its power, it could never know that which the rest of its kind knew, the hunger for existence. The seeds of anger began to grow. Why had this being borne him and given him to another? Why had the other made chains that would hold him for an eternity at bay from his own progenitor? Why had they both consorted to bring him into existence, only to torment him with such vistas? Chrylsis watched on as the creation, born of hope, turned slowly to inward thoughts and began to question Chrylsis's actions as well as his own very existence. It was then that Chrylsis made the mistake, the crucial error that would seal the fate of so many in short order, but untold billions in future times yet to pass. Chrylsis opened a gateway, a passage to the host, so that his creation could meet the others within the host, and see what marvels awaited him with his new form. His creation looked on at his creator, and watched intently how the magic moved around him, and how the gates had been called forth. He would soon see what no daemon had ever seen, what none not of the host, not even the source itself, could ever know. It was his gift from chrylsis, the knowledge of existence, and he wanted it. In the time he had spent upon the plains, he learned quickly that he could not be harmed by others of his kind, daemons that is, as the body chrylsis had crafted him was born of the host itself. No daemonic magic could enter the place where the host resided, as there was no way of carrying it through the barriers that protected them, and there was also no way of penetrating that which was known as the void. Although the void could be seen across, such as the inky blackness between the two sides of a chasm, anything that entered the void simply ceased to be, and the newborn had no wish to discover this firsthand. However, he had been given entry by the Lord of the Host, their creator, their leader, their very own source? He waited, and then entered the place of the gods. He took in these vistas, a place where all the planes were visible, stretching out in an endless sea of colour and form. Nestled within these ebbs and flows were objects, awash with many magics, wherever they were touched by the planes that surrounded them, like corks bobbing on the ocean. These were the locations of the primes, places crafted by the host. These were the places where life was, where the embers of life burned. And with a long stare and the awe-inspiring sight washing over him, he found what he was looking for, one small spot of prime. A specific spot of prime that had meaning to his existence, for it was the place he had come into being when the source had given his essence to chrylsis to fashion his identity. He asked if that was the place where he had been born into this shell, and chrylsis assured him that the place he had seen was indeed the place of his origins. The host looked upon the creation chrylsis had brought before them, and they were in awe. But some were confused. After all, there was a host they knew nothing about. Chrylsis called them all together so he could introduce them to their new member. And this is where the mistake became apparent. Chrylsis announced that all were present, and the newcomer looked over their number. So many creations like him, but not like him. Each born of this chrylsis, and yet none as unique as him, for they were all born of the power of the host, and nothing else. They were pure, but he, however, was not. He hungered for knowledge, for experience, for, well, more than he was. He had a hunger that could not be sated, and it gnawed at his essence, urging him to feed. But he felt no hunger. The thoughts of his demonic lineage were pushing him, urging him to feed, despite his lack of need, and they could not see it. And as they began to speak to him, the voices of the host became mingled with the voices from his essence, and his identity became known. He let out a cry of rage, of pain, of anguish, stunning them all into silence as he clawed at his body, trying to let himself out, but found that he could not even harm himself. Chrylsis stepped forth and placed a hand upon his shoulder, trying to calm him, saying simply, "You cannot harm yourself, as host may not harm host. It is one of the laws of the host." He continued, "The magics of the host are not able to harm others of the host here." Laws, he thought, but he had a question. If magics of the host could not harm the host, what about something not of the host? He said, raising his head slowly towards Chrylsis. Chrylsis looked toward him, and then slowly turned his attention to the mass of hosts that were waiting for his reply. "Leave! Now!" he shouted, as his creation lifted his hand and touched the nearest of the host, and channeled his demonic powers into his target. The target host dropped to the floor, twitching, but the power continued to flow forth, enveloping him and feeding upon the fallen. "Yes!" he screamed. "I shall hunger no more! I can feel!" And he turned to Chrylsis, only to find he had already moved far from his touch. "No, this was not how it was meant to be," he said, his voice shaking, trembling as he sought to find a solution quickly before more of the host were taken. "Oh, do not worry, Father. I will not come for you yet." And he turned his attention to the hosts who were now starting to move away. "Not when I have so much more to learn first." Demonic tendrils shot out, wrapping around the nearest of the host, lifting some from the floor, running some through, but incapacitating all, allowing him to feed. However, he had underestimated the sheer volume of power within the hosts, and once he had committed himself to the hunt, and then to the feeding, he could no longer control himself as his hunger took over, forcing him to stop in his tracks as the demonic essence within him took hold and its primal instinct to feed came forth. Chrylsis took this moment, this failure of his own judgment and lack of foresight, to open another gateway. He looked toward the fallen and drained husk of the former host that had been struck first, and, shedding a tear, focused his power upon his creation. There was a flash of light, and then nothing. The scene was empty, and the injured host and creation were gone. He knew he could not save them from that grasp, and once he had engaged, he saw he could not prevent him doing so, for once feeding, he could not stop until done. It took that moment of inaction to drop him back to a small pocket of prime, the first that came into his thoughts, the place where he had made his folly. The hosts all gathered quickly, asking for guidance, demanding an answer for their fallen brethren. But Chrylsis had none. All he could do was tell them what he had done and what he had hoped for, and they understood. They did not all take it well, but they did understand. The gateway had been closed the instant he had been removed from the gathering of the hosts, but one asked the simple question: where is he now? Chrylsis looked to them and paused before answering. He is... oh no, he is on the Awakening Prime. The place he had chosen to create this host had been on the one place that he and the Source had used as neutral ground over the eons. It was also the place where fallen hosts and potential could travel to from the other primes in order to ascend to be one with the host. It was in fact a direct line to the other primes. Chrylsis summoned his power forth and turned to channel it towards the place, only to be interrupted by a booming noise as his creation arrived, passing through a gateway of his own making. "I thought it would be harder to get back up here," he said, as he started moving towards the nearest host. "No more!" Chrylsis cried out, directing his power towards the attacker, stopping him in his tracks, but he could not banish him back to the Prime, as he was protected by the body, the shell he had created, and as he had stated, host could not harm host here. "Father, I will feast and you cannot stop me, and when all are gone, you will be the last, and then I will take the Source." He smiled evilly and tried to move, but he could not, and the voices began to rise once more, demanding he feed, he consume, he rend their shells. He turned his attention to Chrylsis and lashed out, trying to lessen the power directed at him, but his power could not breach the full might of Chrylsis. It was a stalemate. One host stepped forward and turned to Chrylsis. They spoke inside his mind. "You cannot banish him while he resides within the shell. I will bring him out, then act and send him back to whence he came, and not the Prime." And with that, the host walked up to them and placed their hands upon them. "No!" Chrylsis cried out. "Yes!" screamed his creation, as the voices pushed him to unleash his powers, but not at his creator, but at the host that touched his form. An easy target, he thought, and then realized his error. The now vulnerable Daemon and soon-to-be lost light were gone in the blink of an eye, and Chrylsis immediately began drawing power from the host, turning it towards the Prime where he had sent them. Across the vista stretching out towards the Awakening Prime, his magic blasted, a channeled beam of pure power striking it in the distance, ripping it from the anchors it had, rending the nodes asunder and tearing it from the connections that had kept it tied to the Primes, as well as other planes. Then the host set about recovering from the ordeal, regaining their strength and mourning their losses. Chrylsis spent a long time ensuring that his creation was trapped and could not venture back to the Prime worlds, carefully removing connections, blocking nodes, and disconnecting planar anchors, and ensuring it was unable to claw its way back from where he had exiled it. Upon the Prime where he sat, it was quiet. He had fed, and he was satiated on more knowledge and power than he had fathomed could possibly exist. Each host he had taken was itself a vast store of knowledge, of experiences, and of course, raw power of the very gods themselves. He could survive upon this feasting for millennia easily, without the need to feed, but he would need to make plans to gain more power if he was to enact his will upon Chrylsis and the Source. He tried in vain to open a gateway to the host, but found that all ties had been severed. He reached to the planes and found those too no longer to be attached. Still, he had struck a blow that even the Source could not achieve. He had brought low one of the lights, and then 5 more, and to finish with one last who gifted themselves to him. This had indeed been a day of note for his existence, and the husks of the fallen would lay here in memory of his deeds, his trophies. He would drift here forever, or at least for a very long time, planning, exploring this limited space, and practicing his newfound skills. The Prime place that was now his home was beset with strange constructs and buildings that his host knowledge told him were in fact temples to the hosts, as well as shrines that could act as direct communication lines with their specific host. These will be useful in future times. He just didn't understand how to use them, yet. But he did understand he was what was known as a fallen host, a god cast down from on high. However, unlike those usually cast down, he was far from stripped of his power. In fact, he had more, much more than he had to begin with. He waited, dormant for millennia, until his pocket plane drew close to a small demonic plane, and then the creeping blight of conflict began anew. The daemons channeled and extended their plane towards his, and eventually they were close enough to allow a connection to be established. It was at this point he awoke from his slumber, alerted by the presence of new magic. He waited at first and allowed them to establish a solid portal, and then, as their magic began to wash over his home, he siphoned it off, tasting it, and learning about this invader. He did not know this daemon, and so he waited and gleaned what he could about their kind, but he knew that should he make his presence known, they would simply cut the cord and set him loose once more, and he could not have this. However, he was also a daemon, or at least he had been. He reasoned that with the knowledge the hostess gifted him with, and the knowledge he was born with from his origins, that he could make a lesser version of himself. But as hard as he tried, he discovered that he could not. He tried to craft a shell from magic to host a portion of himself that he could control and send forth to view this other plane, but he was unable. Apparently, he had not been gifted with this ability. In truth, he had never been gifted a demonic home plane, and therefore could not sire spawn the way other daemons could. He would realize this in time, as more magic was drawn from this incursion and the knowledge that came with it, until eventually a larger presence was felt, a holder of knowledge, a true form of a lesser of his kin. This demon had been sent to scout out, now an anchor had been made, to seek out what resided here, and discover what power could be taken, and what forces would be needed. It sensed the host immediately, and sought it out. It stood in all its misshapen glory before the host's shell, and touched it tentatively, and being shocked by the sheer power it held, it was stunned for a while, and he took advantage of this chance. He let his demonic power reach out and envelop this invader. He studied it intensely, saw what it was, how it was created, and most importantly, which plane it was a part of. He would always know this type of daemon now. The voices started up at the opportunity of food within its grasp, and he willed them to stop. They did not, and as they built to a crescendo, he tried to shut them out, diverting his thoughts to creating a smaller of himself, a lesser, just as this was a lesser of its master. And that's when it happened. The demonic energies enveloping the demon began to strip the magic from it, unraveling the threads that crafted it and making them part of his own makeup. As this was being done, his thoughts of creating a lesser came to fruition, but not as he had hoped for instead of what he was aiming to craft, he instead made a duplication of that which he was consuming. The original demon was devoured, totally, but this newly crafted one was the same in every way bar one. It was his. It felt like the original. The magic was the same. The abilities it held infused within its threads were the same. It was indistinguishable from the original in all ways, but he could sense it was his. He had created his first lesser, his first minion, and although it was not of his design, he revelled in the fact he could at least control it. He sent this creation out into the plane that had attached itself to his own, and looked around, taking it all in, and discovering that the denizens of this plane could not detect that it was not of their own magic. It walked among them, seen but not sensed as an intruder, merely one of their own. Even the Daemon Overlord itself seemed not to notice. He tried to create another, but found that he could not. He kept on trying, but eventually tried to create something else he had encountered, one of the hosts he had slain. This worked, and it felt, sensed, and to all intents and purposes was the same as the original. The only thing was that it had no knowledge that he did not gift it, and it had no instinct or thought that it did not have before it fell. He experimented while his lesser form walked the plains, gathering information and absorbing magic from each new place it went, and discovered that whatever he created, even though these duplications were of the hosts themselves, he could only produce one of each of them, and they could do nothing that he had not witnessed or been exposed to himself, or by their absorbed experience. They were merely shadows of their former selves, even though they had their raw power, should he decide to gift it back to them. This testing of his powers of creation garnered attention from the attached plane, and more demons were sent to investigate, and each time they came, they were taken, absorbed, duplicated, and sent back. This continued for many years, which is a blink of an eye for demonkind. Eventually, he had control of almost all of the demonic forces of the plane next to his, and he chose to leave his host creations on his current home to act as guardians and bait for more demonic scouts, and pass through the portal to the demonic realm that was now mostly of his own puppets. He sensed the demonic overlord immediately and drew a breath of the magics of this realm, gaining a sense of direction, intent, and power of this creature. It sensed him, and the realm itself twisted and erupted forth a large and powerful manifestation of raw physical power. He stood there and studied it, the size, the power, taking it all in. The threads of magic told him exactly what abilities it had, as well as their lethality towards himself. He smiled as it charged him, and he let it hit him head on. It slammed into him and he gave no ground. The Overlord ripped at his form, twisting itself around him, wrapping the very plane itself around, enveloping him with its raw power, and still he allowed it. He wanted to see how they fought, how they reacted, and how they drew their power from their realm, which itself was directly a part of their own immense power. After an hour or more of study, he grabbed it by the massive misshapen head and held it fast, looking directly into its eyes and smiling as he let a portion of his demonic power out to touch this prey. The daemon reeled in panic. It had never known fear, but now it knew, and squirmed and thrashed, trying to escape, but it could not. However, instead of fighting back, it began to shed its power from its main form, creating myriad of lesser forms, and they scattered around the realm as fast as they could travel. But he just fed, savouring the taste of his own kind, and bolstering his own abilities. It was strange, as this demon had its own abilities, and yet he could not fathom his own. All he had seemed to have was the ability to create what he saw, what he was exposed to, and then absorbed. Soon these demonic energies became his, and he too was able to perform the tricks and powers that it had had. But it was a hollow victory. It had stood no chance at all. But this meant that the others would also fall in his wake with ease. He enveloped the remaining running essence as they tried to escape, the remnants of the power of the Overlord. He then drew in the magical energy of the realm itself, as this contained the remaining essence of the Overlord, thereby wiping it from existence. He left enough to stand upon next to the portal back to his home, and started to exude his own raw demonic energies into this plane, bolstering what was left, and moulding it to his own design, his own essence. It was, after all, merely threads of magic, and all the things within a demonic plane, be it daemon, land, air, or creation, all bore the same markings. He turned his attention to the realm he stood within and concentrated, and found he could shape the land, move the magic, pull it into himself at will. He moulded the realm to the size of a small town, and populated it with a myriad of misshapen demons that he had drawn into himself in his conquest. He had absorbed his first demonic plane, and he felt somewhat content with his first victory, even if it was hollow. It was the start of many more to come, and the beginning of attention from the rest of the daemons. Before long, the war he waged upon the plains slowed, as many daemons pulled their planes away from his, and ensured he could no longer tear their threads of existence into his own make-up. During this onslaught, however, he managed to devour dozens of the daemon overlords, taking their home planes and increasing his powers many times over, before they realized they were drawing back. He let them go, and turned his attention to the primes. Slowly, he practiced reaching out across the planes he had in his command, but found that over time, as they were essentially the same magic, they drew toward each other, gravitating to their own kind, and began to coalesce into a single, gigantic plane. Using his knowledge of existence, the gift he was given by chrylsis when he was with the host, he positioned this subverted plane around a prime, and let them draw together so they pushed upon that prime, and in time, forced a connection through which he could send his power. It was the start of his own incursions onto the primes, and his first arrival was met with almost no resistance, but instead led quickly to the demise of the poor creatures that dwelled there, as he drew them into himself and created duplications of them to inhabit this prime. He would use this in future times as bait for other daemons, and he discovered that he could not sense the difference between the originals and the duplications, other than his own unique threads making up their existence in place of their pitiful souls. A dark essence instead residing within them, but even trained eyes, he would discover. Only supremely gifted entities could detect his presence, but he would not find this out for quite some time. So he stood, with a prime now to his name, as well as a fallen prime, now the one and only true daemonic prime, his true home and residence of his anti-hosts. To this he held the growing power of a vast demonic plane, his staging ground for assaults upon the rest of daemonkind. Yes, he had what he needed to begin his campaign of growth, of power, and set about using his taken daemonic powers and knowledge to open minute rifts into as many primes as he could. The rifts were imperceptible to all but the most magical of creatures, and he waited to see what would happen, using them to feel the edges of these places tentatively, to gauge the level of power, the gradients of magic flowing through them, and identify the connections to that which he had touched. He used this information to judge where he was in relation to the other places he had witnessed when he had seen the map of existence itself, but discovered that chrylsis had not been idle while he had been locked away. He had in fact moved the map somewhat, tipping the scales in the favour of the primes, drawing them away from his reach. But he had underestimated his cunning and his power, and so he began to map the newly arranged existence as well as he could. In his spider-like webs of magical threads that spread out from this devastated prime, he discovered beings of great power, some rivaling that of some of the demonic ones he had taken into himself, and he began to watch and learn. He saw immense creatures of scales and beings of elemental stone, formed of the elemental energies of those planes themselves, living and existing in harmony upon some of the primes. He had to see these creatures, to touch them, to feed upon them, to be able to create them. And so he turned his attention to one of the primes that held some of these fantastical creations, and watched them intently with wonder, but most of all, with hunger. Eventually he discovered that some upon this prime could sense his probing of their realm, and some took an inquisitive look to his threads. He soon found himself staring back at the representatives of this prime, and communication began with them. They wished to know what he was, for they could sense he held demonic energies, but also sensed that he had what they referred to as the touch of the divine about him. They reasoned that perhaps he was a fallen god that had been trapped in the wars of another prime, whilst combating the demonic forces of the source, and that he needed their aid to escape his prison. He could not believe his fortune. To find creatures so easily swayed, so willing to help him escape this prison of his own creation. So he accepted and worked with them, and within the space of a century or so, they erected a huge temple with which to draw energies from the demonic plane he was trapped in, and allow them to attune a portion of their own prime to it, thereby allowing him to step through and take his rightful place back upon a prime, where he could then contact the divine ones and return to them once more. Of course, he was not going to tell them that was what he wanted, but not for the reasons they held. They were unwittingly sending him home to the host, back to chrylsis, and this pleased him. Before he entered their prime, however, he allowed his magics to permeate their realm, so he could detect others touching their prime, only to discover that they had a few temples to gods that no longer seemed to be present upon their realm. Upon completion of the gateway, he stepped through, and they looked on in awe at his sheer power, his divine form. To them, he was truly a lost god. They asked questions of his origins, where he had hailed from, who he was, and it was then he realized he did not know. He knew of his origins, of course, and how he came to be, but the simple question threw him into a stunned silence. He did not have a name, an identity to others. The large-scaled creature explained to him over many days that he must have had a name. How else could he have gleaned his power from the connection between his followers and his places of worship, and ultimately communication from above with the others of divine form? He slowly understood that those upon the primes, those who were not as he, immortal, had short lives, and seemed to, for some reason, tie their existence to various hosts. So this was where they got their power from the very life upon the primes themselves. He had yet another goal, a way to weaken his foes, to take something from them. But yet he wondered, could he be worshipped as they, and in turn gain what they themselves had? Could he gain power from a following, from the fealty of lesser creatures? What did they call it? Ah yes, a priesthood. The Scaled One introduced him to others of their kind, also scaled, and immense in stature, and they announced they had all paid fealty at one time to a divine host, but the divinity of the realm vanished as the sky shook and the stars went out, leaving them with very few lights in their skies at this time. Some cataclysm had taken place, and the two divine hosts that they had sworn their faith to had gone, but they kept their spirits high, and their powers honed, such as they were now without the touch of the divine gifts, but they were mere shadows of their former glory. They took him to one of their grand old temples, and this is where he saw a familiar sight. A host he knew all too well, for it was among the ones he had taken within him in his attack upon them. He now knew the devastation his actions had caused, and for a moment he realized the impact of his actions, as fast and as simple as they were, upon the primes that had relied upon those hosts for guidance, for power, and in some cases, he wagered, for their very existence. They tried to divine his name, as he was clearly in need of this knowledge, but they could not find one, as the divination showed his own divinity was unique, untouched by the ceremonies and initiations they had learnt about in their time upon the prime, and came to reason that he had for some reason been cast out from the divine before this could be done, before he became a true member of their kind, and they asked if he had any memory of this. He merely answered that he knew not who he was, nor why he was. He kept them at bay while his magic seeped into the realm slowly. But he discovered that demonic energies from the portal acted so very slowly here, as this prime somehow seemed to push back, almost resisting being permeated. It would be a long time if he let things take their natural course, but he could wait, for now at least. He spent many, many years with them, learning in the conventional manner, talking, interacting, and realizing that these creatures knew far more than he could ever glean merely by taking their bodies. He had to gain this information firsthand, and with this simple realization, he now knew how he must move forward. He asked if it was possible for this initiation ceremony to be completed, so he could take his place with the host, or as they put it, the divine. They said they knew of ways and hidden places around existence, but that although they themselves were extremely well versed with many differing magics and divine secrets, they could not themselves perform such a task. However, some of their kinds had left to traverse the plains, and they knew some who might hold such knowledge, and so they reached out and contacted their kin upon these places and other primes. He took advantage of these links they established to put forth the seeds of his own magic, planting a thread or two upon each of these places so he could sense their locations in future times, so as not to alert the denizens directly of his presence. This went on for many years, until finally replies had been given from most of the scattered brethren, and it seemed that they must contact the Old Ones, known to their kind as the First. Discussions were had about these creatures, these First, and all he could gather was that these Scaled Ones knew of their existence, but had never directly contacted them before. These creatures were said to be entities of great power and intellect, who had harnessed the very power of the demonic planes, as well as the nature of the divine itself. Yet they were themselves, although according to myth, immortal. They were in fact born of the true prime, the first prime, the original place where life had willed itself into being from the cacophony of power from all the planes that had touched it. This place had no known location, and it was said it was the central nexus of all primes, with all primes being in some small part created from a portion of this one true prime. It was also said that this prime was in contact with every plane of existence, and yet from what he had seen, he knew nothing of such a place. For when he looked across existence from the host's place of seeing, he had seen no indication of such, but he did not tell them this. He was then told by one of the younger Scaled Ones that it was theorized that this place had been taken by the demonic source at some point in the past, and since then had vanished from the touch of all. Another Scaled One offered forth the theory that this place had severed its contacts with all other primes in order to protect its sanctity in future times, to keep it pure and untouched, eternally without taint or subversion. And other ideas were mulled over and passed forth, but all made his head spin and left him somewhat confused, but at least he now had possibilities. There could potentially be a prime where all of the planes touched, and where even the demonic source itself could potentially be traversed to. This idea intrigued him, and he swore to them he would test this out if he ever got the chance to find such a place. It was safe to say he had started to grow content with these talks, with the presence of others around him, of an uneasy peace within him. These lesser creatures believed he was an unknown, and truly had no memory, and he would let them think this as long as it served his purposes, all the while his threads reaching out from their realm, prying further into the planes that touched their own. Time passed by quietly, until one of the threads he seeded upon a plane where the Scaled Ones had contacted had vanished from a realm he had placed it within. He reached out slowly to that place and let his power flow back there, only to find something waiting on the other side. Something familiar yet foreign to him. Something that felt, well, like him. He quickly explained to the scaled ones that he could sense something upon the place where they had contacted, and they were puzzled by his admission of such powers. They opened a small rift to this prime, allowing them to peer through, to question their envoy within this realm. But they were confronted with a terrible sight of carnage, devastation, utter annihilation of the realm that lay before them. He peered through their rift and could sense immediately himself again, and asked that they open the rift so he could enter and discover what had happened there. They reasoned it was a bad idea, but his demands were eventually met, with the rift being enlarged so he could step through. And as he did, he felt the magic wash over him. A daemon was here, and it was truly a powerful one, beyond anything he had felt before, and it was feeding. He examined the threads of the prime he now stood upon, and he could see the daemon's imprint slowly corrupting this realm, absorbing the magic that flowed across the land and replacing it with his own demonic energies. It was his, but yet was somehow not. He drew a portion of it to him and pulled it apart, stripping it thread by thread, unwinding it, unravelling the intricacies, and identifying each portion of it, examining the powers this daemon had, and could find nothing. No ability to fling forth demonic energies, or manipulate the realm upon which he stood. No ability to command his legions, like him. No legions of minions, in fact. This was a single entity. No way to take it by subversion, and no way to surreptitiously pull the demonic plane out from under his control, as the corruption of the land was happening, and the power absorbed was flowing toward one spot. The place where the fires and clouds of thick smoke and dust could be seen, with intense lightning writhing all around, accompanied by the deafening sounds of rending stone. It could have been mistaken for a volcano erupting, but he knew better. From behind him the scale ones watched from the relative safety of their prime. They asked if he needed their aid, but he declined, and told them he would contact them when the fight was over, as he did not wish to lose his newfound friends. They understood, and wished him in all his divinity a successful exploration, and then sealed the rift, leaving a tether for him to request a recall when he was ready to return. He followed the flow of magic, pulling at threads and taking them into himself as he moved. It was indeed of his own kind. No, it was actually of himself. This meant that this daemon, whatever it was not only like him, it essentially was him. Could it be that he had found his source, or perhaps even a lesser of him that he had no knowledge of? He would find answers from this daemon, and he would no longer be alone in his existence. Finally, an entity his equal to share his power and knowledge with. As he approached, he saw a sight he had no former experience of. A colossal manifestation of power that was beyond reasoning. Limbs of such size and strength. He had never realized his kind could be so large. All of the confrontations he had been a part of had ended with him fighting entities several times his size. This was true. But this daemon, this power, was like nothing he had witnessed before. The head, if that was what it was nestled beneath so many protrusions of spines and spikes that it was hard to make out, and the neck of this form was long and thick. It was so immense it was beyond his scale to reason. Even the scale ones were nothing more than the size of his hand in comparison, and they were by all his travels considered to be very large. But this thing had hands, well, clawed implements, that were covered in thorny spikes that could be considered hands, that could crush a scaled one with ease. All around it magic was flowing, circling in a maelstrom, twisting and tearing apart as it fed upon the shredded reality of this prime, feeding hungrily as once he had upon the hosts. And he felt the voices for the first time in many years, pushing forth, urging him to feed with his brethren. This creature was easily the size of the huge stone formations that creatures built their cities in the shadows of, usually topped with the white, soft ice that fell at times from the skies on some primes. He had seen this upon the prime he had just left, and was still in awe at the sheer size of this daemon. And as soon as he got to the edge of the maelstrom, it acknowledged his presence with a simple gaze and nod. He stood and watched as it fed, unsure whether to feed or not, but the voices within demanded, and as he wrestled with them, the daemon turned to him, and its voice roared across the landscape. "Feed, lost one! Feed!" He opened up his host, and allowed his essence to draw some of the maelstrom in, and was lost in the ecstasy of what he felt. The raw power of a prime, ripped apart, shredded to its purest form, and drawn into him. A sustenance that was, in comparison, to the taste of the host themselves, only there was so much more of it here, and he began to feed hungrily. The daemon watched him, and approached, to get a closer look, and spoke again, only this time with a more angry tone. "You are me, but how is this possible? There is only one of me. It is my gift." He stopped feeding, as his demonic side felt the rage directed towards him by this colossus. "I bear you no ill. I too wish to know who I am, and who you are. Are we not one of the same? A lesser form, and their greater?" The daemon let out a blast of rage towards him, sending him spinning across the landscape, tossed around like a rag doll, till he steadied his mind and stopped his motion. "No! I am the one, the only. This was my gift from the source, that I would be his champion. You are a falsity." "So why do I bear your power, your mark, your imprint? Why are you I, and I you?" The daemon stopped and moved to surround him, but he moved quickly to keep it at a safe distance, if there were such a thing, and it stopped moving altogether. "You should not be. Let us see what you are. Show me your true name." "It wants my true name?" "How can I tell you what I do not know?" he shouted back to it. "Give me your essence. Let me see what you are. You have seen me, and this is why you are here. Now show me your kind, so I may decide your fate." He reasoned simply that he was not touchable by this daemon, no matter its power, as he was after all on a prime, and within a host body. So he opened up and drew a small part of his essence from within, and let it flow through the air. The daemon looked at this thread, and as he did, took it in his own magic, and started to pull it apart, but in doing so realized something was wrong, very wrong, and shed a portion of its energies, moving back from the drawn thread. "You are the one that was gifted," it uttered. The maelstrom began to slow as he stopped feeding, his attention focused now upon him. "You are the one that has seen the host, has walked with the divine. You are the destroyer." He noticed that it was slowly gathering the power it had been channeling into the realm, back into itself, as though protecting itself. "You are my missing part, the part the source refused to gift to me. We were supposed to be one. We were supposed to be me. You took my power." And with that the skies rained down, the earth shook and upturned, and it all came his way, at once, in one realm-shattering strike. Against another daemon, this would have been very effective. Against him, however, it was a hindrance at best, for the host shell protected him from all mundane forms, as well as the demonic. So he just stood his ground, as it bore down on him through the storm of bodies, buildings, trees and stone that rained down upon him. It then began rending at his form, and despite its immense power, it could merely hold him, nothing more, as he stood his ground and bore the brunt of the attacks. This continued for many strikes, until the daemon realized he could not harm him. Not here, at least. Not upon the prime.
I will take what was meant to be mine, but not this day. You cannot take my power, as we are the same. And were you to open your essence to me again, I would rend it from that shell and leave you a husk destroyer.
Why do you call me destroyer? He asked, finally having his attention without claws and spikes flying.
Because of what you did to your own kind. You consumed their identities, their very essences. You removed their gifts from all existence. You tore them apart, unraveled their magic.
Their threads?
Yes! You destroyed their identities, their very essence. They are gone, forever, never to return. And it's all because of you!
I did not know. The daemon part of me. It has a hunger that will not quiet.
We all have that hunger, you fool!
But I have tasted the host.
You have what?
The daemon's voice now trembled, but not with anger or rage. I have killed many of the host, what some call the divine, in the very place where they reside. And you know what? It was easy for me. He let the words sink in. And since that time, I have never found anything to quell that hunger, the voices within me that demand I feed. The host can keep them at bay, but you see, the primes are also able to give me the same satiation, as you have shown me this day in your maelstrom.
The host is mine to destroy. It is what I was created for.
And yet I am better suited, brethren. They stood watching each other intently for a time, each waiting for the next action from the other.
So, I will leave this prime to your whim, destroyer. But when next we meet, I will dethrone your power, on my terms. For without your divinity, your host-crafted shell, you are nothing more than another daemon on which to feast. And now I have seen your threads, I know how to protect myself from you. But tell me, you cannot create, can you? Where are your minions? I choose not to, and the source gifted me accordingly. So my power is absolute. But what is yours?
He smiled. Oh, my power? I have none. None at all. Well, none of my own. I do, however, have all those that I have taken. The daemon looked on and nodded in understanding.
Ah, you are a thief of others. A doppelganger.
He shook his head. Oh no, you don't understand. I have all their powers. And with that, he began to channel forth a minion, their identity taking shape, and becoming one of the fallen host he had taken. The daemon began to back away, realizing that this was actually a creature of divinity. But this was not possible.
How?
He started, but the minion's host turned his hand towards him and pushed forth a dark magic, a demonically charged blast of divinity, a chaotic force of unbelievable power, of impossible origins, and it struck home, searing clear through the top few feet of the manifestation, and causing searing pain to the daemon itself.
You have made an enemy of my will this day, Destroyer, and you will feel the sting of my spines, you abomination.
With those words, a rift of energy wrapped itself around the immense bulk of the daemon, and within seconds it vanished, leaving a swath of destruction where it had been. He stood alone upon this prime, amidst the devastation. He had met another of him, or at least near enough to be of him, and it had been a glorious sight. But he had also learned an important fact. It feared his power, and somehow he had perverted the powers of the divine in the blast he had unleashed, and this intrigued him. This should not be so. But as he examined his threads, he noticed something strange. His daemonic part, his true self, had changed, albeit in a small manner. It had been infused with the prime, a large amount of such raw power, and he had never felt it before. The prime was not of demonic origins, but formed of the hosts themselves, with infusion and imparting from other planes of existence. Could it be that in the act of infusing himself with this power, and his unique origins as they were, that he had somehow birthed a new magic, a new power? It was something that equaled the host's own, but with far darker origins, and he would come to realize this power in time, as he flexed his newfound prowess and began to leech more of this prime into his form. He spent many years absorbing this prime, and several times small rifts began to open from other daemons wishing to join in the feast, but as they appeared, he sucked the rifts dry, blocking their access, preventing them from taking what was his. This power would be his and his alone, and it would grant him a reservoir of raw energy with which to make his goals a reality. Once he had drained the entire prime and taken it into himself, the host shell, his very divine essence, cracked and split like some gigantic insect carapace. His true form grew to contain this new level of power, and as it solidified, the power of his divinity settled into its new host. This was how the other daemon had become so large, and as he flexed his new form, he realized it was so much more powerful than before, in both demonic force as his threads grew and multiplied from the magic he had taken as he had sucked the prime dry, and divine power gleaned from the very prime itself as it was broken down and absorbed into his shell. It was then, after this span of time, that he turned his attention back to the prime from which he had traversed, to the place of the scaled ones. He found that he did not need to ask them to open a rift, as his new levels of magic allowed him to effortlessly create a pathway, his threads chasing to his destination and fording a channel through the flows of the plains between. As he arrived in their realm, he did not recognize it at first. It was barren instead of lush, and the mountains were bare and ashen, the sky a dreary tone of grey, and not a tree could be seen where there should be vast forests. Am I in the right place? His thoughts slowed as he tried to make sense of the view, but it was as he allowed his threads to explore that he realized what had happened, and rage began to build within him. His threads had touched a scaled one, or rather what was left of it, torn asunder, ripped apart by magics he had not known until this encounter on the other prime. The daemon who called him brethren had been here, and he had done this. Whether to anger or remove aid, he did not know, nor care, as for the first time he felt loss, true loss. These creatures had been his only friends, if he could call them that. They had treated him with kindness despite his heritage, his form. They had taken him in and nurtured his understanding of the planes, of the realms, had taught him about the primes and histories, and helped him unlock the secrets of some of his power. This brethren would pay, and pay with his very essence. He would strip it, remove every thread from the planes, destroy every vestige of his power, from the very primes themselves. This daemon would know pain, fear, and terror before he was removed from existence. This was his first true anger, his taste of unbound rage, and it fueled his lust for power for millennia to come. He spent the next time, of which was a great span, searching the demonic planes for answers, for the true home of this daemon, but none knew of it. Those who refused to answer became one with his threats, and then he learned their truths, growing as he did. Those who aided him became his envoys, but in time his magics corrupted their threats and turned them to his own side. It seemed as his power grew, his corrupting influence began to seep from his form without great concentration on his part, as though his demonic side was vying for control, for power, for the opportunity to spread like a plague across the threads of magic and reality that it encountered. He began to be known as the Scourge for a time by his own kin, as everything he touched eventually turned, decayed, and became one with him. With this realization, the daemons pulled back from contact with him, as eventually just the mere meeting with him was enough for a thread to become tainted, and if not cut out, would spread throughout their forms, their lands, and their vassals. But in all his travels and all his conquests, he could find no trace of this brethren, nor could he find anyone who could point him in the direction of those that the Scaled Ones had tried to contact on his behalf. And then something unexpected occurred. A message for him, written in the very threads themselves, guiding him to a meeting place. By now his place of origin was a beacon of power within the vastness of the planar landscape, and although they could sense it, and some could even see it, none would dare venture close, as the taint of his threads permeated all who touched, and none would do so willingly. However, those of the Prime knew nothing of this, as they could not see or sense from where they sat. This power grew unknown to their kinds, hidden from the host. He wanted this. In fact, he needed it, in order to return and dethrone them, take their power, and finish what he had begun. But this message puzzled him. It was from within the planes themselves, deeper than he knew or had seen, as though the very essence of magic itself was leading him somewhere. And so he ventured and journeyed deeper into the demonic realms than any of his kind had ventured in aeons. This place was so deep and thick with magic, permeating evil beyond measure, and here, despite his body being of the host, and immensely more powerful than it had been when he first ventured out, he could feel it slowly eroding his form. He had not known this place existed, and he had seen all of existence, all of the planes, all that the host could see. Of course, this was beyond their sight, in the same ways their own plane was beyond the sight and reach of daemonkind. In fact, he doubted they even knew of this place, as he slowly pushed his way through the thick threads that tried to crush and hold him, to prevent his movement onward. Here the threads were so tightly packed that they were like cloth was to stone. Threads moved at his command, or were brushed aside by his touch under normal conditions, and even the deepest planes he had been to had been little more than pushing his way through what would equate to water at most to those of the living kind. But this was like pushing a way through a thick liquid, perhaps somehow walking through sand up to his torso, or swimming through tar. Perhaps other ways to explain it could be found, but his experience of reality had been sparse. But none other than he had been here. At least none from the primes, he would wager. How wrong he was. As he forged further, deeper, the threads became like stone, unmoving, unrelenting in their pressure to prevent his movement, and he paused for a moment to gather his power, to try to force the threads to move to his will. But he noticed something else. His threads could not pierce the threads here. They were unable to coerce them to his will, and try as he might, he could not see the nature of these threads, as they refused to bend to his will, and the deeper he moved, the weaker he found himself becoming, as the host-given shell grew weaker. Then, without warning, the threads parted, and he fell for a great distance, through a space almost devoid of thread, where he could only sense the hint of such circling at distance from him. And he knew he had pushed past this barrier. But into what? Now, that was the question. As he fell, he became aware of a presence, unlike any he had yet felt. He felt the life of the prime rife within this creature, and the depths of daemonhood too, but also the spark of divinity upon its soul. But not how his felt. This was a purity of form and power, shaped and wielded, not worn like his own, and the power was seemingly faint, yet strong at the same time. It confused his senses, and his threads could not find anything to move towards, or grasp hold of to gain purchase and discover more. "You have come. I knew you would," the voice boomed out, yet surrounded him. Neat trick, he thought, as he still wrestled with his power to try and push out and feel his surroundings. "You cannot do that here, and nor would I wish you to, so please, stop, before you run your strength down to that of a newling." He felt himself slowly being lowered toward a rough platform, a slowly spinning chunk of what felt like prime under his feet, and landed on it almost gently. A good distance from him, on another such chunk of prime, a towering robed figure stood, of great stature. Yet this creature was unknown to him, but seemed to look as though it bore markings from every daemon he had known of, and every host he had ever seen, and more. "You are a mortal creature?" he asked. "Yes, and no. If you mean, am I alive? Then yes, and no. And if you mean I will succumb to age and die of decay and the passage of time, then also yes, and no." He talks and makes no sense, he thought. "Why did you ask me to come here?" "I asked you here to see that you were as had been arranged, and I am both elated and disappointed by what lies before me." "I am a disappointment to you?" He could feel his daemon rage starting to build at these words. "Yes, for you were to be the one, to unite them all, as I had been the first to understand them all. But it seems that chrylsis failed once more, and now you walk the plains, devouring, destroying, and plotting against your kin." It adjusted its stance, and he could see this creature was not just a bipedal creature, a gigantic man-thing, if you will, but it had many arms, each covered in markings unknown to him, as tattoos, scars, perhaps magical patterning, sigils, glyphs perhaps. He did not understand what he was seeing, but as it moved several of its arms, he could see and feel the ebb and flow of many types of magic around it, and knew this was a being of great mastery, and it would seem a degree of such even over his kind. "I have seen the birth of the gods, one and all, of the seeds of the daemon kind spawn and spread forth through the ether like a never-ending plague of magical origins. The source gifts life to your kind, and chrylsis gives life to the others of what you know now as the divine. And between you and they, the unaligned planes reside, with their own eternal neutrality, forever weaving their blessings and imbuing what they touch with their own uniqueness. And then, upon the places taken from the prime of existence, prime realms are formed, and there your kind pierce the veil, and wage war upon the hosts and their creations, in a never-ending cycle of attrition and death beyond imagining. And yet the prime allows it, despite all your kind's attempts to subvert it to your own ends, for the prime is eternal. It was here before you, and will be here long after your hosts lose their lights, and your essences are drawn into one singular darkness, and fall beyond the scope to reach the prime again. They paused for a moment, and turned their full attention back to him. And then it will begin anew. This creature knew more than he could imagine. But what was it? It was no daemon, no god, no prime creature he had ever seen, and yet somehow it held all three aspects of reality. And then he remembered what the Scaled Ones had told him, of one who had been born the first of all, upon the prime, and turned his hand to the prime and the hosts as well as the source. You are him, aren't you? The last of the ones the Scaled Ones told me of. He felt a warmth come from the creature, and it answered. Yes, I knew the Scaled Ones you saw the demise of well, for I taught them what they needed to know to survive when the lights of the gods were taken from them. He felt a coldness sweep past him, despite being able to actually feel such things. By one born of the source and host. Had they known you had done this, they would never have aided you, never have shown you the ways of their kind, of their magics, and you would never have met the Spined One, and you would never have gained an insight into anger, rage, and loss. You owe them more than you realize. He looked on, and tried to fathom how this creature could know these things, but before he could speak, it continued. And now you seek the spine for revenge, the source for payback of some kind you believe you deserve, the hosts for, sport it would seem, and anything that gets between you and your whims, as more power means more knowledge, and more knowledge means more power, and so the cycle will continue until you are all, or you are. It paused, letting the words sink in before finishing with, stopped. It took some time before he acknowledged the words he heard, and controlled his building rage, as he was too weak from the travel to even consider fighting this creature, and he had a feeling that this thing wielded more than he could comprehend. He must learn before he confronted it. Stop me how, may I ask? Simply put, if you do not stop yourself, your own actions will stop your advance, and eventually be your downfall. For as you once rose from the source, as some of your kin do, you also fell from the host, also as some do. And when all is said and done, that which is not part of you will be your undoing. He drew himself up, standing proud in the face of this towering creature, and as he tried to speak, it motioned with many of its hands, and as they moved, they traced visible magic across the air between them. He never knew this was possible, to see the threads in pure form, as something tangible to eyes not of divine or daemon kind. And as he watched, almost mesmerized by these actions, he was hit by a force so hard he reeled and was engulfed by immense pressure from all around, as he was sent speeding through the thickened threads he had traversed. In short time he found himself weakened of demonic power and drained of his divine reserves, but in a place he knew well. The plane he had made his own private battleground, that of his first demonic conquest. His anger could wait, for he needed to regain his strength, and he did so by taking that which he created into himself slowly, bathing in it, and slowly rejuvenating his reserves, all the while thinking on this creature. He knew not its name, its identity, its kind, nor its plane of residence. It had shown it had the power to toss him around like a rag doll, should he confront it within the depths of the demonic. Well, what should he call it? He had nothing to draw from, but decided to call it the place of solid threads for now, until he could discover what the place really was. He also needed to know more of his kind, both origin sides, for this creature was a threat to him, as was the spined one, as he had called it. And he needed to regain his power and make his plans now to include this new factor. Time flowed by, and he gleaned all that he could from his threats as he let them explore the planes where he waged his wars. He learned of other primes, many bursting at the seams with life, magic, and links to the hosts, and for a time he looked to these places for power and possible information on those who would threaten him. He had started to wage wars against many planes at once, using his Dark Host duplicates to do his bidding, with them acting as conduits for his power, and each of them being gifted a spark of his own, so they may also duplicate those lesser creatures that they would slay or take into their fold. This was where the great planar war began, as this was when the primes would once more become aware of his presence and his now growing power. He sought out a plane that would be a single forward power base to launch his spearhead from, and he took it swiftly. These daemons merely had dropped towards his now vast and growing power. He chose this place as it was close to the prime he was targeting, and also because for some reason someone had left him an open portal of permanence to use for his assault. He would not give such an opportunity up easily. This prime had a myriad of heroes upon it, as well as their adversaries. He decided not to announce his presence immediately, as he sat and witnessed the sheer power of the host's own believers here, and was taken aback by their competence in wielding their gifts. They could actually prove challenging, he mused, as he slowly looked around. Taking a lesser life, a young child born of magic, he walked the lands where the child had been born. This place was strange, with a mass of sentient life like he had never seen, and a background level of pure magic that was unlike anything he had ever felt since his reckoning with the spine. Yes, he should walk among them before he would wage war here. He tried to manifest his powers to protect this vessel, but discovered that, although his essence could pass into this prime, he could not summon a tether to his host shell, thereby meaning that as he walked here, his true self residing within his host would never know what he knew, unless he returned to it so it could absorb what he had discovered. It was a strange feeling to have left his body, drifting almost lost in this tiny mortal shell of sinew and blood, not knowing what was transpiring where he had left his host. It took a while for him to realize that this must be how those who were slain must feel, no longer having a place to reside, merely floating away from what they knew, no longer having their anchor to their realm. He did not enjoy this feeling. He felt vulnerable. He also discovered that this creature was getting harder to control the longer he spent from the host, and after a week or so of time in this prime, he felt he needed to return to renew the power he felt falling from him, as his threads were not strong enough to control it for too long. As he re-entered his host, the shell he had created went back to the world, devoid of purpose, but in time he would be able to implant purpose to them, giving them a drive to serve and spread his threads. This he had to do if he was to accomplish anything here where the ambient magic was far greater than his own tethers, where he could not manipulate the weave as easily as he normally could. But why? Why could he not do so? His drone shell wandered the world for a month or two, and when it returned, it brought with it the news of many things it had heard. But he needed definitive answers to specific questions. But these duplications could not think for themselves, so he would have to wait. Perhaps wait until he found something that would work for him for payment, perhaps, as this seemed the way of beings of the primes. Years passed, and he slowly took enough native shells to number 40. These would form his spearhead of information gathering, as limited as it was at present. He needed to capture more useful creatures, as these farmers, peasants, and dying miscreants, as unseen as they were by the societies they infiltrated, were ultimately nothing more than silent zombies, unthinking, and merely gathering minor facts about the immediate area. He needed one of the followers of a host, what they called a priest. Yes, one of these would be perfect, as then he could gain vast information on their very gods. And so he sought a priest out, a lowly one that might be missed. He travelled himself in created shell, and in quick time he found one. He was dressed in black, and hid himself from others around him, much like those he had already taken. And so, in a darkened alley, he approached this creature. As he neared, it turned to him, and he saw it as one of those known to the Prime as a human. He had seen them seeded throughout the primes he had spied upon thus far, and seemed to be one of the most proliferate of races around, spreading their numbers much like him, although slower, across their realms.
"Greetings! Could I be of assistance to you, sir?"
it said, addressing him as he approached.
"Do you seek aid?"
Too easy, he thought, as he drew closer to him. "Yes, I seek information on your god." A smile crept across his face.
"Oh, you wish to meet him?"
it said, as though it was a simple matter. "Why, yes," he said, and stood in front of his quarry, waiting for what he needed to do, ready to follow his new-found friend.
"He is this way,"
it said, motioning him down the crooked alley. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, friend," beginning to walk the path as directed. "This was too easy, and soon I shall find—" and with that his body shot through with pain. Looking down, he could see a sliver of metal protruding from his chest.
"You shall see him soon enough,"
the voice said, shrieking with glee as its possessor drew the blade from him and plunged it again and again into his back. The pain was great, but strangely comforting. He could not feel within his host, but in this body he could actually experience such sensations. The point of the piercing of the skin, the puncturing of the flesh, and the pain of his sinew and organs being sliced, and it was a joyful thing to him. He turned to his assailant, smiling, and mouthed the words, "Thank you," as he realized this shell could no longer stand, as blood gushed from the wounds, and the body crumpled slowly. It stood over him, still smiling, but shocked at his reaction.
You felt nothing?"
And it nudged him gently with his foot. He tried to respond, but found he could not speak, and as he tried, he just spat out the blood that was filling his lungs and mouth. These meat things are very frail, he noted, as he lay there in the dying shell. But he realized that, although life was slipping from this shell, he was still able to observe the world around him, and he watched on as it turned him over and searched his body for something useful. It seemed happy when he discovered coins upon him, and he took them for its own, leaving his body to ebb away in a dark corner. He waited, and hours later, vermin arrived, a few at first, fighting amongst themselves for fresh pickings of this feast. Soon more came, and soon he could barely see the world, for their numbers were vast, like the creations of the demonic hordes, and then shortly he could see nothing, for his eyes were torn out and devoured. So he found he had to resort to seeing through the threads that were rapidly fading from his body. But what was this? These creatures, although not of a magical nature themselves, actually carried magic. Of course, the ambient levels of this place meant there was a possibility that all creatures were held with at least some magical power, as it permeated them throughout their lives, flowing through the realms unseen to the lower forms of life. He reached out to one of them, and found it was easy to control. So, although he could not duplicate them, as he was not with his host, he could jump bodies and see the world through the eyes of the lesser creatures, or perhaps head back and gain a more useful body. He would see more first. These creatures, rats as he understood them, ran through the city, heading from meal to meal, from corpse to dropped snack, and opportune kills, with the rest of the pack. Host? Pack? Swarm? He would have to learn the correct terms for these things at some point, but for now, he needed to ride the body back to the host. He discovered that his threads were actually too much power for this creature, and slowly it began to falter and decay, as the sheer power of the elevated magic within it was far too high for its body to hold, and it started to break down and disintegrate. Quickly he shifted his power to another of the pack, and started to herd it back to the host portal. He now knew that the lesser creatures could be used to escape capture, ride forms with, and spy where the larger sentient ones could not approach. This could come in useful, he was sure, if he could find a way to utilize it, as it appeared the denizens of the realms either ignored them or tolerated their presence, as the numbers were insurmountable, and the fact of being was an accepted one. As he reached the host and placed his threads back within it, he felt the many become one once more, as all the threads he held within knitted together again and absorbed the knowledge. Now all threads knew what this thread had known, and this is how he must continue. Scout, run, report, over and over, until he was ready. But first, he had a score to settle. Once ready, and with the passage of a few days, he sought out his quarry, in the dark alley where he had been slain prior, and sure enough, it was there once more, and he approached it slowly. "Hello, friend." It looked up, slowly, the colour draining from its face as it saw the one it killed but a few nights prior stood there before him once again. He could feel the fear rising in it, and smiled broadly as it tried to run. He leapt forward and grabbed its wrist. "You said you would show me your god." It shook with fear as it clawed at his hand, trying to release the grip, but soon discovered that it was futile, and sagged visibly with resignation. "Help!" it shouted suddenly, as though it had realized a strategy that would save it from this madman. "Help! Mugger!" He threw his body into the one who had slain him, and crushed the wind out of his lungs as it slammed into the wall. "You owe me a god," he said, still smiling. It tried to speak, but found a hand clamped across its face tightly, cutting its voice from the night air, and it then became aware of the voice. It began in its head and seemed to echo around the alley. Run. Seek help. It froze for a second, and then elation hit. "He has heard my calls!" And it found a renewed vigor. The man who held him tight began to relax his grip, and it tried to shove him away. As the grasp on the wrist slipped, it felt the arm go limp, and the body was pushed easily away, allowing it to knock him to the ground. "You aren't getting up this time!" it said, pulling a pair of knives from its boot and setting to work on his chest, neck, and face. All that was left was more food for the rats. He looked from his new vantage point, slightly taller than he was used to, and spoke again. "Good work. Now quickly, before he rises again." It nodded to the night and ran into the darkness, through several tunnels and holes, doors, several windows, eventually resting outside a large, heavy-set door, with strange markings upon it. As it gathered its breath, it gasped,
"Thank you, Lord, for giving me the strength to fight that thing off."
"It was nothing. Now take me home." And it nodded, rapping upon the door of the huge building crafted from a strange black stone. The door opened slowly, and a guard stood in metal and leather, and nodded, allowing it in. It walked through a few corridors, stopped at an imposing robed figure who gestured to a small chamber, and left it there. Within the room lay several small stools, a table, a few stiff-looking cushions, and a small altar of offering. This was it, he thought, looking intently at the altar. Finally, I can see what it is they do. And he waited. It knelt in front of the altar, lowering its head, slowing its breathing, and clearing its thoughts. As it was calmed and ready, several minutes had passed, and the faint smell of insects began to drift into the air, seemingly from the altar itself.
"Tonight I met a man who I slew the night last,"
it began, speaking slowly to the altar.
"And I did as you asked, and made sure he did not return again."
And with that he bowed his head to the floor and waited. "You were told to kill me." He thought, pondering what truths this place would hold, and waited. Nothing. No power, no threads, no contact, just nothing.
"Of course I will continue to do your bidding,"
it said, and rifled around its pockets, dropping the coins it had taken from his body the nights before into a box at the side of the altar.
"I will bring you more next time to receive your blessings again. Thank you for your aid and words this night."
He had spoken to this creature, no one else. There was nothing contacting this creature but him, and now he was with him. He would sense if anything was touching his soul or his body, but no. He sensed nothing. Something is amiss here, he mused, and waited. It stood up after a few minutes, and seemed to be waiting for something. The large robed figure that had motioned it into this room earlier entered, and picked up the box, shaking it slightly. A nod was given, and a sense of relief was felt from the figure as it left the chamber. Wait, was this it? Those coins were all they were bothered about. But he had said he had heard... Oh. It looked into a bowl of water on the table, and as it did, it saw not what he had seen, but something else. It saw an image that it did not, an image of a stronger creature, a more confident creature. It thought it was something it was not, and all because of its belief in this altar, or whatever it was representing. It made no sense, but then it dawned on him. I spoke to it, and it thought I was the one it served. And he smiled. It did not know. It could not distinguish between me and a voice that, by the look of it, it had never known. They were manipulated this easily. Well, this could even be fun. Well done, he said to it, and it blinked the water from its eyes as it washed its face.
You are still with me?
It asked, slowly, shocked by getting another voice. Oh yes, I am with you until your end. Oh, how much fun this could be. The power to make it do as he wanted, and all because it thought he was a greater power. Not that he was not, but that it thought he was whatever this thing he followed was. Tell me my name, believer, the voice said in its head, and it nodded to the altar and stood straight as though being observed by a superior.
Your name is Arnosh, god of the dark paths, of the night.
He sought this knowledge, and knew nothing of such a host, although more could have been spread than he knew of course, and there were more primes than he had seen too. Perhaps this was a true host. He would need to find this one, and take it. Come, I will guide you to a truth of the night, but you must hurry, for if light breaks the day, you will never find it. He laughed inwardly as it jumped, looking around frantically.
Where? Where do you need me to go?
It shouted, spinning around, shouting to the ceiling, and then the altar. It felt the voice seemingly smile from within him, and it felt it had been touched by the very gods themselves. He led it through the streets, back where it had passed that night, as it was the only route he knew, and past the scene of his would-be demise earlier and previously. The rats had been here already. Eventually, an out-of-breath human happened upon a ramshackle hut, beneath which lay a long-forgotten cave system, and within this system lay a portal to the last place it would ever know. Exhausted, it collapsed just outside the hut, watching the night slowly slipping from above, and the first rays of light threatening to breach the slowly lightening sky. On your feet and quickly now, before the light touches you.
Of course, sorry,
it said, as it slowly dragged its panting body into the hut, and then through the tunnels, guided by an unnatural vision that it did not possess itself, as though being granted a sight beyond mere mortals. It was, just not from where it thought it was from. He had enjoyed watching this creature do his bidding, run across the city on his command, without question, and he had felt the joy, the euphoria, and the elation as it had been touched by a voice that was, to the best of its knowledge, that of its own god. Perhaps this is why they follow, and why the host allowed them to do so. And he recalled something he had been told by the great scaled ones. They follow blindly in some cases, but in almost all they follow because they see something in that deity that they wish to aspire to hold on to become one with. For some it is for betterment, and for others it is for penance, but it serves both supplicant and God. You see, the power of the gods' gift unto their followers, their believers, their armies, is also returned to them in greater portion by their supplicants' belief in them. In short, the gods give power and receive power back, and it is always the gods that gain in this pact. So this creature believed he was something it was not, and what it saw in the water was what it was aspiring to, what it believed this god was giving it. Its own mind created a belief in something that he could find no trace of. Was it even there? He would soon find out when he met in person. He led it to the portal, where it fell on its knees, and it asked,
Is this where I'm supposed to be? A demonic portal to the plains of despair?
It asked, fearing the answer that would come. Yes, I brought you here to your truth. And with that he left it, and entered the host body, entwining with his other threads, letting them know what he knew, and then crafted a new body again, in front of this creature, and entered it once more. At the creation of that which it had now killed twice, it began to shake, its mind unable to comprehend what it was seeing, as out of nowhere the form of that which it had been slain returned, slowly as though a ghost at first, but quickly spun full form. Its mouth hung open, eyes agog, and what sanity it had been holding on to at this point, left for a time. Now see me, at least see one of my forms, he said, his voice booming through the tunnels, and it fell to its knees, shaking as it looked up at him.
You are not him!
It managed to get out the words before words were lost to its mind, as the form created finally became whole, solid, and real. No, indeed I am not your god, but I could be, he said, slowly, letting it sink into its head. He reached out and touched it with his threads, and felt the mind racing, the thoughts unable to craft properly. It could not comprehend what it was seeing, what it had witnessed, done, and now beheld at the end of its journey. Perhaps I've driven this one too far, he reasoned, and lifted his hand to point toward it, and as he was about to release threads to begin conversion of this one to his own, it spoke.
Show me,
it said, slowly, shaking the words out among its drooling gape, and it looked up in despair, waiting for the words of this unknown entity before it. He recalled again what the Scaled Ones had said about followers of faith, and the gods needing them in order to gain power above. To actually be a host, it was a necessity. Perhaps this will be a good opportunity, he thought, and responded with, "Yes, I will take you as my first supplicant upon this realm. I will gift you power, unlike your old god, and all you need do is bring me a priest of those who you worshipped before, one of those known to worship Arnosh." It nodded uncontrollably, shaking, and clearly was having problems with his form. He looked at its eyes, and then he realized he had not removed the vision he had gifted it. No wonder, it's driving him to insanity. And he touched it on the brow and removed this gifted sight. Immediately it looked calmer, as the visions abated. No more could it see the threads, the souls and the essences twisting within them, screaming for aid and clawing to escape the impenetrable power that held them within. It no longer saw a vision of total despair, and the penetrating web of threads that intertwined the tunnels and the very portal in front of him, which now looked dark, like a vertical inky water, smooth as glass. "Here," he said, passing a coin to it and pushing magic into it. "It will allow you to see in the darkest places. Consider it your first gift from your new god. And remember, give me what I ask for, and you will be rewarded for your duty." And he fixed his gaze upon it unnervingly. It drew itself to its feet and looked at him, accepting the coin.
Yes, I will."
"I only ask of you one thing, and one thing only. A portion of what you call your life, and I will use it to give you immortality within me. And for this I will gift, in the hole it will leave, I will gift you with my own power, as a god will do."
Yes, of course,"
it said, and moved forward, an arm outstretched. "Easier than I thought." He smiled and grasped it by the head, and drew all but a small part of its soul from its body, leaving enough behind for it to function and live, but so that he had all he needed from it should it die. It screamed till it lost its voice, and fell to the ground unconscious. He waited, and as he did, he lived through the old memories of this creature. It was a he, a male, a human, and he was one of 4 other brothers. His mother killed by his father, and he was the only survivor of his father's wrath for some reason he did not know. He had killed his father, then sought penance with the priesthood, but from all accounts this group of followers had never shown a propensity for magics of any kind. In fact, they seemed to be utterly without power at all. They were mere mortals, and showed no sign of the touch of the divine upon them. It had been taken in by a con artist, a charlatan, and although it half knew it, it wanted to belong, to be part of something that had a cause it could throw itself at in an attempt to earn forgiveness for its actions. He understood now. This one was a lost soul too, and it had been lied to. It followed no god, unless these coins were believed to be of a god somehow, so it could not show him its god, nor bring a priest of that cult to his grasp. But maybe he could use this, and take this small cult for his own in time. Perhaps it could be the first true priest within that lie that had caught it. Yes, he would give it the means to exact its revenge, and in doing so cement his tie to this one, and in time use it to attempt to rise back to the hosts, by means of the path the Scaled Ones had spoken of, through the rites of the ancients, and the path of the Scions. It finally woke to find itself on a small patch of grass just outside its city, and remembered vividly what had transpired. For a few minutes it sat, making sense of it all, and for a brief moment thought it had merely drank too much, or taken something that disagreed with its mind. At least until, as it stood up, it felt the coin in its pocket, and as he grasped it, he could see a soft glow emanating from the world around. It was real, he thought, and reeled from the reality of it all, and began to slowly make its way to the city. It headed to the temple, where it had been the night prior, but discovered on the way that it had been gone a lot longer than a single day, 4 days in fact. As it entered through the large black doors, it was met by the robed figure again, and roughly taken by the arm and led into a back room. Hours passed by, and it emerged from the temple beaten, part broken, its face bruised, lash marks on its back and arms. It was angry, and headed to find its friends. It told them of what it had encountered, and the events of the past days, of the one it killed that then reappeared again, testing its will, and it killed it again, and that the god they knew as Arnosh was a false god, a falsity spun by a thieves' guild, and nothing more. By the time the night fell, it had 9 with it, heading to the temple. Each had been a part of his lie. Each wanted answers, payback, and worse from the so-called Temple of Arnosh. Upon arrival, vengeance was swift and decisive. No survivors, and none escaped. The Temple of Arnosh was stripped of all they could use, and all but 2 left with their gains. It turned to them and asked if they would be the second and third of the following of this new god, and they agreed to the request, and so he had started a following. It returned to the tunnels alone and reported what had transpired, and he appeared again as the one it had slain. I cannot travel to them. They must come here, for my form will be sensed by others who would cause me harm as I begin my faith anew. It nodded and accepted this half-truth, and left to bring the new disciples back. The real truths were many, but the main one that was he could not walk upon the plain, and strip the soul from a creature without causing a scene, or risking a demonic feeding frenzy, whereas here, where the veil was thin and the threads were close to his host, he could exercise complete control and do what was needed to be done. Within hours, the one was then 3, and he now had a power base on which to slowly spread. He, however, demanded that he would keep the name Arnosh, as he would give them what the false idol had not. So they kept the temple, and began anew, each with a coin in hand of strange hue. For years to come their numbers grew, and he kept gaining more souls, and hence more of an understanding, as well as control over those he gained. Any that tried to leave would find themselves visited by strange entities of darkness in the depths of night, which would whisper their darkest secrets, and force them to seek Arnosh to quell their voices. This control was simple, and so he left one of the greater threats to carry this on, as he focused his attentions elsewhere. Arnosh grew for many years upon this prime, but naturally drew the attention of followers of hosts, those of divinity, whereupon they investigated this temple of Arnosh, questioning and probing, trying to discover the truth behind them. They were invited in, and told of the events that transpired, of the deceit and the aid given by their new named saviour Arnosh. They were amazed to find a possibly unknown new divinity here that they had no knowledge of, and were eager to learn more. And so the invitation was given to one of their high priests, one known as Kotel, and he accepted eagerly to be the first to catalogue this new divinity, this hidden god. He was led to the tunnels, whereupon he would be told the great truth that had been revealed to them. By this point, the first followers of Arnosh had gained a decade, and gained many allies, and a somewhat small fortune. He had used a good portion of it to erect a watchtower and a fortified gateway to the tunnels, where the old hovel had once stood, and had stationed a mercenary group who were also true followers of Arnosh. The high priest was amazed and intrigued, and of course was more than willing to see this truth, and learn more for his own faith's records. The portal was still there, as it had been since it was first seen, inky and black, like sheer glass, and the high priest stood across the cave from it, peering in its direction. He focused his power and let out a yelp of fear.
"It is a portal to the demonic realms, you fools!"
he hissed, turning to the first one, who smiled at him knowingly.
"Yes, it is. And this god listens to us, and helps us."
And he pushed Kotel towards the portal.
"And most importantly, needed to speak with you. I have one for you, Arnosh,
he cried out, and the portal rippled, sending droplets of blackness spattering around the cave, and out stepped that first form that had tormented it so many years ago. "Thank you. You will be rewarded well," he said, and turned his attention to the high priest. "And now to find some truths." And with that he grasped Kotel by the throat and lifted him several feet into the air, growing in height and stature as he did. And the first and second watched on as he started to take the truth from him, thread by bloody thread. They closed their hands around their coins and watched on in awe, wonder, and terror as they saw the blood flow, the skin tear and flay, and the limited sight they had showed the threads of magic drawn out and be shredded by their god. They were witnessing a pivotal moment in history, but they did not know it, and never would. He talked with the high priest as he slowly stripped the power from him, step by step, piece by piece, savouring the divine power he had been imbued with. Kotel pleaded with him at first, then tried to fight him with his given power, but this daemon was just too much for him, despite his ranking, and he began to realize the futility of his position. "Yes, you are mine now, and I will learn all you know, as I consume your soul, mortal," he stated, as a matter of fact, as he revelled in the first of a host's power to be given him in many centuries. But he must not kill him, for he might need him. He needed a high priest in order to enact the rites of the Scion, or the Ascension rites, or, to be truthful with himself, he needed another who knew exactly what to do, who had perhaps performed such in the past, to guide his hand in this matter. He needed this priest's soul, but needed a high priest. But maybe he could do so with this Kotel under his wing.
"No, monster, I will not do your bidding,"
Kotel screamed in his mind, for he could talk no more, as the magic being stripped from him tore away his throat, and had already been pulling out his ability to control his body. He smiled to him and assured him, his voice echoing through his mind, "No, Kotel, you will not be doing my bidding." And he waved a hand to motion threads to begin creating another form. "But your new form will do it for me." He held Kotel in front of his newly forming duplicate, so he could see, and then he pushed his demonic sight into the remnants of the priest, so he could witness the true horror of this creation, of twisted souls and demons of raw essence, and there he saw something familiar as his life finally ebbed and his consciousness was lost. His own soul. Kotel was no more, as every last part of him, magical, physical, and divine, was taken into this form. A small portion of Kotel was used, transferred from the original, that of Kotel's own soul, as without this he would not be able to commune with his host, nor use his powers. He commanded the new priest to show his power, and he tried, but announced he had none left. Of course he didn't, for he had used it trying to fight him off. He poured power into the priest, and asked again, and he gifted himself sight, as he had witnessed before. "Good," he said, and nodded to the first and second. "Take him back to the priesthood, and thank them for his truths, for he will be their undoing." And with that the three left the cave and headed back toward the city. Yes, he will indeed be their undoing, he thought, looking back toward them as they left the cave. And I shall take what this one known as Karnef has in time. As the years passed on, the shade of Kotel infiltrated the Karnef temples effortlessly. They could not detect the change, it seemed, as they had not encountered his kind before, and therefore had no knowledge or way to detect or even be aware of such. This agent within this faith gathered a lot of important knowledge about the gods of the realm, and also about the rites, rituals, sacred places, and locations of power, and so much more. In time there came a holy day, whereupon one of the grand high priests of this priesthood came from across the realms to visit the area, and this is when he learnt of the rites he needed, as this priest became his, as Kotel had long ago. The knowledge now secured, all he needed was more agents, and so the Karnef priesthood was slowly drawn to him, one by one, and replaced by his shades, each with a sliver of their soul, so as not to arouse suspicion. This priesthood were the wardens of the dead. They were responsible for the dead of the realms, or more precisely, for the keeping of the dead, and ensuring they were not pulled back from the beyond once their times had come and the rites had been read. They were combatants of the undead, but that aside were peaceful in both war and peace times. At least as long as no one was resurrecting the dead without good reason or against their will. They were, it seemed, by all accounts, bankers of the bodies of the fallen, ensuring that once debts had been paid, they could sleep easy in their eternal rest. Of course, this was only offered to those of their number, or those who sought them out, usually for fear of something after their death, or even due to trying to keep secrets from would-be necromancers and dabblers of the dark arts. For once dead, the will to resist was little at best, but Karnef made their will indomitable. These little priests were perfect, for he could listen to all, and through their powers, which he could use through them, he could also question the dead should he need to, something he had never thought of till now. He was finally getting a foothold. Time passed, and opportunities arose. He encountered other priesthoods and other faith followers, of Ursuline and Kalanave, and also one or two others who had lost their link to the gods in times past, but kept their faith alive in the form of cults, awaiting the return of their gods one day. And then he encountered a problem. As he tried to infiltrate Ursuline, he discovered they had close ties to another, who Karnef also knew well, but rarely acted with directly. Those of Riona. Their high priest sensed something was amiss when they first met with Clotel, and even when the Grand High Priest was sent to assure her something was not amiss, she was seemingly too smart. Riona, however, was known as the Goddess of Peace, so her followers would never move against the other churches for fear of causing conflict, or so he thought. Their priestess contacted strange folk, who he would learn were those of the wild, the actual raw primal power of life upon the prime itself. He learned quickly that their priests, known as druids, were able to sense unnatural things, or rather, things that were not native to their realm, their prime, and this was a problem. Druids were brought into the city, and they began to watch the Karnef priests, and in short time they had identified many of his shades, and had begun to follow them. It would have been easier to avoid these druidic nuisances, but in the end he would have to confront them, and so he sent a small envoy, including Clotel, to their nearest circle several days outside of the city. Upon arrival they found a host of people and creatures waiting for them. Those of Karnef who were not shades were motioned forth and greeted, while others of the gathering stepped forth and approached the shades. They looked them over and asked that they all follow them to their meeting place, within their sacred area. Of course, the Karnef priests followed, shades and all. Upon entering the sacred ground, the shades suddenly became fearful, skittish, unsure of themselves, as the link to his power was severed. One of the druids stepped forward and took Clotel's hands and stared into his eyes, unblinking.
"Something is within these ones,"
he announced, and those acting oddly were grouped together, while the rest of Karnef's priests watched on.
"Yes, something unnatural resides within, and they are not complete. Bring them to the circle."
They were led to the standing stones, and herded easily into the centre, their wills weakened and their minds clearly confused. Chanting was heard, and shortly after the divination was concluded.
"I do not know what has transpired within your temples, but these," he said, pointing to the shades, "are not your people. Well, not truly your people."
The rest of the Karnef representatives looked on, and clearly did not understand what the druid was stating.
"To put it simply, your priests are dead. These are impostors."
At this point, the shades seemed to gain control of their bodies again, and began shouting at the druid, demanding proof, and denying his divination results. At this point, the druids began to encircle them, and drew forth weapons of wood and bone. The priest's eyes glazed over, and the demonic part came to the forefront, and took over their actions. They leapt forward with speed, attacking the druids with claws they had not had before, as the demonic side showed through, warping the flesh of their hosts into vicious edges, and hardening their skin to protect their forms. The druids fought back quickly, sending lightning at them, shocking them, searing flesh from them, splitting the unnatural essence with each strike, and capturing it inside fetishes of dedicated bone as they struck home upon them. The confrontation was swift and final, and although they were slain, so were several druids. The Karneth priests were told quite simply that, "You may not take these bodies, as they are not of this world," and asked to leave and spread this word to their priesthood. They left hurriedly, with thanks and concern, as well as loss and anger. It would be the start of the distrust of the druidic ways by those who followed Karneth, as they did not fully understand what had transpired. The druids who were slain were committed to the earth, and offerings and ceremonies were performed, and their head druid, who had led the assault and the divination, led them and told them how to see the falsities. And so it came to pass that the knowledge that only those who followed the wild could sense and see the shades became known to the druids, and in time REEEALLY would also be shown and told this. For the druids had warriors of their own, and were distrustful of most of the gods of the realms, and chose not to share this information. One thing was sure, and that was that no druid could ever be taken and made such a shade of, and then allowed to gain entrance to their sacred places. They were, effectively, not able to be taken by such subterfuge as the other priestheads would in time. He sensed that he had lost connection to those who had been slain at the point they entered some place of power in the wilderness. In time, he learned about the druids, and about their ways, and that they could sense his presence. They would be problematic in time, and all he could do was deal with them when the time came. He created those he had lost anew, and sent them far from where they had last been, to spread the word of Karneth elsewhere, to bolster other temples around the lands. At least their forms were still useful to him. The host known as the Wild of this prime now knew of an entity that was not of the prime, stealing the souls and life of others, and making their own twisted demonic forms of such. It reasoned that it was a demonic incursion, and took steps to warn other hosts of this. However, a host that is in place upon a world is not party to information another host gifts them to from on high, so he needed to force a way for the other hosts whose presence was focused upon this world to become aware of the problem before it became too much for them to combat. And so it closed itself off to the world for a time, while it tried to find an answer. The druids' influence upon the realm dwindled for a time, and the numbers stagnated. Eventually the answer was divined, and came in a form that his daemon would eventually use to get its own wishes heard. An ascension was needed. A rise to the host would allow all to hear the pleas and react accordingly within their paths. Yes, this would work, it had to work, or else the prime would fall to the ravages of a daemon kind of nature hitherto unknown. And so both sides began their plans to force an ascension, but neither side knew the intent of the other, and so continually worked against them where they were discovered. Perhaps had the Wild been privy to the fact of the demon's origins, or more precisely, the fact that it was in fact a host itself, things would have gone much faster, and with far less bloodshed, at least for their own kind. And so, as the time drew upon all, a great surge was felt around the primes, as a new god seemed to arrive, going by many differing names. But that would not matter, for Ashan was the first it chose to take under its new identity as a god, so he would continue as though all knew it as such, for the sake of ease of understanding. From the time of Ashan being established with Kotel and others firmly under the power's control, it took almost a millennia to craft and realize his machinations, and to finally have enough power and hidden forces to push forth and force an ascension. As he engineered the downfall of many high priests and the subsequent collapse of their faiths in regions across the prime, he waited and coerced others into aiding in their demise. This was working, and working well indeed. He became aware, however, of demonic planes working their way toward the Prime, eager to feast with such tender targets, although some, he suspected, were there to bear witness and understand this great plan further. Some of these unfortunate denizens soon became one with him, and he learned through several of their minions and the eventual absorption of one of their overlords that there was some form of leadership amongst the grouping, and that some had banded together in an uneasy truce, but to what end he could not discover. It did not, however, stop him trying, by destroying all that would not answer his thirst for knowledge. The demonic group had become allies through necessities, as their own planes had been destroyed, but they had been able to escape from the grip of this entity that consumed all. They observed through allies their demise and the twisted shades he created, and understood they could not fight this war and win, and to this end had only one hope for survival: to enter a Prime together and try and salvage their power and identities alongside the mortals of that realm. Their dethroned demonic husks would become brittle and fall to the void as they blended their threads with that of the Prime, and they would become something new, something unique among their kind, at least as far as they knew. They would no longer be overlords of their own planes, crafted from their own essences and sheer power, but instead become daemons of the Prime. They managed to break through the planes that surrounded one realm, one single Prime, and discovered that their nature was unknown to this place. This place had a shard of the wild here, and they could sense it, but although it was extremely powerful, it seemed to be encircled and held within an area they would come to know as Lassashar. They travelled for many months on the winds and currents of magic, and eventually settled on a place for their new beginnings. It was a seemingly empty place. Nothing more than plants and small animals could be seen at first glance. But as it turned out, it was full of creatures far more deadly than he had witnessed on other Primes. This place they named as Dominia, and it would be their new place of power, their own unified domain upon the Prime. And so they enacted rites and rituals and bound their essences to this place, this land, and in doing so severed their tethers to the planar energies they had survived on for untold aeons. They attuned to the realm's own magical energies and began to leech what they needed from it, discovering that magic upon the Primes was not as it was upon the planes. Here it was structured and followed rules set out by the ebb and flow between the elemental planes as well as the void itself, it seemed. They discovered that links could be made to the elemental planes easily, for them at least, and that they could pull magic from these places too, allowing for a vast magical store to be built up within their forms. But as they soon discovered, it was not as simple as it had been upon their own planes. On their planes, their realms, all of it was them. No matter if it were rock, a hill, a minion, or their own lashing energies, it was all essentially one essence, one mind of one purpose. Here, it was not the same. They had to create a form that was solid and reflected this realm. They needed to craft bodies that would endure aging as well as the ravages of the environment, but also they needed to find materials to create such, as they could not create a lasting material themselves, for the magic slowly seeped away or overloaded the object, causing it to become one with the magic flowing around the realm. They reached out into the world and travelled to discover possible answers to their plight, and found life that pulled minute threads from the closest demonic planes. In comparison, it was like a tap from a well was to a raging ocean's waves crashing upon a shore. But still, they were indeed using such magic. They discovered what would be known as demonologists, and they marvelled at the ability to craft, manipulate and imbue themselves with demonic energies, and began studying them. In time, their presence was sensed by the greater of their number, and they were approached with the offer of a pact. Now they knew all about pacts, and how they were often used to gain the soul of the unwitting, in exchange for an infinitesimally small portion of power to sate their mortal hunger. But they had demands of their own first. It was not long before information was gleaned, and small pacts were entered into, and they learned of the materials of the realm, and what was used by who, and for what purpose. They discovered that some materials were deemed to be gifts from the host themselves, and they were sought after by corresponding followers of such gods.
Perhaps these materials would suit their purpose. They sought samples of as many as they could, but discovered that very little existed upon this place, outside of where the wild lay, and so they began using their knowledge to instead begin infusing their own realm, Dominia, with their own magic, and then crafting new bodies from these materials. The first created was only a partial success, as they missed essential rituals and rushed the process as their power slowly waned. However, the second attempt was perfect, and so the first of their number was placed within it, but still it was found to be losing power. This option would prolong their existence upon this prime, but it was not a permanent solution. It was then they were introduced to one known as Zorma. This hulking creature, they called an ogre, was adept at the manipulation of demonic energies, and surprised them with his prowess and mastery, such as it was, with the smallest of their threads. He said he knew of a way, but it would mean giving up their very nature to the prime in order to accomplish this, and they agreed. Zorma told them of the process and what was needed, and they obtained everything. The hardest part was gaining a sliver of a host, what Zorma called a spark of the true lights. However, as it turned out, these lights, although uncommon if not rare upon many primes, were plentiful upon this one, and so they captured a priest with a spark of pure divinity, or rather told them of their plight, and they agreed to aid them for insight into their old planes. And so the first recorded essence crystal was to be crafted, and it was a huge undertaking. Beacons were erected along the edges of their domain, and intricate rituals were performed to bind them to the very land they stood upon, and so they began to slowly hum with power as they pulled the flow of magic, gently nudging it towards them, and then taking this power and focusing it into a tight beam, a created tether of magic, which linked the central ritual that was to be formed. As the ritual was performed, Zorma called down aid from the elemental planes themselves, and huge elementals also joined in with, lending their own power and skills, and forging their essences to fuse and create the basis of what was to be crafted. Then, each of the daemons gave a part of their own essences to this ritual, and they were fused and bound into this new creation, forming their new realm's center, a gigantic purple-hued crystal with many facets, each displaying one of the essences used to craft it, of elemental kind as well as demonic, and they looked around in what they could only reason was joy, a non-survival-led feeling, something they had never had and never realized was possible. It felt good, but as they surveyed the realm they stood within, they discovered there had been an almighty price to pay, and their joy left them suddenly. The sheer power needed to create it led to life being drained from all those within Dominia. Only the most resilient remained. This had led to the lands now being totally devoid of lesser life. Trees had become stone, abundant small animals had become one with the magical flow, and had been drawn into the rituals and fueled the creation process. Zorma merely stated that, in order for life to flourish, life must pass. He stayed a while, and told them the ritual and how it needed to be done should it ever be needed again. He said he had to head to Lassashar, as there was something amiss with the great lights, and that he might not return. He never did. Now they had a seat for their power, and were truly eternal within their realm, just as they had been when they had a plane of their own. They vowed to work together to accomplish what they could to gain more power, and it was shared equally among them, gains given and losses felt. It was a strange sensation, but they adjusted and became accustomed to the new facts of existence. And then their reality was hit with a simple fact. He was coming. In their haste to become eternal once more and gain power and save themselves, they had not given a thought to the oncoming devastation that was him. They must prepare to repel him if it was possible, and they had observed the prime where the wild had severed connections to him and defeated his shades, and they knew they must approach the wild here and broker a pact of some kind, not just for their own existence, but for that of the rest of the prime, else they would have no prime to exist upon. They attempted to gain entry to this jungle known as Lassashar,
but discovered that their very essence would not allow them entry. In fact, the jungle itself seemed to actively repel them, and although they tried to follow envoys from priesthoods and traders into this place, they were always held at bay by the jungle's own strange magic. They could see this magic, but it was steeped in demonic magic they could not decipher, and reeked of an ancient power they did not know, as well as the heady overtones of divinity that rolled all around them. There was no way for them to enter to tell of this danger, and so they turned once more to the demonologists who had given them the information and the truths they had needed when they first arrived, and told them of their newfound existence, of their essence crystal, and offered to give them power in exchange for more favours. They, of course, agreed.
Their leader, Hurion, became a strong figurehead for their words and their teachings. He could have been said to be their priest had they actually been gods themselves, but they were not. Hurion told them that the energies of the demonic taste could not enter Lassashar, but could be carried within vessels imbued with divinity, effectively shielding them from the protections of the borderlands, as well as allowing them to be carried within some sacred areas unhindered. They thanked Hurion, and each gave him a mark, a demonic gift of their own, and he became their first unified chosen, bearer of their word. Each of his lesser were divided and given a mark by a single of the essences, thereby tying them to that particular daemon. And so, the first demonic believers were created. In time, this very act would see them to further power, and set them apart from their own kind by vast measure. For the simple act of choosing to be of the prime, and choosing to give those who willingly aided them and followed their guidance and teachings, and offering payments for service, as well as rewarding fealty, put them in good stead with the true lights. One of their number was selected to travel with Hurion, and so a shard of their essence was taken from their whole and placed within a vessel. It was imbued by a priesthood they eventually learned to be tied with the host of Rhiannon, and they were taken beyond the Vale of Lassashar. This place was a vast jungle, with strange obelisks that seemed to operate in a similar manner to their own beacons in Dominia. However, these seemed to draw power into this place and hold it there, preventing it from leaking away, and the air here was thick with magic, so thick it took great composure not to feed upon it. Eventually Hurion encountered one of the great lizards that ruled over part of Lassashar, and asked for an audience with their great sage, as he had word from beyond the veil for all of the great lights. The audience was granted, and in short time Hurion and the split essence were brought in front of the great sage, an old decrepit lizard. Hurion explained the circumstance and the need for this audience, and the sage nodded, requesting that the essence address them. The others in the assemblage stood back as the vessel was opened, and the once demonic entity spilled forth, crafting a body to communicate. The talk was long, and sagas were given by the sage in response to the facts the essence delivered. He spoke of the eternal wars upon the plains, and the fact that there was now an uneasy rest among them, as one of their kind was knocking on the doors of the primes, as he had once knocked upon the heights of the hosts themselves. The sage acknowledged this threat, and called forth representatives of the lights that were present, 16 in all. Each of them listened, and over the period of many days, all knowledge that the essence could gift on this matter it did, and the mood lowered from one of curiosity to one of quiet dread. The sage informed the essence that he did indeed know of this daemon, and that he had heard word from another prime, through the ties of the hosts, about the loss of some of their kin to this deformed creation. He also announced that this was the reason some of the true lights here had been dimmed forever, and the knowledge now passed to the rest of those present in a solemn atmosphere. But the sage continued. He told the essence, and all present, that there were other daemons combating this threat, but they were nothing to the sheer might of this creation, and that no demon, daemon, or kin purely of the plains could defeat it, for it had such mastery over them to be able to undo their very existence with a mere thought. The essence told its own story of how it had come to be here, and why it had fled all it had known, leaving it to collapse into nothing rather than have this creature take it for himself. It was then that the sage asked the simple question.
"And if you are standing here this day, and traversing this realm to warn us, and hold pacts and rights for those you now call allies, where is your home now?"
The sage and all present looked intently on as Hurian moved to stand with him. "My home is no more, my place of origin long gone to the void itself." And he looked to Hurian and nodded. "But I have found a new home here upon the Prime, upon this Prime, as have the brethren who fled with me."
"But you are a true daemon, and your essence betrays your identity. You are not from this place,"
a voice from the assemblage called out strongly. It came from a tall robed figure, adorned in symbols and standing firm in his metallic armor. "Yes, I know that, but I chose to leave that behind and become one with this Prime," he said, leveling his gaze at this creature, "and I will protect those who stand with me." Hurian placed his hand upon his lord's shoulder and smiled as he spoke.
"This one and his brothers came to me and mine in peace. They came knowing what they were and expected fear, hostility, and destruction. Instead, they found understanding and, in time, fealty. I am their first, their chosen. And if it is needed, I will fight for the right for my lord to be heard, Temeran."
The armored man took a step forward, towering over Hurian, even from a distance, and looked him over.
"There is no need for that, and I do not lift my sword to attack the just, Hurian. The mere fact that you are not tainted, controlled, or taken by this entity means that I will listen. If they are all like this one, then they are of no threat to our kind upon this Prime."
The sage nodded, and the meeting had been had. Additional meetings were called for, and many weeks the essence stayed within the borders of Lassashar, and during this time the sage announced that something was transpiring, and called the essence to an audience with Temeran. Hurian came along, as was his lord's wishes. It was here that the sage and Temeran told the essence that something was strange with his form, and that something had changed since the time of his dedication to the Prime, and his removal from the deep plains magics. It appeared that, although they were still demonic in nature, they were attuning slowly to the Prime, and although they would always be of demonic origins, in time they would become one with the Prime itself, and be as though they had always been present. In short, the wild would accept them as native to this place, and no longer turn against their existence. This was amazing news, and the essence could not wait to return to the others and let them know all that he had learned. But Temeran stopped him, and asked him many questions. He asked as much as he could till the essence began to feel magic waning, and the sage offered him a gathered essence to fuel his needs. It accepted it hungrily, and as he feasted, Temeran watched intently, his vision seeing the threads of the essence entwining as it fed, and realized he was seeing but a portion of the whole. The essence explained to him that they held their main power within the essence crystal they had needed to survive, and until they could walk among those of the Prime without the need for it, they would always be splintered. Temeran understood, and he noted this in case it would be useful at a later time, perhaps for others of their kind fleeing the scourge of the plains. A day later, the essence left Lassashar, carried by Hurian once more, and returned to Dominia, where he passed on all that he had learned. But they saw that he was somehow different, and in short time realized that sitting within this vessel was in fact slowing their acclimatization to the Prime. Problem was, they would not leave it in their entirety, but instead choose to leave a splinter of their essence within and walk their realm to speed up their attuning. As this attuning was taking place, they also held many meetings with dignitaries and people of station from the surrounding realms. They wanted to know more, to learn about their neighbours, and they, in turn, learned of the threat that was coming from the plains. They pledged to help each other. As their attuning neared completion, word arrived to them from an envoy that the grand ascension was upon them. They offered advice and guidance on what to do and where to go, and they talked among themselves and came to an overwhelming decision. They would attempt the path in order to combat the threat they all faced. From afar, Tamaran watched their actions and nodded to himself. They were doing the right thing. They were trying to become what only a small number of their kind had ever achieved. He would continue to watch them and guard their shards if needed. He would do all that he could to ensure they were able to fight this threat, or else he would try to take the fight to the creature itself. The Grand Ascension required a chosen of each of their number to be sent forth, or their own essence in mortal form, vulnerable and stripped of immortality. This entity would move through the realms and enter the Temple of Ascension, which in this prime lay within a hidden place within the boundaries of Lassashar. While there, they would need to open a communion with the hosts above, and place themselves forth to become candidates for elevation to the hosts. They each travelled to the place of ascension, and entered as they were bid. Only 2 others were present, and they worked with them to traverse the terrain and gain entrance to this place of testing, within the borders of the land known as Lassashar. Eventually, after many days of arduous travel and testing of their ability and conviction, they gained access to the Temple of Ascension, and once inside, rested briefly, gathering their composure. One of the others who travelled with them offered to go first, and he stepped into the large inscription-covered circle that lay within the main chamber there. As he did, the symbols began to glow faintly, and the power within this place elevated rapidly, until they all felt the pressure of the divine pushing down upon their essences and souls. This had to be the place, and they were not wrong. A shaft of light came down from the glowing opening in the chamber, and many figures could be seen within it. The one who had stepped into the light first closed his eyes, and another beam shone from the larger beam, passing through him entirely. The chamber was filled with many motes of light that moved from within them, and circled the area, stopping at each of the forms in the light before returning to their origin. The light grew dim, but shone like the moon, and a voice was heard by all in a language they did not know, but strangely understood. "Welcome, child. You will be of the new host." And with that, he vanished in the blink of an eye, and the next stepped forth. The same happened again, beams, motes, and acceptance, and finally, the vanishing. Then they turned to each other and nodded, and they all stepped into the circle as one and waited. The light arrived, but it shone dimmer, and a form took shape between them, and they adjusted to circle it. "You are strange ones, not of this prime. How did you come to be here?" One of their number, the one who had travelled to Lassashar before, spoke for them, and explained briefly what had transpired, how they chose to leave their origins and drive forward to combat this threat to all primes, even at a cost to their own nature. The form seemed taken aback, and was assuredly surprised. "Well, it would seem that you somehow have learned the act of selflessness, and I knew none of your kind capable of such. Interesting indeed." The glowing form paced around them, checking them out intently, nodding and peering into their eyes, until it had seen each of them fully. "I think not. At least not as singular entities." They looked to each other and nodded as one, accepting the opportunity, and the form nodded in response. "You will be known as the Mother of All, and your title is to be held only by your kind who choose to turn their backs on their origins. No non-demonic essence may be granted this status, and you shall work as one mind with one goal, despite your separate essences." And the form looked to them each once more, ensuring all were of understanding. "This means that you are one, split into many smaller, as your origins would have granted you originally when crafted from the source. Count yourselves as lights, as you once were overlords,
and count your followers as priests, clerics, or whatever term you choose, as once you created minions that did your bidding from your own power. You will be the first true demonic lights among us, the first demonic host. And with that, they vanished from the Prime, losing their identities in an instant, until they reimagined their forms as their new hosts, and then returned to the Prime they left in the form of a pantheon of demonic gods, although none would know this, for to all non-hosts they were merely other hosts. Each of these hosts was splintered into two parts. The vast majority of them became their respective host, and the controlling portion of their identities was placed within one who would be an amalgamation, a blending of them all. Within the Hall of Lights, a new husk was created to hold their slivers as a combined whole should they be needed, should they wish to become as one. The mother of all was to be the identity of what would be to some as the mother of the demonic pantheon, the one who would sit above them, ensuring they obeyed the will of all. As long as it existed, they would be held in check, in addition to that of the checks and balances of the other lights, and would be guided by their combined wills. They would build their new host identities within Dominia, and gathered many to their sides, following their many facets, each with new host form being energized by the nature of their original powers as a demonic essence. The temples were set around the beacons that had devastated their land originally, each one linked to the beacon and using it as a tether to their new origins, their essence crystal. A central citadel was built and became the capital of Dominia, and within it lay their essence crystal, guarded and protected from sight and touch by many protections, wards, sigils, traps, as once had been recommended by Zorma before his great journey. Just in case, he had said, and naturally, Hurion gladly carried out such for his new lights. This new temple within their city became known as the Temple of Unification, for many reasons, partly due to their origins, and partly due to their goals, but others outside of this knowledge saw it as a beacon of light that all could draw to, and those following other hosts also gathered and set up representatives and petitioned for small temples to be erected, and to be part of this unification against the coming threat. It was a united stand, and this was more than they had ever hoped for. And so they began to build their forces, their own as well as their new allies, and prepared for the confrontation that would be held here all too soon, the first resistance against him. He had many pawns now, or rather mindless puppets, that reacted violently if discovered, but thankfully they rarely were, other than to those of the wild when they sought to root them out from their primes. This became something of an annoyance, but in time he was sure they would fall by the wayside. Whilst he built his own forces and toyed with the one prime he had chosen to represent himself as Arnash, his following had become strong, and was now pushing against the other religions, vying to control those undecided with regards to faith. The main benefit he had going for him was his conversion was absolute. There could be no doubt once they were his. How unfortunate for the others, he thought, allowing himself to feel contentment with his plans thus far. As he grew his power base further, it became apparent that some of those who were present that had ties to the magics from beyond the plaything prime were growing in power. They had seemingly allied themselves with a few of the other overlords in an attempt to gain favour, pacts, and other dark benefits, and he watched as they were controlled, twisted, or slain in their misguided grabs for power. Mortals, he sighed, laughing to himself inwardly. But then he saw something that caught his eye, and made him readdress his earlier thought. One of those humans, bristling with power from the deep planes themselves, seemed undetectable to his senses, except via direct observation. Clever little thing, he smiled. Hidden away and scurrying unseen through my domains.
He watched them intently from a nearby pocket of magic, as he wondered just what this one was doing. Apparently it was gleaning magic from other daemons, overlords in fact, in direct combat, and walking away unscathed, with portions of their very essence. "What are you up to, little man?" he wondered, taking a closer look. This human stepped across the barriers between the deep plains as though it were merely a pathway from one side of a road to another, effortlessly. "Even I cannot do this," he mused, and decided there and then that this one must be taken. Such abilities would serve him greatly. As he drew closer, the human seemed to notice his viewing efforts and turned to face him across the void, and waved with a flourish of arms. He had seen this one before, and it was not human. Such deceit! This was the one that had drawn him deep into the plains before, for none had that many limbs nor such ability to mask its identity. Oh, this time he would turn the tables on this creature, for it was in his playground now. He descended upon the plain it had arrived upon, and moved swiftly towards his goal, only to find it waiting with, quite literally, open arms. Well, by open, it was gesturing an incantation and drawing power in waves from over 20 different planes to its form. Such knowledge, he thought. He needed to have this one in his thrall. He approached, pulling raw power from the plane he was in, twisting it to his will and creating a literal storm of threads about him. "Join me!" he shouted across the plain, as he moved even closer. "I think not, Scourge," it said, and a wave of power surged from his many hands, assaulting his senses, sending him reeling. Even his vision, though the most powerful sight bar Chrylsis' own, seemed to blur and then shut down in a flurry of activity as his mind tried to make sense of what was transpiring. Eventually he regained his senses, only to find the creature had gone, leaving nothing, not even a trace of threads of magic it had touched. This by its very nature was impossible, even to his power, as everything that moved through magic touched magic, and left a trace. He had to find this thing and make it his own. He knew more than he, and this could not be so. And to make a fool of him, well, nothing, not even the gods themselves got away with that. But he had no way to track it or find it, and so he must wait again, and be prepared better for the next meeting. He sought out some of those who had made pacts with the daemons, well, those that had survived, and asked them about it. They knew nothing for the most part, and after he asked, he took them into his form, so as to be sure they were not lying. They were not. Then he turned to an overlord or two that had provided pacts, and did the same. And they fought back with all they had, and he found he was actually enjoying the sport, and allowed it to drag on for a while, instead of just taking them into his form quickly. He was glad he had, shortly after, as the last one he took seemed to know something, that some of the overlords that he had thought he had destroyed had in fact fled from his grasp. Apparently he had not taken all of them, and they were now in hiding, but where? The source did not know, and to make sure he took them in their entirety. No, they knew nothing more. So he had a band of runaway overlords who had sought refuge somewhere, together. Well, well, things were getting stranger by the year, and just as he was considering his next course of action, something else happened that he could not foresee. The spine. He could feel the pull from one of his tainted hosts. The one known as the spine was present upon that prime, and so he left this world for a time, and headed to see what was transpiring on the other battlefront. And what he found was not expected. The sight he beheld was one of wonder, even for him, as a rift was breaking forth seemingly to the very hosts themselves. It sensed as being torn open by divinity, although he knew not from where. Upon an island on this prime
where Spine now stood tearing the power from the rift and keeping the magic from closing it. Spine had found a way to the hosts, and his power was growing beyond his as it sucked away at these powers. He could not let the Spine take what was his, and so he stepped into this prime and began to feed upon the magic within to bolster his own. Only here, his power was channeled from a different host than when he was riding through the other prime, and it took him a short time to attune to the new form. Spine sensed his arrival and turned to face him.
"Begone, whelp, lest I consume you now!"
he shouted, as the divine rift now seemed to be channeling directly into him, empowering him even more so than the last time he confronted him. Only this time, he sensed that he could not overpower him. Spine was too powerful.
"You will not take my right to vengeance, Spine!"
he bellowed across the aisle. The Spine lowered his shoulders as though preparing to charge. He gathered his strength and prepared for it, but it never came. As Spine moved across the aisle, each straw crossing hundreds of feet, it was unable to stop as the portal opened up in front of the hurtling juggernaut. But where had this magic come from? No threads had been woven to make this happen. He would have seen it. Spine would have seen it. And there, in the distance, a lone figure stood atop a mountain. As it looked down from its height, it seemed to move its arms, and the portal flickered, and the Spine came hurtling out of it back towards its starting point. And as the Spine left the prime, the tether to the divine rift was severed. Unsure of what had just happened, Spine careened into a mountain, and the aisle shook violently from the impact. And as Spine picked itself up, it spun around looking for its quarry. He looked on and knew what it was. That armed thing was here, preventing Spine from taking down the gods. So they had an ally in this creature. Perhaps this truly was one of those the Scaled Ones had spoken of. Spine tried to draw from the rift that was now rapidly closing, and realized the tether had been dispersed. Anger immediately flared, and Spine now ignored him and spun to face his armed adversary, screaming out. The voice shook the very air, with such power as to deafen any living creature within miles, and sent shards of rock flying as they exploded from nearby, from the source of the sound.
"Thuliseak, I will end you!"
And Spine began to channel his power into a raw assault. And it was then he realized just how powerful this daemon was, as the very fabric of reality upon the prime became scorched from the raw power it threw out at its quarry. He was almost glad he had not been the target of its rage, as the very air itself was purged of magic, and permanent scars were left burnt into the very prime itself. These scars would never be sealed, and magic began to pour into the prime from the planes that the threads had originated from. The demonic lair of the Spine. The many-armed creature had a name, it seemed. Thuliseak. This I must remember, he said to himself, as he turned his attention from the fight and instead took notice of these rifts and the plane of magic seeping through. This magic felt like his own, only it was not actually his. It was Spine's. It was reinforcing Spine as it continued its onslaught against Thuliseak. And although it currently seemed to be a standoff, the rate Spine was gaining power from his home plane, he was sure it would not be long before he could not risk this demon gaining more power. Spine was already too powerful, and so he would aid this creature against his brethren. He stepped into a small portion of the flow of magic from Spine's plane. The sheer force of the raw magic pouring out of the skull was more than he expected. Spine was a lot more powerful than he had anticipated. He had to be stopped now, before he became beyond untouchable. That was to be his mantle, not Spine's. And so he began to feed on the power as it surged forth. Spine was too distracted to realize, and as he tapped the flow,
the euphoria he had felt the first time Spine had allowed him to feed hit home again. This force, this power, it was overwhelming. It was of not one prime, but many. Spine had been eating everything. So many lost, so many taken. Even he had not neared what this one daemon had managed to destroy. He realized there was no way he could stand alone against this thing. He needed help to dethrone this monstrosity. And this thuliseak was to be it, willingly or not. And so he continued to feed, to drain some of the power being fed to Spine, and the thuliseak seemed to notice, and he was sure a thread of magic indicated approval of his actions, even as Spine rained down upon it. He was actually impressed by the sheer tenacity and power of this creature. If only it were in his fold. It took a while for the Spine to realize his power was being tapped, and as it turned its attention from thuliseak towards him, it roared again and lashed out, sending a wave of power toward him. However, he had been bathing in the power he was throwing, and used it to form a barrier. He was buffeted by the impact, but not torn asunder, as he reckoned he might have been without this stolen power. He was now the focus of this rage. Perhaps this was not the best idea he had had this aeon. More and more power tore through the air, ripping more holes into the realm, pouring ever more power into this prime, and it began to dissolve, the very ground becoming as sand, then mud, then shifting to water, then a soup of pure threads. Of course, he let his form suck these threads up like a sponge, and concentrated on standing his ground against the oncoming blasts of greater and greater power, as Spine moved toward him slowly and deliberately. He thought for a moment he could actually handle Spine. Until, that is, Spine used his abilities to control his own magic. The very thing he now stood in engulfed him. Those threads that he'd been devouring turned hard as stone, holding him fast, refusing to let him take them without them being torn apart first. Spine truly was an adversary to be wary of. He approached, closing off direct access to that which he had been feeding from his encroaching planar energy, and gathered it to himself to regain some portion of what he had lost fighting him. Spine's form changed to a more sinister one, with evil shards of infinite sharpness. The very edges and tips of these bladed protrusions seemed to cut the very threads of the realms, warping and piercing reality as he advanced towards his prey. He had never seen such abilities before, but he shortly felt the ripping blow of a claw as it rent magic from his form, tearing a way through his barriers of protection. This form of his, these claws, they were deadly for sure, and he was forced back, staggering from the blow. As he looked up from his seeping wound, he tried to dodge the next one, but it caught him full on, sending him high into the air as the strike ripped at his torso. He could feel the newly stripped power slowly begin to seep from him as it poured through these wounds. Yes, this form was very dangerous indeed. As he landed hard, he sensed and then saw a portal begin to form, and thuliseak stepped through it, leaving it open, beckoning him to follow. He did not wish to run, but he could not take Spine, especially now he had been wounded as he was, as his very essence was draining away to the Spine, and try as he could not weave his threads back. He cursed this encounter, and moved swiftly toward the portal, shedding his threads as he did, trying to lose this accursed injury with them. As he reached the portal, Spine was right behind him, and sent him sprawling through it with a solid blow to his back. The portal closed. Spine roared, and beset about ravaging that world in anger. It was the start of the death of another prime that day. He lay face down at the feet of his saviour, and realized the searing pain in his back vanished as soon as he had fell through the portal. And as he rose to his feet, the thuliseak merely stated, "You were separated from his magic, so this curse can no longer feed.
you are saved from it.
That made sense, he thought.
And the thuliseak stated, yes, it should make sense, as it is the truth.
He froze, staring at this thing. How the hell did you hear my thoughts?
Simple. You are of magic. All of you is magic. And you are not in your true form or on your true plane. Therefore, you are merely threads that I can read, interpret, and see beyond. As you see others, I see you.
It smiled at him and tapped him on the side of the head.
Hidden truths and true names are all you need.
It was true. He did see all that other daemons were. And if this creature could see them as he saw others, then that would explain how he could not best it. The thuliseak waited patiently as he came to terms with this fact, adding one more thing.
Oh, I am not a thuliseak. I am thuliseak.
Now that made more sense, he thought. He had only ever seen one of them, and for it to be an individual made more sense than for there to be an entire race of them. But the scaled ones had told him there were many of them. So what had transpired?
Oh no, there was once more than just I. But your kind feasted upon mine when the first prime incursions began, before recorded histories upon the primes. Though all of these trials only I eventually escaped, but I know you all, by nature and name.
It sighed, finishing with,
so don't get any ideas.
So now what? This thing knew all about him, and yet he knew next to nothing in return, other than a name, which no one else seemed to know. Great. Yet more loose ends with no way to chase them.
Do not worry, I will not attack or harm you, but I wish you to leave spine to my plans. Also, leave the hosts be, or it will be the end of you.
I will leave spine to you, but the gods? No, I am of them, and they are my quarry. I cannot, I will not, he started, but was cut short.
But you shall,
it said, ending his protestation.
They know much of your kind, but I know more.
And you know much of them, but again, your knowledge lacks.
You are still of them, and so vulnerable as they are, and they know your weaknesses, as yours are theirs, and they will use them against you if you continue.
They talked as it moved around him, checking his form and power, probing the threads and gleaning information. He could feel the poking and manipulations, but could not see how it was being performed. He felt like a marionette being moved without control, as the threads danced beneath the creature's sight.
Enough, he said, and moved back from thuliseak.
What is it you want of me, then?
Just for you to stop attacks upon the primes, and be at peace with your existence. If you must wage wars, do it on your own side of the magical fence, as it were. Stop destroying the plans of those above and beyond your station.
Beyond my... He looked shocked, then puzzled. Beyond my station?
Yes, beyond your station, beyond your comprehension. Even as a godling, seeing as much as you have, there are things beyond even your fledgling power.
He considered what thuliseak was saying, but was sure he was masking his own intent. This creature could seemingly go anywhere and stand against forces much more powerful than his own. But it had to be fallible. It had to have a weakness.
Perhaps I do, but you shall not be made privy to it. At least not by me,
it said, and smiled at him, its strangely curved mouth peeling back like a nightmarish creature from... Oh wait, it was one of those creatures.
I will leave this place, and so shall you. Only you will be placed where you belong, back in your realms.
And with that the thuliseak waved, and a portal opened before them. It motioned for him to move through, and he did so, although slowly, staring at thuliseak, trying to get an impression of his threads, something, anything to tell him what he was. He saw literally nothing that an ordinary mortal would not see. Very strange indeed.
He stepped through the portal and felt a familiar rush of magic wash over him as he stepped onto his old tainted prime, where he had once been made a god. Why did he place me here? He wondered as he moved through it to rest. He reasoned that perhaps it had placed him here as it was a prime, and upon here where his power was lessened. Who knew why this creature did what it did? He was home at least, and so he rested. Back on the prime that had seen him face off with Spine had been feasting hungrily, and was ripping holes in reality all over the realms, pouring his own plane into this prime, making it his own. And so, as thuliseak watched from a safer place upon that prime, he watched the demise of yet another to this destroyer of worlds. His plan would work, for it had to, for the salvation of the rest of the primes. He drew power to him and opened a tether to another prime, to a place where others were waiting for his arrival. Yes, this tether would lure him there, and once there, they would strip his power and trap him within his domain for all eternity, or as long as they could. And so, he pulled the magic and threads of this prime, and channeled them into this thread, forcing them to flow like water, trickling at first, and then gushing into a torrent, pulling magic from this prime and sending it directly to the other. It was something that was, according to the mortals of the primes, impossible. But he knew better, and he could do such things, and so he did. On the target prime, a creature of the wild waited, and fashioned this magic into a vast portal upon the ground. Within the mouth of this portal, a large piece of prime floated, suspended by the magic being drawn from the other place. This formed a floating island in a sea made up of a portal to an unknown location. Thuliseak appeared on the edge of the portal and nodded to the creature of life, and it faced him across the vast tear in the fabric of magic and began to chant and channel. Thuliseak joined him, and as he did, the magic began to rise up around them, forming a dome reaching hundreds of feet into the air, within which symbols darted and flashed as Thuliseak weaved his words. Hours later, the task was done, and the being of life moved back, drained from the ordeal. But Thuliseak carried on. He set about perfecting this cage, ensuring the dome was sealed as tightly as possible, placing a seal after protective seal upon it. It just has to hold him here for a few moments, he thought. The portal, the tear in magic, led to a special place, created over a great many centuries by thuliseak. It was a portion of the prime, set adrift in a region with no connections to anything else, for it was sealed from all contact by the void itself. This spot of prime existed purely isolated, a speck in the centre of a sea of darkness, able to see places of creation in the farthest distance, but with no ability to pierce that which even he could not touch. The void would be the cage for the terror spine, and it would be sealed shut by a sliver of the wild, for that touch of the divine, creating the jailer for the demonic destroyer. There would be no escape for this threat to all existence. Thuliseak gathered power again to himself and waited, bathing in the flow, until he sensed the approach of Terror Spine. Spine's power pushed its way along the tether with an immense surge of magic, announcing his arrival long before he would have poured forth. But something was wrong. He had changed course and was instead heading towards another prime. Spine erupted onto the prime with Thuliseak speeding after him. "Something is wrong," he said to the threads as he chased the quarry. Spine had diverted from the trap to the prime where Dominia lay, where Lassashar sat nestled amongst the threads of the divine, and he began his assault immediately, as he had sensed the forming of a new set of hosts. They were performing the rites of ascension, and this was his gateway, an open and direct portal straight to the very gods themselves. Thuliseak realized as soon as he set foot upon the prime that there was a surge of power there, and divine magics were rife. But as he moved to intercept Spine, he became aware of another, well, something. As though he himself was being watched. But only the Source had been able to do such a thing. But on the Prime Planes? No, something was not right. Spine drew his power forth, opening small rifts to his places of power, channeling raw energies from his own planes and growing in power tenfold in mere minutes. He began pounding upon the divine defences of Lassashar, and was met with resistance, albeit a minor inconvenience at best. As he fought, he began to slowly enrage, and his strength grew as he drove on, seeking to pierce the barriers that protected the divine lands of Lassashar, and enter the path to the lights. The power of the lights began pouring into the defensive wards of Lassashar, and so too did the creatures of the divine step forth to drive the daemon back. Thuliseak had barely moved in time from his perch, where he watched the assault upon the barriers as the darkness spewed forth from the silent tear that opened above him. As he turned, he saw a formless darkness, or more precisely, a nothingness, pouring from the rift into, well, nothingness. His mind raced, for this was impossible, and yet it was there, in front of him, and it was rapidly forming a scaled shell. As it grew in size and remained motionless, he tried to divine its origin, its magic, its nature. All he could sense was that it was not of magic, not of the divine, and not of the prime. This made no sense. It was though it was literally not there. Spine's rage grew steadily, and his power began to soar as the defenders died. His power added to, and his planes poured into his form. Each blow stripped magic from the barriers, feeding him on their raw nature and divinity. His sole attention was on this opportunity, and he would make sure he did not fail this time. His blind focus meant he knew nothing of the other that had arrived, and so he would be unaware of what was to transpire shortly. The entity formed slowly over a few minutes, becoming a large-scaled monstrosity, black and glistening, with wings of total blackness. Not black as night, or black as cloth, or even the depth of one who could not see, but an infinitely dense nothingness. Thuliseak peered into the black, looking for any sign of life, of magic, of, well, anything. He could see nothing, and the threads that flowed across the prime were untouched as the creature crossed their paths. It was as though the magic had merely not been there, as though a projection somehow. But the floor upon which it stood was visibly becoming brittle, fading as he watched on, being drawn into its form. Every footfall was breaking the very prime as it was traversing upon it. However, as he watched, he felt as though something was watching him from the black.
"Oh no," he said as he backed away. "It's absorbing the prime itself." He rapidly moved back as the entity flexed its newly created wings, and he watched as they passed the threads of magic as though it were not present, and it started its walk toward Terraspine, every step dissolving the prime where it walked, leaving a hole where earth and rock had been. As it neared Terraspine, it spread its wings wide as it reared up, and Thuliseak saw that it was directing the flow of divine magic towards itself, bypassing Terraspine's hungry rage, but this divine magic seemed to vanish as it touched the entity, and he could sense them no more. Could it be some kind of mobile portal, he thought, as his mind battled to explain what was happening. But as he searched frantically, he could sense no destination for the torn divinity. As it reached its front claws out to touch Terraspine, Thuliseak held his breath and waited to see what would happen. Could this be some hidden plan of chrylsis to combat Spine? Yes, that must be it, he reasoned, watching for what would happen next. As the clawed hand grasped Terraspine's arm in mid-swing, he stopped, as though a statue, and so did all around the sight, lost in the moment as the noise of battle ceased and the screaming stopped. And then it was replaced seconds later by a bellow of pain and rage as Terraspine spun and struck out at this new adversary. As the entity touched Spine, it drew some of the divine that he had absorbed from his form, and also seemed to remove some of what had been taken from the primes he was channeling too. It was literally sucking the prime from him, and splitting his stolen divinity from his form. That which was taken just vanished as it wrapped itself around the entity and then passed into the darkness. Yes, this could work. Strip his power, and perhaps we need not use the trap we laid, he thought. But as he watched on, he realized something was amiss, as this thing was not only attacking Spine, but also began lashing out at everything else that confronted it in any form. He realized firstly that a stray elemental had been drawn forth to protect the barriers, brushed against one of its legs as it was assailed by Spine, and noted it instantly crumble to nothing, and the magic was left to wander, unbound in the area. As Spine landed blow after blow upon the entity, each strike exploded with magic, causing waves of raw power to push back those within hundreds of feet of them, splintering non-magical objects, dissolving weaker things and stunning or shattering magical ones. However, each blow also pulled more of the divine from him with each successive strike. The entity reared up as the blows struck again and again, letting the claws strike home, and growing a little with each thunderous impact, as the power flowed into the black, and seemed to empower their form. It reached up and grasped Spine's arms, and held them fast, and began to draw the power from Spine in a steady flow, visibly gaining stature as it did. "This is not good," thuliseak said to himself, realizing that this was wrong. Spine roared in defiance as it fought against the growing strength of this new adversary, but he was held fast and could not get free. Searching for a way out, he surveyed the scene and saw his enemy and stared at him, his threads reaching towards him. thuliseak prepared for an incoming attack, but it was not to be. It was a thread of knowledge, one of request. He was asking for aid. This thing, whatever it was causing a hole in the prime as it fought with the Spine. It was absorbing the very ground it stood upon, and as it grew it absorbed faster, as well as stripping all nearby of the divinity. Those who had been attacking Spine now rallied once more and joined in the attack, thinking this new entity was on their side, sent by the divine to aid them. They couldn't have been more wrong, and as they charged towards their weakened adversary, it was to be their last action. All within several hundred feet of the entity began having their divine magic ripped from their bodies as its stature grew, and priests began screaming in pain as their reserves of power tore from their forms, ripping their bodies apart as it was expelled and flowed into that darkness. This was not created to defeat Spine. It was crafted to destroy the divine. chrylsis could not be behind this. The defenders then turned their attacks toward this entity, assuming it was another daemon they had not seen before, and tried to harm it. All who struck it seemed to vanish instantly, if they managed to get close enough, and within scant seconds they were gone from sight, transformed into wisps of magic. It was then a huge fire erupted from the borders of Lassashar, a giant elemental form, divine in nature. Panic and fear spread, and although this fed Spine, it was not enough, as his power was waning too rapidly to this attacker. thuliseak began incanting, moving his energies into one focused blast of power as he opened a rift to the place the trap had been laid. He sent a thread towards Spine, and Spine motioned his weakening form in agreement, as he turned his attention back to the entity, and distracted it as best he could, trying to hold it in place and give him the best shot possible. They were both immortal enemies beyond reckoning, but in this new threat they had a single purpose, and it must be stopped. The trap was waiting, and the tear was ready. thuliseak let forth a blast of magic born from the primes he had been using to lure Spine in, and sent it at the entity. For a moment it stopped, and released Spine, and then turned to face this new target. The blast continued as he channeled more and more raw power into it, keeping the blast up and pulsing it towards his target. It flexed its wings and absorbed the blast, staggering from the volume being sent its way, growing and advancing upon him. Thuliseak waited until it charged toward him, and then stepped back into the rift at the last minute, and the entity followed headlong, chasing the channeled prime energies, possibly unable to see the rift through the blinding torrent it was under. Perhaps it could not use the threads to see. Perhaps it could not see beyond what it could actually see. The entity's power spewed forth from the tear, reforming anew once more from its travel in the same way it had arrived upon the prime, and the tear was immediately sealed. Once formed, it looked upon its position and slowly turned to face Thuliseak, sensing his presence. Thuliseak steadied himself and waited for the assault he was expecting, preparing to act accordingly.
Well, it was made to hold Terra's spine. It will hold you.
He smiled inwardly to himself. He quickly glanced around and ensured the preparations were in place, and nodded toward the entity, holding its attention and smiling widely.
It has to.
The entity readied itself and bolstered its form as it moved toward him, its power rending the very ground off this fragment of prime to raw magic as it sped forward. But Thuliseak simply stood his ground, almost beckoning it to charge. The entity did so, and hit the domed barrier hard. Had it given off a sound, it would have sounded like 100 thunderstorms, but as it was magic, it merely sent crashes of waves into the threads as they flexed and restrained his power under the weave. It paused and took in its surroundings, and then realized it was encircled, and with that began thrashing around on the barrier, trying to force its way through, to pierce it in some small fashion. Again the weave flexed and held him back, but Thuliseak noticed that the onslaught was more than he had bargained for, as a thread or two had buckled under the strain, and he quickly manipulated the magics and reknitted them, strengthening others that were straining as he did. He had its attention, and it was trying to force its way through the barriers, the seals, the wardings, to get hold of him. For one of the few times in his long existence, Thuliseak actually felt fear, and dreaded to think what this entity would do if it managed to reach him after seeing what it had done to Spine with a simple touch. It was then that the plan came to play in full, and his ally made its presence known. A gigantic beast, towering over his own form, faded into view, and approached until it settled to stand behind him, dwarfing his form. The host of the wild had arrived. Slowly it began to howl, a low moan at first, raising in pitch and volume. It became deafening to any mortals that would have been listening, and it carried with it the very words of power of the wild, to encapsulate the dome and strengthen it even further. The entity thrashed and lashed out against the barrier, and it began to show cracks from the assault, but held fast, and the wild continued the howl. Thuliseak began the final incantations, and the entity realized something was happening, and spread its claws wide and dug into the barriers as the ground beneath him cracked and buckled before falling away. Beneath the entity lay the swirling, inky darkness of a portal through the very void itself, and it desperately clawed at the now shrinking barrier that began to force it down into the path to its prison. The wild moved from a howl to a roar as it placed its gigantic paws upon the barrier and pushed it into the floor, forcing the entity into the prison they had created, and removing the purchase it had been using to not fall. Unearthly sounds arose from the hole, but the magic prevented any form of hearing, and once the wild had sealed the first protective layer with a white light, nothing could be seen either. That was it. This seemingly unstoppable entity was encased in a prison of their design, and it had only taken several thousand years to construct. Only. It had been a labour of pain and loss, with many souls lost to the effort, but it had all been worth it to secure this thing, even if it had not been the intended target, for this was a more dire threat than the Spine had ever been. The gods were safe from this threat, beyond its reach and sheer power. Was this thing Daemon, or something else? Something new? Surely this was of the source, but the power, the sheer capacity for devastation. It had been like nothing witnessed before. Had the source sent it to remove Terraspine, as well as the host, in one sweep of his will? Thuliseak backed away from the trap, catching his breath for a moment, watching his ally. The wild began to create something anew atop the white light. The light was pushed down into the ground, sinking 100 feet or more, and then the wild knelt at the edge of the vast hollow in the ground and glanced at Thuliseak, giving him an apologetic look. Thuliseak cocked his head and approached to discover what was happening, for this was something new and not part of their plan. The wild calmed itself and bowed its head to Thuliseak in thanks, letting him know that his service to the gods was acknowledged, and lifted a paw to the skies. Thuliseak nodded in return, but seemed puzzled. "We have done what we came here to do. It is over, old friend, at least for this battle," he said, and moved forward to place his hands upon the wild's arm, but stopped when he saw the light shine down from the skies, illuminating this behemoth, and with that the wild's raised hand extended, and with a sudden movement claws emerged, huge silvered claws. "No!" Thuliseak cried out, as he feared the worst, and tried to get in the way, but the wild was either too fast or simply knew he would try to stop him. It moved before he had the chance to act, and plunged the claws into its own chest, letting out a bestial scream that left Thuliseak stunned, reeling from the emotional overload and the outbreak of power, as the divine husk of his ally was torn open. Divine energies gushed out from the wound, and the wild struck again and again until it drew from its chest a beating light of silver, a heart of pure life. Thuliseak could not move, stunned quite literally, and he could only watch as the wild took its form and spilled its life essence into the hollow, slowly filling it with its very existence. Words and images were abound in his head, and it was then he understood why this was happening. "You did all you could, friend to the lights, but you can do no more. Now it is my turn to do what must be done. This must be in order to prevent the ravagings of the primes, and eventually the very gods themselves. My own essence, my own divinity, will be pulled here, and wherever those upon the primes follow the wild, they will empower this seal with their own knowledge and power. Their worship of my truth will forever strengthen this seal, ensuring that this seal can never be broken as long as one of mine walks upon the primes, and hence the destroyer may never be pulled from this place. The destroyer will remain locked behind this door until such a time as I am removed from this place." He paused before finishing. "Or I am ready to confront them." The wild turned toward Thuliseak and smiled weakly as it lay down, dropping its enormous bulk to the floor, allowing its body to continue to bleed into the growing pool. Thuliseak had to shield his eyes, as he found he was unable to move, as the sheer brilliance of the power from the pool was more than even he could handle. He cradled his ally's head in his many hands, and stroked the form of his dying friend of eons past. He did not shed a tear, as his kind were incapable of such, but instead he let flow magic from his hands, trying to ease the passing of the fallen. He was overtook with loss as the light slowly began to seep from their body. An image appeared within his head of Terraspine, and he understood what was being asked of him. He would finish what they believed had to be done, what they had set out to do. This trap was meant for him, not for this unfathomable entity, but he will make his pain known. He will channel all he had left, and all he could take. He would confront Terraspine now, before they lost the power to do so. As he moved his weakened form to leave, his fallen friends raised a claw to touch him,
and a silvered light flowed into him from his fallen friend's form, and he had never felt such power. The Wild had gifted him that which he needed to accomplish their wishes, and he would do it, for the Fallen. His body surged with raw energies, and he blinked from reality. Terraspine, although weakened, was now to stand off with the forces of the host and lights, but it would not be enough, for as he fought, his power grew with each fallen enemy, and all the time he drew power from all surrounding him. It was just a matter of time, even at this late stage. Thuliseak appeared instantly on the battlefield without warning, and began chanting and incanting, weaving the threads as he needed them to be formed. All, even Terraspine, paused for a moment at his sudden arrival. Terraspine realized what was transpiring, sensing the magic being woven, and knew that the same fate that had befallen the entity was now being levelled at him. And so he instead redirected his attacks against Thuliseak, energy streaming from him towards his foe. Thuliseak had been counting on this outright show of power, and as the energy struck him, it was then Terraspine realized what he had been weaving. A planar anchor, and now his own essence was tied to it.
You will be torn from here and sent beyond the reach of your own kind and all life!
Thuliseak screamed, his body glistening as his skin began to burn with silvered flame.
You killed them! They are dead because of you!
He screamed as he sent forth a blast of pure, divine energy to Spine, sending his target reeling as it struck home, guiding bolt after bolt of energy to strike him, all the time screaming at the top of their rage. All fled, as the scream stripped the skin from those unfortunate to be close enough, causing eyes to rupture and ears to burst. No one has seen Thuliseak do this before, and now many would never again. In truth, it was his own rage amplified by that of the Wild's own primal nature, and in time he would realize this, but for now he would make this daemon pay. The bolts that struck home saturated the area with magic, a mix of divine and his own unique amalgamation of planar threads, as Terraspine was assaulted from a myriad of demonic and planar powers all at the same time. Like those of mortal ilk near to him, he too was blinded and staggering, his bearings lost, and he lashed out where he thought Thuliseak would be, missing entirely, but laying waste to many who had been holding him back. Bolt after bolt rained down upon his target, and then he paused, blood flowing from where his skin had been, the silvered light burning it away. His many eyes were ablaze with glee as he spread his arms, all of them, out like a 12-armed spider stretching its legs, and grasped each hand firmly and deliberately, seemingly at nothing. But this was not the case. Each hand grasped the threads of his own bolts, firmly taking hold of the thick magic that he had woven around his quarry, and as he was still stunned, he could do nothing to prevent the weaving and the pulling, the intricate binding of these threads around them, as Thuliseak encased his form in a cocoon, a barrier of seals. These seals were akin to those that had been used to entrap the unknown entity, as they were originally to have been used to trap them. Now, Thuliseak used his own form's power, and that of the Wild, to create temporary forms of such. 4 of his arms moved to form a circle, and as his hands met in the centre of his form, a rift opened beneath Terraspine, who was now slowly recovering from the onslaught, but was unable to resist what was happening, other than let out a scream of anger and try in vain to tear his bonds apart. It was far too little, far too late, and he was pushed into the rift.
You would be in the void if it were possible to do such!
Thuliseak screamed, his voice wavering as the rage overtook him again, and with one final push of power, Terraspine vanished from view, the rift snapping shut as its use had been past. Thuliseak fell to the ground, bones showing in places where the magic had consumed his form. After all, despite being immortal, his form was not truly divine, and he could not have hoped to contain the power of the Wild, even such a small directed portion of it, for very long. It had, in short, began to eat him alive. As he was helped to his feet, staggering to regain balance, He whispered to those present, "It is done," and then blinked out of reality. This was the last time the mortals of the realm saw this mythical creature, as from this point onward he worked far from view wherever possible. He reappeared from his vanishing act, back at the site of the entombment of the destructive entity, and he slumped up against his old friend's fading body. As he touched them, power flowed from him to them, as the wild pulled back that which it had given him, to prevent further harm. "Even in death you are protecting me," he smiled, resting his hands upon them, and his thoughts relived the times long past with this behemoth. He sat in an embrace with them for many days until the exhaustion and grief allowed him to move again, using what little power he had left to ease his friend's passing. During that time he bore witness to the creation of the pool of silver, which would become known as the Fount of the Wild. This was to be the source for all power for those who would come to be called druids, and in time, as the primes adjusted to the loss of their light, they would harness it once more, but they would not know about the loss. They would not even have a link, a tether, a channel to the wild. Their light had been placed within this pool. They had severed their link with their divine host. As the light was about to transcend to a new form, he saw the image of the destroyer in his mind, as his old friend let him know that this had been their plan all along. You knew," he whispered, shocked as the realization of the sacrifice that had been made hit home. The Wild had planned this, not him, to secure existence against a threat they had not seen, but the Wild had known all along. Damn their secretive ways. And as the light finally left their form, he understood why he was here, besides the obvious trap that had been sprung. The Wild had needed him here for this reason, as he was needed to spread him to the primes, to reseed the primes with his essence, that they would need to then be tied to this pool. "Of course," he smiled, and nodded to his fallen ally. "I will do as you need, as must be done." Slowly he moved the husk of the fallen one into the pool, and let it sink. "Should you ever need to protect the pools from this side, old friend?" And he knelt, touching the pool, and it formed portions of itself into hundreds of small spheres in his hands, and he placed them inside his pockets and pouches. He turned and glanced back one final time, knowing that once he left, this place would become sealed too, even from him, as such a nexus needed to be protected from any possible interactions, and this had to be his first task. Then, with a wave of his hands, he spun the weave and moved to a place far from there, and began his long incantations to seal that place and remove it from the primes and the realms, to hide it as they had planned to hide Terraspine from contact, only now the destructive entity lay there in its place. The ties that would exist with that place, where the fallen of the prime now resided, would be the tethers to those who followed him on each portion of his essence upon the prime. Should they fall, the tether would cease to be, and thereby remove the possibility of incursion upon this place of hiding. It had to be this way, to protect them all. Sometimes he wished he could shed a tear, and this was one of them. And so, once finished, he journeyed to the primes, and seeded the first of each of the druidic pools, creating the first groves on each prime where the wild had touched. He held on to a few of these essences to imbue new pools should any new primes be formed, or if in desperation of a new tether was needed for unseen circumstance. But as Terraspine was now locked away, and the new, or rather ancient threat had been dealt with, that seemed a very far-off eventuality. Up until this point, all those who would become druidic followers of the realms, those who followed the wild, had not needed to form collectives bound by pools, within sacred circles or grounds abound with magic, encircled with channeling stones. They had merely called upon their respective host, and their power had flowed. much like any other priest. However, now was a different time, and they needed to change in order to survive. And so the new age of the Druid began, as the priests of the wild melted into the past, along with the great beasts of the wild, each of them needing to return to a silvered pool in their sacred places, to connect with the wild once more. In a way, the Druids were what could be known, to some, as prime demons, gaining their power directly from another entity, not present upon the primes, but gifting their power through portals to their domains, just as a daemon would gift a demon of their ability. The hosts reorganized in this transition, and several new hosts were created by chrylsis, in order to fill the now vacant slots where the wild had once resided. For they did not know of what the wild had done, merely that they had lost contact with the greatest protector of the primes. However, the wild had already made plans for this too, and chrylsis discovered that the wild had templated their new hosts already. Thuliseak merely smiled when eventually he discovered this, nodding knowingly at the seeming foresight of his slumbering friend. So, new gods formed in response to the loss of the old host form. The power was passed along into these new forms, depending upon the needs of the primes. The aspects of nature were born, and they represented the power of the natural world. One was tied to the power of the creatures of the realms. The power of another would be within the plants, and the natural life that was abundant upon the prime. Another had powers driven from the primal fury and rage of nature. And finally, one aspect had powers representing those of life, healing, and rejuvenation. This would complete the aspects of their fallen light. These four new gods would stand upon the primed and act in the absence of their true light's original form. This was the first true split of the gods, and the one felt by most. It would not be the last, and it was seen by many who understood some small part of what had transpired, as the beginning of a war of the hosts. Against who, they could not say, but some surmised it was against their own kind, others against horrors of the demonic source itself. In a way, they were all right. In later times, they would wane in power, and some would even no longer be able to imbue actual priests, their powers becoming diluted and sparse, twisted and misshapen, but still present upon the primes, as well as the eventual revival and return of the wild. But this is for another time, another story. As the events of the primes transpired, Terraspine finally ripped his bonds asunder, and was able to see where he had been taken to, and his anger resounded across the small patch of prime he stood upon. In all directions he could see nothing close by, could sense the same. Thuliseak had sent him into the void the only way he could, within a bubble of magic. He pushed his senses to their limits, reaching out, and detected at the very edge of his power the other planes of existence, the primes, the elementals, even the astral, but he could not reach them across this sea of endless black. He needed to feed, but there was nothing but the surging power that flowed around him from that which had bound him, and so he bathed in it, and as he did, realized what he had done. The threads contained a ward, a protection against other threads. The way they were woven would prevent him from ever being able to open a portal to another plane. By feeding upon them, they had become one with his own form, and he was now bound by their rules. He would no longer use his planar magic to open a way from this place, as such magic would, if it ever found a target, merely slide off, as his threads would no longer interact with other threads. Thuliseak had done what he had intended. He had made a box and put him in it, and buried him alive beyond all possible reach, with no way to open a door to the outside realities. He would drift here, buffeted by the very void itself, as a ship in an endless sea of black. Brute force was to no avail here, and as he attempted to push through the void itself, he lost every part of him that dared to be touched by this veil of darkness, obliterated into nothingness. He could not traverse it, as he knew all too well the utter annihilation that would be awaiting him should he try, for the void consumed all and gave nothing back. He raged for many months, until finally he accepted his fate and waited. And so he would wait for millennia. He became an old wives' tale, a mysterious creature to haunt the minds of those who dared ask about the deeper realms of the demonic. He became the daemon that no one saw, but all feared in the nightmares abound. However, it transpired, unbeknownst to him, that his prison was not able to be interacted with by any demonic means of any kind, but only by those of pure magic, or that of the gods themselves. No, he could not get himself out, but with time, and the foolishness of mortals, someone would eventually open a portal, somehow. His rage was slowly quelled, and his thoughts eventually settled upon his revenge. One day a reckoning would come, and he would drain every last thread of that creature into his, but only after it had erst been flayed, split, and utterly broken. He would gift unto him such pain and suffering, more so than he could ever have thought possible. He would know how and why and who had made him do it. One day he would escape this prison, and when he did, his first target would be thuliseak. It would be millennia before he would be contacted again, and not by any he knew. But this too is for another tale. He rested where he had been placed by thuliseak, gathering his power and his thoughts. This creature truly knew more than any, including the greatest of the daemons, himself and Spine. One day he would learn how, but until that day he would continue to grow his power and fight back against those lights above the primes. He glanced across the landscape where he sat, taking in the barren vista, littered by small demons that he had first practiced duplicating. His first shades. He watched them for a time, fighting with each other, showing their true natures, their origins, and as they ripped into each other, unable to actually perform a kill upon their quarry, his sight drifted across one of the temples that lay here. His gaze stopped, and he drew himself slowly to his feet. He placed me here. Did he have a reason? He approached the temple and entered, sitting in front of the shrine that lay within. He wondered why he would be drawn here, and then he realized that this shrine, this place that had once been of divine channeling, was dedicated to one of the fallen, those he now held within his power. He touched the shrine and concentrated, reaching out to the hosts he had taken, and found he could reach them directly, easily in fact. The ties to them still existed. The tethers were permanent unless cleaved by divinity, it seemed. He asked for a report on activities, and found the host could communicate with him directly, as though a god was passing power to a high priest. He listened and then cut the connection by lifting his hand. Could it be that simple? He thought, and a vast plan began to form, his essence glowing with urgency, trying to rush the thoughts on. But he would not make mistakes as he had before. This time he had to ensure it was perfect. He looked to all the temples here, all present, and had not until now realized just how many there were. Hundreds, all tied to hosts, known and unknown, present and long lost, to the very gods themselves, and all made where it had been deemed, from specific materials that were dedicated to their respective deities. He had direct ties to them all, and he had not realized it. How foolish for not seeing this earlier. He cursed himself for his oversight, but now he fervently tried to contact them all, and found he could only contact those he had taken, the ones he had ripped from the hosts above when he had first had his confrontations. All apart from one, that is. The very one that had given themselves up to enable Chrylsis to banish him. He searched his being for this host's identity, but discovered nothing. just the power. But he had taken it, so it should be there. He tried to create this host and found he could not. No matter how hard he tried, despite having the power of this one, he could not manifest it here. He searched the essences of the others he had taken of divinity, and eventually discovered the reason. He could only duplicate that which he had taken, but he could not duplicate upon a prime that which he had not taken from that prime. Yet he had been able to initially, so something had transpired. He searched his memories of the power he had taken, where and when, and realized what had transpired. For when he had traversed the deep plains to meet with thuliseak for the first time, he had held the power of this host within him. The power still remained, but the knowledge, identity, personality, the truth of the light had gone. "Thuliseak," he said, and shook his head slowly. "Again you steal from me." Somehow, thuliseak had ripped the very essence of this god from his grasp, rescuing them from eternal servitude. But how? Another mystery he would need to discover, but all in good time, for now he had a plan, and one that would work. Of that he was sure. He took people from many different primes, who followed his will unknowingly by manipulation or simple-mindedness, and moved them to this prime. Once life was here, he thought, life would follow. In time he would discover he was correct. He removed the demons from the prime, leaving only a trace of his threads around the realm, so he could watch places of interest, but he would no longer call this place home. He created new altars in the image of the old, hundreds of them, duplicates of the originals. These altars were set in small clusters of groupings, seemingly of similar kinds of hosts, scattered throughout the land. Each cluster was secluded, hidden away inside small caves or hollows, with winding passageways and hard-to-find entrances, over time overgrown or partially collapsed by the land, as life began to work its magic upon it, with roots returning from trees and grasses and small animals burrowing through the terrain. Yes, this would make a suitable substitute for what they once knew, and all he needed was links to the primes in order to allow travel to these places. And chrylsis had shown him how. Upon a prime he was present upon, he used his link to his old home, sensing his threads afar, and attuned an altar to that place. It shone like a beacon in the void, albeit a small one, of his unique magic. None could distinguish it from that of divinity, but it would sense strange and unearthly, and that is what he needed. A lure, to bring those already of the light to this unknown place, to find out why this divinity had no known identity to their senses. He let the beacon shine, and coerced the priest of the light toward it in its buried temple. The priest sensed it, and was drawn to it, trying to fathom just what it was they were sensing. They entered the portal, and set about investigating the prime they found themselves upon. Eventually they discovered a shrine that seemed to call to them individually, as though their own fraction of divinity was somehow divining the location of the corresponding altar. This was highly advantageous, as it seemed like attracted like, and so his ruse would be more likely to succeed. He waited, and the priest eventually knelt and communed before the altar of his own divinity. This was it, a direct request to his tainted altars. He replied, asking that they gift a portion of their own body, in order to help them return to this broken land, and they did so, believing they followed their true light's request. They had no idea, no way of knowing they were offering him the secrets of their specific prime's own god. He tried to manifest the powers he could sense from the priest's offering, and was overwhelmed to see he could now do so upon this other prime he stood upon. He could only draw those specific to that god, that this priest themselves could perform, or had witnessed firsthand from their god. He requested the priest show him his power, and the priest did so, chanting and performing rituals, showing him knowledge he needed to know. The priest saw this as a divine test, and eagerly wished to prove himself as the one who was seeding this newly discovered prime with his own god, to effectively spread the seed and the very essence of his deity's powers to this dark land. The priest was overjoyed with this experience, elated to be the first and chosen of his brethren. If only he knew what he had done, for it was the first crack in his prime, and he struck the first chime of the end of times of this now doomed world. He sat back in his old demonic conquest, the first he had taken, and as it was now his own home realm, he needed to make a few changes. He poured power into it, creating a vast network of islands floating in the darkness, interconnected by walkways that defied the laws of nature, twisting around, upside down, in and out of seeming existence. The ground itself became a twisting, shifting vision of all that he had taken, a kaleidoscope of horrors, as the visage of every creature of the prime he had taken writhed there, just beneath the surface, struggling for freedom, encapsulated within his threads, forever his. He placed upon each of these platforms a large flat area, a perfect disk without markings. Here, each of his hosts would reside in their new homes. His own dark host now had their own miniature domains, but they sat within his own, and as such, it was nothing more than a show of his supreme control over them, his demonic nature clearly shining through, as surely no creature, living, eternal, or dead, would ever see them, let alone live long enough to recount this sight. Each host had a tether crafted, which directed power to his central position, an immense protrusion from the ground, mountain-like, but in all directions, pushing beneath the layer of ground he had created like a grand spiked sceptre, encircled by a disk of souls. Here he would sit and command them, and set about refining his machinations to unleash upon the realms. Once the dark hosts had been moved to their positions and anchored to the tethers, power began flowing, and he revelled in it, slowly gaining more and more as they spread out across existence, gaining more and more power. This must be how chrylsis feels, he mused, and understood now the sheer power of his adversary. I can't hope to withstand that sheer power, he thought. At least, not as of yet. And so he settled down to absorb from his newly forged power sources, and let time flow over the realms as he slumbered, only half aware of the happenings of the realms.
His efforts upon the prime where he had gained the knowledge of a host's power from drove onward, and with those new benefits he was able to draw followers of other hosts to his old home prime, whereupon they too proceeded to do as the first high priest had done, and in doing so spread his power farther into their realms. He bided his time until he had managed to gain as much insight into their gods as he could, making sure not to miss any he could see within their texts and knowledge, and then he made his move. The priests were, of course, infiltrated by his duplications, and when the priesthoods were mostly his own, he turned on those who were not yet his, and triggered internal wars among the factions and churches of the realms. This infighting was swift in most cases, but in some the resistance was surprisingly heavy, and the controlling dark host took to using devious methods. Each of the dark hosts were in effect smaller versions of him. They acted the same, had the same insights, wishes, and desires. The only difference was they could not change their focus from their directed task, and they could not communicate with the other dark hosts. They were in fact shades of him. This dark host tried something unheard of to this point. He allowed one of the high priests of an order of priests to wield powers from an opposing priesthood, a flagrant display of hidden power by one of the priests, hinting at powers beyond reason being responsible for this outbreak of madness realm-wide. This was not known to be possible up until this point, but this knowledge held a far more important meaning to him. This was a truly potent weapon that could be utilized in times of discovery or capture, and once he became aware of this, he switched his attention from his idle dreaming to watch intently. Healing priesthoods waged campaigns upon those of war, using their own powers against them,
Darker priesthoods used their opposing deities' own powers to bolster theirs, making them almost unstoppable in the coming conflicts, and in a matter of a few years this entire prime had been cast into disarray, and he basked in the disorder. It was then he saw from his seat that his shade had seen something, and recognized it as an old enemy. This was one of those he had thought had been absorbed, but had later discovered had escaped in some form. Yes, one was here, albeit for an instant, as though watching the events. Had it gathered power and formed another demonic plane? No, he could not sense such. Perhaps it had finally been slain by something upon these realms. Again, no, for he could not feel the threads of this daemon either. So what is it doing? The shade directed a few priests to check out where he had seen this creature, where he had sensed it, only to find a tether rapidly fading. The priests could sense it, but do nothing to follow it, hold it, or prevent it from decay, as he could. But there was at least one good thing to come of this, and that was he knew that the rumours he had heard were indeed true, and he might get another chance to take them, only this time he would not fail. His shade spent many years erecting a great portal and a channeling device, a gigantic monolith, to attempt to pick up any faint threads of this visitation, but found nothing. Still, this could be used to attract or travel to other places, should they be able to power it from the prime. This monolith became the residence of many of the high priests of the realms, all of which were under his thrall or his own creations, so that just in case the creature should return, he would be ready. The shade waited for many hundreds of years as the prime drove itself into ruin, just in case of the return of this creature, but it did not happen. So on the eve of the 5th century of waiting, the vast portal was energized and attuned directly to the shade, and he poured his energies forth and into the monolith. The monolith focused the energies into smaller portals, and from these portals came the incursion. From the monolith poured forth hundreds of thousands of demons, twisted amalgamations of all demon kind that had been taken, sucking the souls from all they came across. They would become known as the Horrors in time, and they would be his choice of demonic foot troop, as well as one other who would play a part in this story at a later time. This was the final stage of the Prime's demise. The incursion spelled the end. However, as his shade watched on hungrily, absorbing all that was taken and passed back to him, it noticed something it had not witnessed before. A light shone down from above, from the skies, and a single entity appeared, shining with divinity, and standing ground in the last remaining realm of life, its touch obliterating the demons and banishing the energy back to the shade. Interesting, he thought, watching on as the combat unfurled. They have sent a demon of their own. This divine demon, an avatar, laid waste to the incursion and began purging the surrounding areas of duplicates, its power bathing them in a cleansing light, forcing demonic energies from their hosts and forming a protective zone they could not enter. This was indeed an interesting development. The defensive position was a strong one, with this avatar providing a shield to hide behind, and of course, more than enough sheer power to defend them. But there was a weakness that he knew of, and he was sure they would not have thought of it. The Shade commanded all of their remaining forces to attack, but not the avatar, but the temples and the priests of all who bore its power in the name of its host. This was a gamble, but one that would ultimately pay off, even though it was one that took months to achieve, for as the last of the followers gasped their final breath, as their life force was drawn from them, and the last altar was smashed, the avatar flickered, its power waning fast, and it tried desperately to hold back the renewed hordes. The last thing that the host of the avatar heard was the scream of life leaving that prime, as it was taken, leaving the avatar untouched. They took it all before finally turning on the now almost faded form of the host's light, encircling it, penning it in. The shade projected itself into one of its followers, and talked to the host directly, or more precisely, it stood there allowing it to gaze upon the threads it knew so well, and the horror that shone back at the shade was welcomed with a cacophony of howls and screams as the horde ripped the shell apart. This was the fall of another of the Prime. A world full of life, of hope, of sentience, but no more. And as the last of that was stripped away, the host looked down from afar and mourned the loss of yet another Prime. As chrylsis mourned the loss, he turned to the other hosts. They discussed what had transpired, and then the recovering host that had stood their ground upon the Prime informed them of what he had seen. He told them that the Unstoppable One had done this, that they had engineered this downfall, and that they were clearly free to wreak havoc upon the Primes once more. He had not heeded the warning of thuliseak, and now measures to protect them all, as well as the Primes, must be taken. First, chrylsis needed some way of sealing the Primes, but he could not find one, short of disconnecting them from the very planes and energies that gave them their uniqueness. This could not be so. Then he would have to form some kind of sword to fight him, an entity capable of battling him on his own terms, perhaps one such as him, but no. Such a thing would be a folly, for the same would most likely happen again, and he could not risk such a mistake. As he put these ideas forward, the leading hosts from those who had banded together to become elevated offered a suggestion, a possible solution to their problem. They themselves were born of daemonhood, as was he, and as such each daemon had a true name. Those true names were powerful, and if known, such knowledge would allow control and nullification of a daemon's powers. This was something that mortals on the Primes knew well, and would go to any lengths to obtain. Daemons could not use such magic to control others of their ilk, for being born of one and the same, such magics would wreak havoc upon them. But the suggestion was flawed, and for one simple reason. No daemon knew the name of him. They had never known his name, only that he was beyond them, taken into the heavens above the Primes, and then returned, shunned to the fallen Prime, that once held the rights of ascension. chrylsis smiled and shook his head. Such knowledge was not even imparted to me by the Source, nor could I divine such from him. Even as I wove his divinity into him, he is truly nameless.
Then that is what we shall know him as,
the leading host member said.
The Nameless One.
chrylsis considered this, and nodded. Let it be done. He now has an identity, but thankfully none of the Primes know of this, or of his existence at this time, other than those who have been felled by his power. He paced for a minute, and then turned to the hosts. Go to the Primes you hold in sway. Seed the existence of the Nameless One, but do not do it yourselves directly. We must create some way of delivering such without a trace to ourselves. But we have such a way, a voice said, faint and weak, barely audible. You already have an agent. The voice came from a host, or rather from a small tether that was touching their realms. chrylsis poured power to it and peered to where it was coming from. There he saw a familiar face, a lost host, one who had been taken, but it was smaller, lesser, somehow mortal. thuliseak tore me from his grasp many years past, and I have spent that time watching and listening from where thuliseak left me, in a place known as Lassashar. The group of hosts and Dominion nodded, and mentioned that this place existed upon their prime. chrylsis nodded and motioned for his old friend to continue. While I was part of him, I saw everything. I witnessed his horrors, the pain he feels, the destruction he caused. But I could also feel the hosts he took writhing in agony eternal, as was I. I learned much from his actions and much of his plans, and I fear things are more dire than we imagined. Jirakai, please, calm yourself. We have time to...
We have no time to stop this,
he cried out, his voice wavering from the effort as his body was clearly being torn from making his connection.
He has been ahead of us since the first day, and I fear from what I have learned inside him that something grows within his form, and it is something not of the source. Yes, he has an insatiable hunger. He has the same as his progenitor's spine, but this is different somehow, as though it is trying to unify us all into one.
Chrylsis sat down, falling back as though a heavy weight was placed upon him as his legs buckled. No, he said quietly. The other host stood waiting for a reply, a response, anything, but for many minutes it was silent, until Jirakai spoke again.
I must break this connection, as it's hard to maintain, but I will search you out in Dominia,
he said, but the leader of the group finished saying, No,
we will meet you in Dominia,
and turned his attention immediately to his prime, to meet with his lost light as soon as possible. Chrylsis took many long pauses of trying to speak, before he eventually told them. The source. It is the source of all daemonkind, as you know, sitting beyond our sight, beyond our influence. It is slowly corrupting all of reality, and as I once discovered, even our own kind. I met directly with the source at one time, aeons past, where we fought for the first time. It was able to slice parts of me off and mould them into effigies, such as you, to use against me, and quickly I was overwhelmed and had to retreat. These became the first templates for the daemons we have now at our doors. This was before most of you existed, so do not show such alarm. He smiled weakly at the many faces of shock and concern. Those parts of me he cut away, that he used to craft those initial daemons, of myth that I doubt any of you know. They were titanic monstrosities, capable of unspeakable destruction, but I managed over time to regain almost all of them through my own battling with them, and I have almost all of my pieces again, all apart from 2. One of those pieces was moulded into what was now known as Terraspine, and now it seems the other was gifted to me, enshrouded within a shell of daemonic power. I could not sense myself inside of it, and I doubt it even knows it is there itself. The source plans to rip us apart from within, using this Nameless One to accomplish it. One of the hosts stepped forward and spoke.
And this is why he wishes to attack us, destroy you, take what you have created. That dark part of you that was infused by the source is driving the Nameless One forward and forcing it to do these unspeakable things.
Chrylsis nodded. Yes, it would seem so. It is not a daemon trying to battle with its identity as a god, but a demonic god, Seed, trying to forcefully control a daemon inside a god's form, to enact the source's own designs, and with all the power it is amassing, perhaps it will succeed, eventually. He drew himself up to his full height, seemingly renewed with intention. But he will not do it without a fight. And fight we shall! And with that, the gathered host rang out with a unified shout of agreement, and they settled to work out what they could do to stem the power being taken till a solution could be reached. Back on the world where Dominia resided, an envoy was sent to Lassashar to meet with and aid Jirakai. They reached his weary form and tried to bring him back to Dominia, but found that he could not leave the boundaries of Lassashar. According to the Grand Sage of that place, Jirakai needed to remain here until he either ascended once more to the lights, or until he died, for without the divine magic bathing these lands, he could no longer survive. And so he remained, and a permanent outpost was created for the envoys of Dominia, so they could talk with and aid if possible in his recovery. He welcomed the attention and the company, and stated quite sincerely that he would die here in Lassashar, for his host was lost and his body could not contain the essence it held. The envoy, however, had a solution for this, as they knew of how their lights had been created, and of their origins, and told Jirikai all they could about the great vessel that had been crafted, and how it had held them in good stead for an exceptional period of time. Perhaps he too could have one fashioned, so he could travel from this place, or at least preserve his life and knowledge. Jirikai marvelled at the concept. A mortal god traversing the primes held with an object of such magic, still able to be of use to the world, and he accepted. Soon after, a vessel was constructed, much as the original one had been, only this time it was of two facets, that of Jirikai, and that of the unified God, that bore him the news of his new life. And so it came to pass that a new essence crystal was created, only this one was much smaller. In fact, it was so small it could be worn upon the form he currently held, allowing him to remain his familiar body. It was set into a ring of strange material, seemingly silver, yet actually crafted from the very remaining divine essence of the god himself before it could all bleed away. He was effectively wearing himself, or rather his former life. This ring could not be destroyed, it was said, and it would outlast civilizations, allowing him to tread the primes forever, to be a guiding hand from within. Jirikai, it seemed, was a god of law, and was a great loss to chrylsis and the other host. His knowledge was vast, rivaling that of thuliseak himself, as he had been the next to be brought into existence after thuliseak, and as such knew more than any other of the past and all that had transpired. Jirikai added his own incantations and rites to the creation of his salvation, for he was quite knowledgeable on these matters, more so than even they, and in the time long ahead of their plight, this ring would aid many greatly. Jirikai thanked those he referred to as the first demon pantheon, and asked that they let him travel the world so he may see and aid where possible. His form was invulnerable, or rather the ring was, and any harm that befell him would matter not, as the ring would carry him on to a new host, whom he could ride and guide along the right paths. The pantheon was glad he chose to ride the mortals and aid them where he could, and kept a watchful eye on his travels, to ensure he did not meet an end whereby the ring would fall into the hands of the Nameless. But he did assure them that none of their old kind could even touch the ring, let alone wear it. Such were the incantations he had placed upon it during crafting. He did not wish to be back with the Nameless again, and as he was the only one who had touched those threads and survived, he knew how to ward against it. And so life continued on, with every side working their way to somehow prevent or guard this Nameless from achieving his endgame, but no one really knowing what to do, other than the daily things they were already doing. However, they were all sure that whatever they did it in the plan of stopping his advance. And so, as Terraspine seethed in his cage, and the Nameless One's advance continued onward, taking more and more for himself, the lights prepared many plans to stop him. However, the two options that lay open to them were both dire. One involved the void, and nothing could interact with that literal nothingness, whereas the other lay in the creation of a new god, or as events would unfold, the creation of several. Neither were particularly easy choices to make, but something had to be done, and time was indeed slowly running out for all. A seed of an idea, however, came forth. The plan had been laid out, and the hosts were uncertain of this idea. However, the Pantheon of Dominia laid it out once more. "Use us to create another that can stand against him, as one," they said to the hosts, trying to get them to understand what they were saying. "We were once like him, and as such can fight using his own power against him. We know how he fights, we survived it. We have fought his threads head on. We know how their weave works. We could, with our divinity united, stand against him. Of that we are sure." "And if you're wrong," a voice from the host said quietly. Then they will become like the others, consumed and destroyed, and turned against us, another voice said.
But we ask you to allow us to do this, and perhaps use some new form of attack, or perhaps defense, so his threats may not touch us, they pleaded.
Chrylsis listened and took in all that was said, from all sides. A mistake could be made here, but possibly a new host of options were possible. A new host, literally. If we were to do this, he began, we would need to ensure that your host could not be used as conduits to this place, or else we would fall, should you fall. He could merely ride your tethers back here and continue what he began. We need a barrier, another voice said. A wall, as it were, said another. Or perhaps we need something more, Chrylsis said, his voice trailing as he was lost in thought. He had many designs for new hosts, all of which were to be his children in time, but he had a few he kept safely guarded, just in case, and this was one he thought he would never have to see. Mainly as it meant creating a god that even he would fear, even though it would be neutral to them all. One that could take the power of a host and filter that which was not divine from its energies past to it, and then turn them away, sending them back where they had originated. A gatekeeper to their powers. I have a solution, but once in play, it cannot be removed, and this could prove a folly if we need it to be removed. They could not understand what he meant. As they nodded along with each other, they did not understand, and he would not force this upon them unless it was needed. But should the Dominion Pantheon ever be compromised, then it would be needed to be in place. And to this end, he could not allow them to become one combined power to face the Nameless. The request was denied, and Chrylsis refused to bind them together at that point. However, he said that in future it might be necessary, and they should not take this as a no, just a maybe, something for future consideration when the time was better suited. They took the response well considering their eagerness. After their meetings, Hurion heard of the denial of their request, and flew into somewhat of a rage. He was sure they could take the fight to the Nameless, but there were other ways to make this so, and he tried to impress upon them that they themselves were gods, just as Chrylsis was, and that perhaps there were other ways to bind them together and create what they needed, and so he entered Lassashar to seek an audience with Temeran. Temeran met with him, and Hurion outlined his idea, one that would see the creation of a force that could stand against any foe, but Temeran disagreed. He pointed out that combining these once daemons into one would cause their personalities to create a fractured being, a psychotic powerhouse with no direction, who could only act if all could agree on a way. This could not be, as such a creation would surely fall ineptly underfoot, offering no useful resistance in battle. Hurion raged at Temeran, trying to get him to agree to aid them in the creation of this, but Temeran said no. He denied his wishes. Hurion eventually left in anger and headed out into the realms to find a demonologist who might aid his cause. He eventually found one of such a path, an old elven mage of over 800 years in age, someone much older than he, and who apparently knew Temeran well. His name was Prahl, and he already knew of Hurion's plight. He told him of a possible answer, but not what he was looking for, but for a way to combat this daemon god that was ripping up the primes. But it was dangerous. Hurion listened and took the information back to the lights he served. They listened and wondered if this was possible. They asked the hosts, and they, in turn, asked Chrylsis. And he pondered the question for quite some time before letting it be known to the hosts. Yes, it is possible, he began. But to create such a creature would require a husk of our own divine essence, as nothing else would be able to hold such as what is suggested. The host listened on as he continued, wanting to understand just what this would mean. The proposed idea is a warrior of pure anti-magic. But to hold such, we need something that would itself be non-magical in nature, lest it be destroyed by its own existence. In short, by being created with magic, it would undo its own existence. What about a material of non-magical nature? One voice suggested. It would not be able to move or act without magic. It would merely be a stationary ward, chrylsis answered. Would such things not be useful for fighting against him? Another question. Yes, indeed, but they would need to be carried, and perhaps their power only felt when touched to magic, say in a weapon. Otherwise carrying such an object would leave holes through the weave, and cause untold damage to the primes. And oblivion to the planes, a voice stated. There is another way, although it would mean asking the Fallen One, a voice said, and they all turned to Jerini. Chrylsis answered with a simple, not a chance. But they would surely aid us, he said slowly, letting the words float to them all. You know they would. It is, after all, in their very nature? Jerini, I said no, Chrylsis said sternly, fixing the trickster's gaze. Jerini shrugged. I was just letting you know we had options unexplored. Yes, but they cast themselves down, without permission, for no reason other than to meddle with the primes, Chrylsis continued. Ah, yes, Jerini said, smiling now he had the chance to speak openly. But where do you think they get their power from? As it's not from the host any longer, is it? Chrylsis stopped, and seemed to be genuinely unsure. He began to answer but stopped again, realizing he was unsure, and peered at Jerini. You have a very interesting point there, for you are correct. I do not give them power, and nor do any of you, so they must be drawing it from somewhere, and yet it is not of demonic nature, it is divine. Indeed, they have found a way to harness something we could not. Chaos is their way, after all, Jerini said, smiling broadly to the other hosts. And there will always be such. Jerini, go to them, seek them out. Discover what it is they get their power from. They are fallen, and should be mortal. Yet as we all know, by their very nature, they are far from that. When slain they always return, and their power still rivals our own. And yet they are a singular around the primes. Seek them out, and tell them of our plight, and find out what they can offer to us. Jerini waved his hand above his head in a gesture of goodbye, and vanished from the host. He can be so trying at times, said Chrylsis, shaking his head. But at least another option may now be open to us. Jerini sought out his old ally in misdirection and chaos, and found them in a tunnel system on a prime, seemingly resting. He put the request to them, and they responded simply, I was wondering how long it would take them. He smiled, as he knew they would have been watching somehow. Who knows, perhaps they'd even been a part of the initial events that had led to this predicament. But either way, the aid was needed, and it was being offered. I can create the creature Chrylsis wishes, but it will not be under the control of the gods. This power is too much to be kept as a weapon, to be wielded out as seen fit. It could even be turned upon your own, so no. I will not allow it to be controlled directly. Jerini nodded. He knew all too well the wrath of some of the gods could unleash, and having a pet that could negate all magic would be an unbelievably bad idea from his experiences. So, how would you ensure it did what it needed to? Simple. We create a host body of the divine, and replace that within it, which I will craft for you all. It will negate any magic not of the prime that it comes across. Its gaze like a shutter on the window of the shafts of the morning light. Open or closed, on or off, magic
or no magic?
Jerini paused for a moment and queried.
But what form will this creature take?
The profile of a female's face could be seen smiling beneath the shadows of her mantle.
It will take the form of one of my lost creations. I will set it loose when it is needed, and then put it back in its box when the task is done.
Jerini nodded again, and left to take the reply back to chrylsis, and to get a divine husk for it to use to make that which they needed, the creature of anti-magic. Upon the return of Jerini, chrylsis listened, and agreed, and fashioned a husk of divinity akin to the husk the host used to reside within. It was of a malleable form, so it could be moulded and manipulated until it was imprinted with the form it was to take, whereupon it would become as created, for eternity. Take this to her, Jerini, and do not lose it. He smiled broadly, and let out a laugh as he handed it to the trickster. It was, after all, not the first time he had given him one, only for him to lose it. Jerini nodded and took the husk, folded it down for carrying, and headed to find her once more. When he found her, she had moved a large distance from their last meet, and now she was in an abandoned temple ground of a long-deposed god that even he did not know the identity of. She spoke as he approached. It belonged to one known as Trego Calavan. Many moons passed. It was before your time. And she smiled broadly as he presented the husk. So, what do you need me to do? Jerini asked.
Nothing. Just take word that this shall be done in short time. And he only need send you with the target and the location when the time is right. Just not for a few weeks, though, or it will not be ready. Okay?
She extended her hand to shake his, but he hesitated.
Apologies, my lady, but I hear that is not such a good idea,
Jerini said, hesitant to shake her outstretched gloved hand, as I have seen the results of those who have in the past. Madmen now.
Ah,
she smiled again, sighing and looking a little insulted.
But they were mortal, and not of the gods. You are beyond such minor maladies, friend.
He slowly took her hand and shook it, limply, as he eyed her suspiciously.
I would not wish to harm you, friend. Besides,
and her eyes twinkled with a strange dark light he had not seen before, and he felt he could only describe as divine power flowing from her grasp.
A little madness does the world of good.
Jerini pulled his hand from her grasp and half ran from his sight, heading back to the hosts.
And may they thank you for your service, old friend, as I will be thanking you in time.
She began to weave her magic, and mould the husk, crafting and shaping this new body to fit within it one of her lost children. Once the realms had been rife with her creations, her triumphs, her monstrosities, but the other gods had ensured they were not long-lived. Such a shame, she thought, if she wove the threads of magic, recreating the monstrous visage of the one she needed, a creation she had only part made when they destroyed her first crafting of such a beauty.
This should do nicely,
she smiled, as she set about crafting the cavernous maw, beset with eyes, the central one ringed with teeth.
This time it will be different, my beauty. You will be fully fledged, and I will name you as I know they already will name you. I shall name you the Abomination.
Once finished, this creature stood, or rather suspended, several feet from the ground, over 20 feet across, and was bristling with eyes and snake-like protrusions. The humongous central eye socket sat within a maw of misshapen, over-large, knife-like teeth, and as it opened, there, where should have been an eye, there was a swirling mass of colours and light. Magic within its gaze was drawn into it, and magic not from the prime was instantly severed. The first fully fledged creature of anti-magic had been created, and Malerna was happy, and stroked her new child affectionately. Oh, the fun we shall have.
It was centuries after the creation of the abomination that the primes were once more under detectable threat from the Nameless One. His assault had seemed to slow, or perhaps his attention was elsewhere, but no matter, for the prime incursion did not begin with a run of subterfuge, a building of a power base, and then finally a trickle followed by a raging torrent of demons. Oh no. This time it was straight to the open gateway to his demonic power, and a mass assault of pure demonic force. Why? Well, this was because this prime had no protection. There were no priests that he could sense, and no resistance that was worth worrying about. In short, the massacre was quickly achieved, and none escaped, for none of them had the means to do so. Chrylsis was alerted to this attack too late, and he saw the prime fall in scant days, and there was indeed no way he could do anything to defend it, mainly as there was no divine presence upon that realm. Thuliseak was seen fleeing the prime, however, so at least one of their agents had seen the start, and the fall. Thuliseak activated a tether to a communication spot of the hosts, and passed on what he had seen. The Nameless had appeared suddenly, in the midst of a celebration, and laid waste to several cities within hours. He then spread out at a great pace across the world, his demons literally covering every foot of the prime surface. Thuliseak had never seen so many demons in a single place, and definitely not as many to achieve this sheer blanket of demonic power on such a scale. His power had most certainly grown beyond the scope of what they had bargained for. The Nameless himself, however, did not make an appearance, and let his hordes do the job. The prime was not consumed either. Instead, it was tainted with demonic energies, an immense demonic horde left to inhabit it, and that was it. Nothing of the prime was left untouched, and every living creature upon it was consumed. It was like it was some kind of feeding ground. Then a few weeks after the conquest, Thuliseak could no longer sense this prime directly. He had to travel to a connecting plane in order to view it, and in doing so, discovered the reason why. The Nameless was creating new demons here, the horrors, and they had been created in vast numbers, far beyond what had been seen prior. The demons that had taken the prime were now merged into each other to form a ghastly melding, their individual power adding to every other that was coupled with them, creating a far more powerful demon. It was still a lesser, a minion, a foot troop, but its sheer power was far beyond those of a normal lesser demon. He had gained this knowledge from somewhere, Thuliseak was sure. Whatever it was, it had shown him how to do this, and this meant that things could only get worse from now on, as defences against demonic entities may very well be overpowered by these amalgamations. He was about to head to a safe location and pass this information to Chrylsis, when he felt a presence that overshadowed his own power by tenfold. What the? He thought, and found himself suddenly looking for a connection from this plane, as he felt the portals waver, the tethers sever. This was not a good sign. The plane he stood upon was that of a fire elemental, and he looked to the centre and quickly sped that way, using his knowledge to swiftly bypass the wave of power that washed over him. As he arrived where the prime elemental resided, he sputtered out the words, "You are under attack!" just as the wave hit him again, and the prime fire buckled under the blow. Thuliseak began to weave wards of protection and to channel the wave away, making a safe place behind the wedge he formed in the flow. "We need to leave this place now, lest you be lost to the Nameless." The prime fire drew itself up, towering over him, and began drawing the power of his plane into him. He was breaking the seals and anchors, removing the connections, and tearing the magic from the advancing, pulsing waves of force. "They are here!" Thuliseak shouted out into the noise of the raging fires. "The horrors!" As he sensed a portal open and then begin to pour through in vast numbers, rending the magic as they progressed, tearing up his own minions and fueling their own power, increasing their swath of destruction as they advanced. "We need to leave now!" he shouted, and began to open a forced portal to the nearest place he could manage, mustering the power reserves he had been holding on to pierce this strange fog of magic, and forcefully pierce through the barriers between the realms. His urgency painfully obvious as the prime fire stood there drawing as much of his plane in as he could, still stationary and growing. Now! He screamed as he ripped a hole in the plane and jumped through. But as the prime fire tried to follow, he could not. His magic could not pass. Why? Thalassiac's mind raced. How was this so? And then it dawned on him. The demonic magic could not follow him through the rift. The prime fire had been absorbing his plane in order to take it with him, to prevent the Nameless One from gaining control of it. But it was to no avail, as he was absorbing threads of demonic magic too. I know you can hear me, Lord of Fire. Thalassiac concentrated and pushed his thoughts through the prime of the plane he had fled from. You must leave your plane behind. You have been demon-tainted and cannot pass. He has you lest you drop your power and flee now. His urgency was felt, and the prime turned to him and rushed at the portal, trying to force his power through it. No! You must leave your power or he will take you! Thalassiac cried out, and the prime turned and saw the horrors flowing over each other, surging towards him and the portal. He turned and split his power, forming many great elementals who began to hurl fire in huge balls and jets at the oncoming mass of arms and faces, as his own power diminished rapidly till he was no longer of his plane. He expended all his power, his plane, to cover his escape, and he stepped through the rift. Thalassiac threw himself in front of the rift and untied the threads as fast as he could, removing his signature from the remaining magic, just in time as a horror leapt forward toward the open rift, only to be torn apart as the rift closed with it half inside, obliterating the threads of its form instantly. The prime of fire looked to Thalassiac, his power now stripped from him. His own plane, life, his very meaning was now taken from him with the loss of his plane. He knew nothing more than what he was, and now he had none of it. He stood there waiting for guidance, alone for the first time in his existence. Follow me, Thuliseak said to him wearily, and he wove a new portal for them, to a prime he knew was far from this place. They passed through and took rest inside Lassashar. He told the sage of what had just transpired, and that this fire prime needed a home until a new power could be found for him, or a dead plane he could take over. The sage welcomed him warmly, and they talked for hours about his identity and his role in the cosmos, and the sage quickly learned new truths about the planes and their workings. Thalassiac contacted the Pantheon of Dominia, as he was too weak from his efforts to contact chrylsis or the hosts, and they came to him with great speed. They spoke for days about the events and the problems of an elemental prime being removed. They had of course once been demonic in nature, and they understood the sheer power they would have if they had ever managed to do what had just taken place, and they all understood the repercussions of this. For one, it meant he would be able to wield the power of elemental fire, drawn from the elemental planes themselves, although he had not captured their origin, so perhaps his mastery would only be partial. They were unsure, as this was something that had never happened as far as they were aware, and so they could only guess. No matter, such a power gained was going to be felt soon enough, of that they were all sure. As Thalassiac sat drawing power slowly from the prime to replenish his reserves, the Pantheon began discussing their own plans. As Thalassiac listened, he understood what they were aiming to accomplish, but he had to inform them of their folly. "It will not work," he stated. "As you know, he has just taken an entire elemental plane, and scant days before, an entire prime. His power level is beyond yours even now as a combined force, and you would only end up feeding his hunger, and in turn your power would be used to attack the other hosts from here, where he could use your powers." They fell silent, their enthusiasm clearly overlooking the obvious. He could merely suck them dry as they fought, and turn that power upon them. The longer such a fight lasted, the more sure they were to lose. This was something they could not afford. "I have an idea on how to fight him. In fact, to take the fight to him in some manner." He paused, making sure they were all listening before continuing. "But in order for it to work, I would need your permission and your blessings." They looked to him, unsure of what he was talking about. "Of course you would have our blessings in any such action, but what is it you would be asking of us?" He paused again, and looked toward the sky before continuing.
I would need your vessel.
Our what? One asked, but another stepped in. You mean our essence crystal, don't you? Thuliseak nodded and looked up at them. Yes, I would need it to craft an entity using the power of your origins, the power of the planes, and the blessings of the gods. He smiled weakly. And I already have the blessings. He looked hopeful. We must discuss this plan, Thuliseak, and we must be a party to the whole truth of it, or you will have no agreement. Indeed, of course, you shall know it all. You will have to. He sighed heavily. But in order for it to work, I will need another favour from you all, as well as the other gods of this realm. And I need to convince a very stubborn man to step in and take his role in all of this. An eyebrow was raised by their leader, and he asked simply, who is it that he's convincing? Surely it would be a simple task in such times. Thuliseak sighed again. Hardly. It is Temeran. They all drew in a deep breath and nodded in understanding. He was indeed a stubborn bastard. Go then, friend, and do what you can. We shall petition the others and ensure we have their agreement. You wish our blessings in words, that is no problem. But for our blessings in physicality, we need the target of such present. I know, but I also need the other gods present here too, to give their blessings, in order for this to work. And he pulled himself slowly to his feet. And to save you all should this fail. They halted their movement and all looked at him again. Save us all from what and how? This plan should work. In fact, it should work very well. But I need to use subterfuge in order to create what is needed. One who can stand against any foe, any power. But to do so, I need all powers to be a part of it. In short, I aim to create something that will be able to stand against the Nameless, in fact any threat, alone. That way, no one will be at risk, only this being. But I need all aspects of our realities in order for this to work. I need the magical, which I can supply, and I need the mystical, which I can also attain from the wild. But they are slain, one protested. Not slain, merely slumbering at the gates of an entity we now call the Destroyer, where Terraspine should have been, holding him at bay. They will return one day, I am sure of it. He smiled warmly at the thought of that. I can gain their blessings, and that will suffice for what is needed from the Prime's own magic. But I shall also need the blessings of divinity, a touch of the divine, if you will, from all of you, as well as a seed from all demonic nature who have risen to godhood. And that is where you come in. So you need realm magic, prime magic, planar magic, demonic magic, and divine magic. And what would be the vessel? Nothing can hold all these things, can they? One of them asked. In fact, yes, there is a way. All you have to do is place them within forms that can merge to form something greater. He motioned to them all. Such as you yourselves have done. I aim to create a being of twin identities, brothers if you will. One light, one dark, but when merged, a form of perfection for a time. Yes, their time would be brief, but their union would be such that it would make them an immutable force against their foes for a time, immune to all they were imbued with, all they were part of. A force defending the primes, as well as all that needed such aid against him. The first of a possible line of prime defenders. This sounds dangerous, and, to be honest with you, is unlikely to be allowed by chrylsis as our own idea was. So how are you going to get him to agree to this? Considering what has transpired the past few weeks, I think we need action, and I think he knows it too. I will worry about that. You just make sure you are in agreement with me taking your crystal in order to enact what needs to be done. You will of course have it returned. I just need it as it contains your original essences. In short, I will be getting 2 of each of you. He grinned as he said it. A light and a dark. And so time passed by, and Thuliseak travelled to Lassashar once more, and spoke with Temeran. He was asked to become an envoy for the gods, a representative for all of them, to speak on their behalf to other primes with regards to the threats that were coming from the Nameless One. Naturally, he agreed, and Thuliseak's first problem was overcome. Well, that was easy, at least this part. The next few may be a little harder. He allowed himself time to breathe easy, as Temeran agreed to the proposition. He had always been, after all, an envoy to them upon this world, and he had a limited ability to traverse the plains, as Thuliseak did. He had been taught well by his mentor, but he needed to know more of what was needed. Thuliseak said he would fill in the details as he knew more, but that he needed to keep a close watch on the plains, as he had felt a demonic presence that was unknown even to him. It was not the Nameless, and seemed to not be of the source either. It was strange and unknown, and Temeran would be tasked with rooting it out. Temeran was eager to learn more, and willfully accepted the task to hunt this demon down and remove the threat from the primes. Temeran was known, after all, as a demon hunter, and this would be his first daemon, a step up the power ladder. But Thuliseak was sure he was capable enough. As he left to travel back to Dominion with supplies from Lassashar, he let out a great sigh of relief, and patted himself on the back for the lie he had spun. It was a lie for sure, and there was no daemon for Temeran to hunt, nor was there a new threat from it to the primes, or anything living. It did not even exist. Yet. They needed this leverage to ensure Temeran will seek this creature out. He would, knowing his tenacity, hunt it, find it, and try to destroy it, and this is what they were counting on. The daemon would be crafted so perfectly as to be his equal, his perfect counter. They would enact situations, twist truths and realities upon themselves, and manipulate Temeran to do what was needed, to be in the right place at the right time. So that when they met, and they dashed, and ultimately they were at the end of their time, they would fuse and become what was needed. Temeran had always been easy to manipulate to their ends after all, and he never realized that Thuliseak had been his mentor all this time. It was almost too easy at times. But they had a lot of work ahead of them. To convince chrylsis, the others, even Malerna was needed, although she would likely refuse. Such was her way. And so the path was made, and they moved from piece to piece, ensuring they gained what was needed in form, promise, and act, until they were ready to create Temeran's nemesis. And so the pieces fell into place. Magic was gained, seeds and essences, and finally Thuliseak receded from the prime and entered a deep plain where the threads formed unbreakable walls. The one place he could create without interruption or observation, or at least he thought. He worked with the crystal, extracting a portion of each of the daemons from their essence trapped within. The old daemons who had become the pantheon of Dominion now became the foundations of this new daemon, as well as the raw power from the elemental essences used in the creation of their crystal. They were fractured identities, needing union, and so he helped them, nurtured them, blended them until they became one. As he worked on this, something watched him, taking note of his crafting, wondering what Thuliseak was creating. When he had done, he knew what was done, and approved, and reached out silently to the creation, nurturing its identity without alerting its creator, as he rested for a time. Yes, this one would be able to stand against the Nameless One, and he would ensure this one would not fall by the hand of a daemon, and planted inside its head the knowledge of rites, rituals, seals and sigils, and all of the things it had not known with all its combined knowledge from its former threads. When Thuliseak checked this creation, he was content that he had done well, and upon the skin of this daemon he saw it had a strange inky coating that was not present before he had rested. Perhaps it is due to the merging of their threads, he reasoned, and admired the strange skin it possessed. It gave off a dark light, shrouding it partially from view, as though in permanent shadow. and it appeared to be in the twilight, no matter which angle it was viewed from. He mused it would make an excellent hunter at night, and then stopped, elated. That was it. A name. You shall be known as Night Stalker. Stalker nodded slowly to him, and began to practice its powers, ensuring it knew what to do with its newfound abilities, and thuliseak left it there to learn while he moved ahead to ready and gain the other pieces he needed. Stalker turned to the thickened threads and smiled. I can sense you there. A voice replied from the dancing pools of darkness on the surface. Yes, and I you. The gifts I gave should serve you well in your task ahead. Ah, that was you. Then I thank you for your gifts, but I am in need of something. A plane, a power, a source to draw from as others do. You will not need such, the voice said, as you will draw from the prime itself by the time thuliseak has finished crafting your form. Oh, I will. I am to be denied my heritage in favour of a new home being forced upon me. No, you have no heritage to note. All your identities are mine, no more. You are more than a single. You are greater than all I have seeded, and potentially even greater again than many of those who created you. But you are being created to serve a purpose. Remember that. Stalker grinned, his razor-sharp teeth showing. Oh, I am I? And what if I choose to take a plane and increase my power? Such is the way of our kind. The voice seemed to almost smile in its reply. You can should you wish, but you are not of the kind you think you are, and it would be a folly. There will only ever be one of you. I am unique. Perhaps. Perhaps that will be enough. And Stalker sat to contemplate. And lost child, do not speak of this with thuliseak, for he does not know that I exist here. Stalker nodded, lost in his thoughts. All things had been achieved thus far. Tamaran was brought before the divine host of Lassashar, and each of them had imbued him with their marks, thereby showing their trust in his capacity to speak for them. All that is, apart from chrylsis and Melurna. Chrylsis had approved all to do so, but held his own back. He had his reasons for this, as he said he would soon no longer be part of the hosts. This announcement had shook the others, but he took great pains to explain the reasons for him not doing so. Tamaran was to be marked with the touch of the divine by all hosts who held sway upon that prime. He had no such representatives there, and in fact, since the obliteration of several primes, had lost those who had once worshipped him purely. No, he was not present upon this prime, and therefore could not be a part of what was needed, but would also be present only for a short time more. This confused them, and he sat the host down and explained it to them. The loss of something known as the astral. It had once flown around all planes, separating all primes from all other planes, and acting as a demonic barrier that was impenetrable. Many primes had elevated to magic beyond what was seen anywhere in these times, and in some cases, some mortals had become powerful enough to rise to a level of power that was akin to godhood themselves, without divine intervention. These golden ages were now long gone, before all but a handful of their kind had been created by his hand, before the time of the creation of the Nameless. They were slowly drained by the vast demonic incursions of times past, the power being stripped from those primes, as he had used much of this power to create the other hosts, and whenever such happened, the astral had become weakened for a time, allowing such incursions to be possible. Even now, the astral existed, but was so weak it formed nothing more than a skin along the fringes of reality, acting as a barrier to nothing, but was used as a warning bell for chrylsis as to when incursions were taking place. And then he told the host something they had never known. Chrylsis was known as the god of magic. He had no husk, and was not a host. He just was. They had never questioned this fact. He then told them that his power came from all of them, his children, and this they knew. His husk, if it could be called that, was in fact the astral plane itself. This was something that many of them could not grasp or fathom how, but it was the truth. And in order to protect the primes, I must once again become the astral, he announced, putting a stop to their discussions. And I will create and leave a husk here as a vessel for my words and communing with myself should you find the need. The astral is needed, as it is the only way I can see to accomplish several things which must be done. Firstly, the primes need to have enough magic to protect them from further incursions. In bringing the astral back, I will be opening the way for the grand magic of the realms once more. Secondly, this will elevate the magical background levels on all of the primes, and they will continue to increase as long as the astral is instated. This will allow the return of many dormant creatures, as well as the return of some whom are waiting in pocket planes where the magic is high enough for them to live. So perhaps we shall see more of the old ones returning, other than the few primes on which they currently exist in their old and weakened forms. And finally, thirdly, and possibly most importantly, I will be bolstering the barriers between the primes and the planes once more. This will prevent all but the most powerful of daemons from being able to attack the primes directly, and also reduce the amount of power that they and the Nameless One can use when they do reach a prime. I will in effect choke the power they try to push through, lessening their prowess upon arrival. The host remained stunned for a while at his words, but slowly realized what this meant. A new hope for the primes, a new age for the primes, and the planes, and a perfect chance for their followers to flourish and prepare to combat the threats that were coming. A resounding throng of cheers were heard among the hosts for their creator, and he smiled, and then announced his other plan. Also, there is to be a new host to be added to you all. He will be known as Zoranor, and he will be acting as a new supreme power for you all in my absence. Some of the hosts looked concerned, and he assured them quickly. He is not a replacement for me, nor an over-god, but one who will sit both beneath and above. All power you receive from the realms will first flow into him and then back to you all, and all power from you will flow from you to my husk and then to myself in the astral. But why? The voice asked, most definitely concerned by this. It is so, should any magic invade your followers and try to gain access to you as hosts, it may not do so, as Zoranor will filter it, remove it, and throw it into the void. There will be no more taking of our kind in our sanctum, nor corruption of our kind by daemons. So does this mean, the host turned to look at a member of the Pantheon of Dominia, that they will no longer be gods? He laughed and smiled. No, assuredly no. They will remain as gods, as will you all, and all those of demonic nature. Once elevated, they are divine, and the demonic natures will now be severed by Zoranor upon becoming such. However, should they be cast down, they will return to their original natures. So a daemon would again become a daemon, a mortal, and so on. And of course, a created host, not an ascended one, casting down, will become an immortal upon the prime they choose to reside upon, by all means other than by direct divine power. You mean they cannot be killed unless a god kills them? That, or one who has been cast down and has such a power to do so, yes. But do not worry, for once Zoranor is in place, you will no longer be able to manifest below directly. you must craft your avatars once more, and this is likely not to happen for millennia, as the magic levels are too low on nearly all primes, so they will be safe enough, I am sure. One of the hosts smiled and added,
So they are safe as long as Aziz remains here among our number.
The host laughed, all but a few, and chrylsis took note of all. It took many meetings and long talks to convince the hosts, but it was happening anyway, for it had to, for the preservation of all they knew. Zoranor was created shortly afterward, and introduced to them. He was greeted with a warm reception, but seemed distant and cold. It was his nature, and they all understood he must be this way to achieve his purpose. And so Zoranor was placed among the hosts, and began his service to them all, taking their power, passing it where it was to be channeled, and taking the power of chrylsis and distributing it to them. In effect, Zoranor was truly the most powerful of all of them, as all power flowed through his form, and yet he was not known to those of the primes, or anyone other than the hosts and a select few such as thuliseak. As if he had followers, as he was ascended himself, it could throw the purpose of his being into disarray. He could not, for example, filter for himself, and so it was decreed he would have no followers of his own. Zoranor did not mind this. In fact, he did not wish for such things, as he was focused single-mindedly on his task, and they all benefited from this new purity of power. And then, once this was in place, and all was seen to be working well, chrylsis stepped down from his place on high as overlord of them all, and cast his essence into the astral, letting his power flow through it, strengthening it, flooding it with power. The power of the host flowed through his host husk, and into him, within the astral, and then from him to wherever he deemed it should go. He ensured the first thing he did was to bring forth the barriers around the primes, just in time it seemed, as an incursion had just begun upon one, and this act shrank the pathway to that prime, stemming the flow of demonic power as it trickled through. They were able to cope with the incursion, and eventually close that rift. Next, he expanded the flow to encompass the elemental planes. They were the closest to the primes, and they were the stepping stones to an easy pathway to them. They became encapsulated, only allowing links to other elemental planes and primes, and cutting them off entirely wherever possible from demonic planes. Any that could not be cut off in this manner gained the protection of the barriers he had used upon the primes, meaning they could fight back more readily against the incursions that threatened to steal away their power. It was all going well, and then, once these steps had been enacted, he began the final stages, and first allowed magic from the astral to leak into the primes, the barrier skin that touched the primes radiating pure magic, energizing the old magical lines that ran crisscross around the primes. These were known by many as force lines, and they were the basis for the great magic that had been lost to the realms in ages past. For one upon the prime could enhance their own prowess by tapping into these conduits of raw power, and if they could harness such, enact amazing spells. The side effect of this was that although these force lines were now active, the flow was constant, and the force lines were almost never perfectly as they used to be. In short, they leaked. Just a little. Some more so than others. And this began to leak into the primes where such were located, and slowly began to raise the background magic levels. This would allow the awakening of the old races and creatures of the primes in time. Finally, he set about releasing the astral entities that had been locked away in pocket planar stasis. These creatures resided purely within the astral and could not exist without it. He had used a vast amount of his power when the astral had been pulled away, in order to create these pocket realms, purely to prevent the death of these entities. He had saved them, and they were now his agents within their new realm, as vast as it was. He could not see everything at once, even with his power. They were agreeable with their salvation, and gladly agreed to aid him in keeping their newly established realm safe. Overall, it had been a long and tiresome run to make this happen. He had been planning since the astral had been removed the first time, and now his plans had finally come to fruition. And with Zoranor in place, he could reside as the essence of magic once more. And so, chrylsis entered his slumber. Melerna waited, and as the astral became established again, she tested her powers, and found them indeed stronger again, and revelled in this newfound increase. Oh, the fun she had tormenting the minds of lesser creatures, terrorizing mages with madness and so on. However, she also waited for the lines of force to build up to a good strength, and then summoned forth her child, the abomination. She located a line of force, a thin one of low magic, and directed her child to test its strength on it, and was elated with the results. As the abomination opened its great eye, the raw magic from the line redirected from the direction along the line, straight into its eye. It continued to draw this line until it was but a single hairbreadth in size, whereupon she commanded it stop, and it turned away, closing its eye, the flow slowly beginning to strengthen as the drain was removed, and she knew now what she was capable of with her child. She could remove magic from her realm entirely, should she choose to. Mayhem was now indeed hers, should she wish it, and she would of course need to feed her child from time to time, and now, with the astral back, she would ensure it grew up big and strong. Time passed by, and the astral was established well. Since the point Zoranor was put in place, the planes and primes settled down into a much quieter pace, although thuliseak had been worked off his feet. He had all he needed bar one thing, and that was the touch of the divine from all the gods, only not upon Temeran as planned, but also within an imbued vessel, so he could carry it into the planes and finish his grafting into the form of Night Stalker. It took many months of bartering in order to gain the aid of the other hosts, as the ones in Dominion had willingly done, as they were for the most part the more stubborn, especially since the great sleep of chrylsis. However, eventually they all agreed. Well, all bar one. Melerna was having none of it. "You give me a portion of your essence, and I will give you my blessings," she said, grinning ear to ear. He knew it was a folly to accept this offer, and he declined, merely stating, "No worry, I will achieve this without your aid, and you will not have the pleasure of the discord this act would have sown." This seemingly infuriated her, and she offered after the fact several times freely, but it was too late by then, as he had done what he had intended to do. He had woven the imprint of the divine fragments he had been gifted from inside the holy vessel he had created, with help from the newly established astral. It felt good to have that power back at his command. Melerna, however, not being included in this foray, was set about doing her own thing, as was their way. If they were not to be part of this, then they would be part of something else. Her abomination would become her focus for such. Nightstalk was ready to do what he must. In short, survive and hunt other demons. Stalker accepted his role, and of course, his hunting of demons quickly led him into his first confrontation with Temeran. This went very well, or rather it went well as far as thuliseak was concerned. Stalker had his quarry cornered in the cave system, when some upstart human appeared from a side tunnel and careened into him, striking it with his greatsword, and that was that. His quarry was banished. Temeran turned to Stalker and squinted, trying to make out his form, and then it struck him. This was the one.
"You will fall by my blade for the theft of the divine essences!"
he cried out, and charged him. He took the blow, assuming it would be nothing more than a mere mortal one, only to find it seared through his carapace and dug deep into his form, and as the sword was drawn back for another blow, he was astonished to see the wound not recover instantly. Temeran noticed the demon still stood, cut but barely harmed by this blow, and he reined in a few more for good measure. This fiend must be dispatched, he reminded himself, as he set to work swinging his blade deftly. Stalker blocked the first two blows, then caught the blade on the fourth, the third taking the end off one of his spikes, as he set himself up for the catch. And you must be Temeran, I presume. He sneered, tossing this human, armor and all, to the side, using the sword as leverage, as the demon hunter would not let go of it. You are not my quarry, but I thank you for doing my will, he said, motioning to the still vanishing cloud of magic where the demon had been. Temeran picked himself up and charged back at his target. You will be vanquished, he shouted as he struck home upon Stalker's chest, and Stalker merely stood his ground and let him slide the blade in up to the hilt. Now I have your sword, do I have your attention? He asked, drawing himself up to a height far above Temeran's head. Temeran had to let go of the blade, and began chanting something under his breath. Stalker caught the name Boran, as well as Rilana, and a few more he did not know as of yet, and then he felt an intangible magic tearing at his form for a few moments, until he unwove the magic with ease. Look here, upstart mortal, I care not for this delay. I have essences to take and souls to glean. Stalker ripped the sword from his chest and threw it at Temeran, impaling his left leg to the rock where he had landed earlier. Stalker laughed, Temeran roared in pain and anger, and as Stalker raised a clawed hand, everything went darker than night. Until next time, Temeran. And he was gone, leaving a wounded Temeran to limp from the caves. His first meeting had gone badly. He would not let this creature best him next time. From this point on, he began training, and with the astral being back, it made his efforts harder, but also more rewarding. It tempered him, and each time he fought Stalker over the years, he was stronger and more able to combat him. And yet the daemon always seemed one step ahead, with knowledge he should not have, or was more than his equal in every forte. He would best him one day, of this he was sure. Night Stalker made his home upon the realm itself, upon the Prime, as the voice in the deep plains had told him he was not of demonic origin, and his home was to be the Prime. It seemed the voice was correct, as his powers upon the Prime were almost what he expected them to be as a demonic overlord in some ways. It turned out that as Temeran fought him, he seemed to be able to resonate with the Slayer's magic, and almost feel his intentions. He used this to search him out and beat him to his target now and then, to rile him and challenge his foe. Temeran was formidable indeed, although he had been told by thuliseak not to kill him. He was to harass him and get in his way at inopportune moments. But why? He did not understand. At times he sought to quiz Temeran, to try and pry from his mouth truths about his origin, and why he hunted him so devoutly. All he ever got was something about stealing the essences of some gods of some kind, but he had no knowledge of this, and thuliseak was seemingly unaware of what he called Temeran's madness. It was more than a little strange, but he had to admit that toying with Temeran was very satisfying, and when he took students on, to train them as demon slayers, he took great glee in toying with them too, putting them through the agonies he placed Temeran through, only to discover they were in no way as hardy as he was, and so ended up killing them haphazardly. This just drove Temeran into further determination and anger against Stalker, and so, from where thuliseak sat, his job was done for now. He knew they could not kill each other, due to his protections and wards neither of them could sense. Yes, this would work. He was sure of it. Several centuries passed by as Stalker and Temeran played their game of cat and mouse, and thuliseak watched on, waiting for the Nameless to make his presence known. He did not. It seemed he was somewhere else, perhaps having turned his attention from the Primes? He had to know. He contacted old allies from many Primes, and they all said the same. All was quiet on the incursion front, and no trace of the monstrosity had been seen at all. This concerned thuliseak, for if he was not tearing down the walls to the Primes and the gods, then he must be doing something just as deadly elsewhere. Perhaps he should travel and see. Then he remembered, just as he began to weave a portal, that he could always just ask the astral. It was, after all, chrylsis, and perhaps he could tell him from where his skin touched if there was activity. And so he asked. Chrylsis answered that he knew nothing. He opened a portal and headed into the plains, and could find no trace of the Nameless near the Primes at all. He had obviously turned his attention to the demonic planes. This could only be a good thing, he thought.
after searching for a few months, decided the Nameless was indeed resting, or at least leaving them be for a time, and so he retired from his search. The Nameless was in fact learning about the astral. What it was, where it had come from, how to pierce it, pull power from it, and much more. It turned out the astral was a conduit from the gods, the god of magic specifically, and that all of this power was unstoppable due to its sheer volume, beyond anything witnessed prior. He could also not enter the astral, as the skin of it seemed to be warded in some manner against any form of demonic energy, and so he could not force a way past or open a path into or through it. He had tried using all powers and power at his disposal, but there seemed to be no answer to this issue, at least not using his daemon half. Perhaps if he could somehow just use his divinity. He pushed his power within the shell of the host, and attempted to enter the astral as one of divinity. As he tried to do so, he felt the familiar divine essence of Chrylsis himself, refusing him entry. So that was it. The god of magic was no longer with the hosts, and was now one with the astral. This changed things. He may actually need an ally or two. The first thing he did was to try and contact Terraspine, but was shocked to discover the spine was unreachable. All daemons had lost his scent after the last confrontation he had had with him. This meant that the only ones he could get answers from was thuliseak, for he knew he had been there, and so he began his search. This was to no avail, as he was behind the impenetrable wall of the astral, which meant that for now at least, he could do nothing more than build his raw power from the planes up where possible, and so he did just that.
Upon the realms of the primes, life was flourishing. As the magic levels began to rise, creatures long slumbering began to wake, and the return of many magical creatures began. Old races appeared across the realms. Some had been slumbering for millennia, while others walked back to the primes from pocket realms from where they had been waiting in stasis. It was a very strange time for some primes. Old paths to distant dormant planes also began to be opened, and with that the primes regained vast numbers of their populace that had been forced to leave in the times past. Thuliseak welcomed those whom he saw warmly, as some were ancient and knew of him, and some had even met him in their early existence. He was happy that the magic had returned, and this could only be a good thing. Upon some primes, the thunderous roars of long-lost beasts could be heard, behemoths towering 30 or more feet above the normal occupants of such. For the most part, they were neutral in temperament, but in some cases it sparked the resurgence of creatures of pure evil, and this had been a risk they needed to take. Chrylsis had set his sights and entrusted the primes to be able to handle the resurgences of these prime evils, ancient and deadly, but in some cases their outlooks had changed with their separation from other life for so long. For some, it merely sparked a longing to feast for the first time in a myriad of centuries. Eggs, and some bodies long assumed dead, in old collections and ruins or buried deep in the caves of fallen places, began to gather and energize as the astral began breathing life back into them. As the levels rose, hatchlings of ancient beasts emerged throughout the realms, marking the first of their kinds to be born in the new age of magic. They would herald in the return of the astral and all its glory, and coupled with other returns, things did indeed seem to be far for the better overall. However, it also became vastly more complicated. Long-missing creatures on some primes seen as myth and legend returned swiftly, and their arrival sparked holy quests, militant moves and crusades against their kinds, all set about by admiration, embracing, or outright fear of their return. And with these issues, some returning creatures were brought to the folds of their seekers, others were put to the blade, and their bodies worn as trophies or used in magical rituals or crafting. Barbarism rose upon many primes, as the return of such also meant the return of the old ways for many. Some primes became overrun by their new denizens, quickly becoming outnumbered or simply outbattled. These primes became dark places, where conflict and war was a new way of existence, where their new Dark Lords had returned to bring back their old way and rule. These primes sought to seek out other primes and enforce their power upon them. Some in particular only saw the other primes as new places for conquest, while others saw them as places for more sacrifice or magical ingredients in the form of the emerging creatures that their realms did not possess. So began the Age of Conflict. As old enemies returned, enmities came with them. Vengeful tyrants rose from the ashes of enemies long past, blood still on their souls for the wars of long forgotten times, and this became the start of the first Prime War, as the powers of an ancient god returned, only to find their god had long been lost to their prime, and so they sought to take a new one for their own, by removing followers from another prime in vast numbers, and like a band of slavers, huge forces of creatures invaded other primes, stealing away many priests from differing places, to bring back the gods of their own. These efforts worked, and they petitioned the gods once present to return their old gods. Some were returned as they merely slumbered, but some had been obliterated at the hands of the Nameless One, and this angered them greatly, for as they saw it, a god had slain their own, and now walked among the daemons. They would find this daemon god and destroy it. And so the first folly to come from the return of the Age of Magic began, the search for the Nameless One himself. One of the primes spearheaded this move, for the skin of the Astro was malleable from their prime, and as they were not of demon kind, they could pass through it with relative ease. They entered it and began to map out the paths and waypoints to other primes, to other planes, and eventually to a demonic realm. This is where they became the first prime to invade the demonic planes, much to the shock and surprise of the Overlord who presided over it. The prime force was repelled, but not without a large loss on the daemon's side. Chrylsis saw what was transpiring, and for a time welcomed this striking back against them, but quickly realized this was something they must stop when demons from that plane poured through the gateway they had made, and began the first true incursion upon the primes since the astral had been established. If a prime opened a portal to the planes, then the barrier was already pierced, and this meant that the demons could not touch the astral, and hence could not be repelled by such. Damned fools, he thought, as he watched those of the prime die in their droves defending this gateway, as this daemon pushed much power through as he could, before it withdrew, satiated from the souls it had taken, and its newfound knowledge, a weakness in the astral barriers. Chrylsis sent word to the hosts, and they passed the information to their followers, and in turn to those of the realms. Practice of demonology became an outlawed practice upon many primes, as the threat was simply too great. But this merely sped some primes' magic users on, to abuse this knowledge and forge extremely powerful alliances with demonic beings from the planes beyond. Upon the prime that held Lassashar, the Pantheon of Dominion was approached by their demonologist allies, who had once aided them in the creation of their vessel. They asked that they be allowed to continue to practice, but they denied them their request. They told them the reasons of the Nameless One being able to use this to penetrate and assault this prime. They understood, but they were bitter at the denial of their magical heritage. But perhaps that was needed. Perhaps it could be used to draw him in, and the weapon they had created with thuliseak finally be used against him. This could mean an end to the threat, and the allowance of the demonologists to continue their old ways. After deliberation, the Dominion gods told those who had petitioned them to be allowed to pierce the astral, and they were eager to see this plan work. However, although they had eventually agreed to the idea, some had ignored the warnings before their agreement, and took the risks they deemed were acceptable. Eventually, a weaver of the dark arts whose name was lost to time itself did pierce the veil, and deliberately left a tether open, albeit a small one, that went unnoticed for thousands of years. They were happy with their success, and their act of defiance would eventually doom their prime, although this may have actually been their true intent. It was even said that this weaver had intended for such a tether to be created, to seed the return of him, but none could truly know. as they were seemingly wiped from existence, and all trace of them being removed from all. The only thing that was ever discovered about this tether, or the identity of the creator, was that of a strange cloak that appeared undamaged by the passage of time. It was made of fine dark scales, laying where the ritual of anchoring of the tether would have been conducted, and it was of an unknown origin. There was also no trace of what would have worn the robe, not even dust within it. The entire area was devoid of any debris, in fact. Unfortunately, the one who found it was not an agent of the gods in defense of this prime. It would be an agent of his, the Nameless. Thuliseak agreed to the testing, or rather the proving of his machinations, and requested that the demonologist open a portal to a specific place that he provided the components for. They agreed, and waited for his command. Of course, he made sure his pawns were in place with an envoy, sent to Temaran. Temaran mobilized immediately, heading to where he had been told his quarry would be, apparently opening a vast portal to an unknown place. Upon arrival, he discovered a vast portal, tens of feet across, with inscriptions upon the ground, and around the edge of it stood Night Stalker, padding slowly, seemingly pulling magic from the circle. The demonologists had done as they were asked, and set the ritual in motion. The presence of Night Stalker caused the portal to begin to open, as it had been engineered. And as Night Stalker watched and tried to divine where it was going, Temaran charged in, and their fight began. The fight lasted for a long time, and as the portal slowly opened, they were both bathed in vast energies, empowering them both. Their vigor and blows increasing, they both realized this portal was somehow energizing them, and both tried to use it to their advantage, and this was when Temaran finally struck a decisive blow against his foe. Stalker lay in the circle, his power still rising but crippled from the strike of his adversary. He could sense Thuliseak watching him, and asked him simply, "Is this it? Did I fail?" Thuliseak simply replied with, "You are right where you need to be." Temaran stood over him and raised his sword high, bringing it down upon his brow, and that was the last thing he remembered, at least for a time. All Temaran saw was a flash of black light, and he too remembered nothing until he came round to find himself and his adversary drained of power and unable to fight. "What did you do?" he said weakly to Stalker, as he tried to bring himself to his feet. You did this," Stalker hissed at him, dragging himself towards the darkness of the area. They were both wrong, and as they retreated, insults and promises whispered and sworn under the breaths across the winds of magic, Thuliseak smiled. "Well done, puppets, well done indeed." And he left the place that was the first proof of his plans. They had won their first battle against him, even if they knew nothing of the fact. As the blow was struck by Temaran, the portal had opened, and the Nameless breached their prime. All he could sense was prime magic, astral energy, and the souls of creatures soon to be his. He was sure he had sensed something waiting for him here, something demonic, as well as a strong divine presence, but there was nothing upon his arrival. And so he wove a form for himself, so he could tread once more amongst the mortals and lay waste to their kind. He emerged from the location after a cursory glance at the circle that was present. "Perhaps my arrival killed them, or drove them away," he mused, as he strode down from this rocky pile, and toward a small town he spied in the distance, smoke circling from their homes. He had moved no more than a few hundred feet when a single voice was heard, strong and purposeful, from where he had just entered the prime. Something had followed him, or perhaps he had somehow missed a being? He turned slowly, expecting there to be a poor soul waiting his merciful claws, but instead a single human stood, if it was a human. He stood 8 feet in height, a giant among the normal humans, donning plated armor and sporting a huge sword longer than he. What is this? Human? He moved towards it as it spoke again.
"Leave this place, beast! You are unwelcome here, fallen one,
he said, pointing his great blade toward him, eyes narrowing with his conviction. The Nameless One laughed loudly and readied his claws for their first victim, flexing his form and lumbering towards this nuisance. It is you who will be leaving. He swung his immense claw toward the human, and he simply stood there and let it hit home. The Nameless One laughed as the blow hit solidly, although it seemed to be too solid, as though he had hit a mountain. And then he noticed the figure was still standing, the claw having stopped as it touched his form. The human flicked the sword deftly and cleaved through the hand that struck him, severing fingers as it went, and the Nameless One let out a scream of pain.
Ah! What the?
But he was unable to finish before the next blow cleaved part of his arm off, below the elbow, and the human stood his ground, still unmoving, and settled into a defensive posture.
I bid you leave now, monstrosity. You are not welcome here, fallen one,
the human said, staring at him intently. Who was this thing?
What are you?
The Nameless One shouted in anger, his voice sending dust swirls and small pebbles flying towards him. He actually harmed me. Who is this? He thought. For the first time in a long time, he was seemingly vulnerable. It was not a feeling he was accustomed to.
I am known by no one here, and no one sees me arrive, and none will see me fade. I am here as protector and as avenger. I am the will of many, the force of all, against the unstoppable torrent.
Oh, I am unforgiving, the Nameless One said, and struck home with his tail as it flashed forth from the ground, spearing this upstart through his chest. He was expecting to see them hanging from the end of it, lifted from the floor, whereby he could then slam them onto the ground and tear him apart, but it did not go that far. The tail erupted from the floor and headed straight towards his body. He did not move, and merely took note of the attack. The full force of the impaling was heard as it slammed into him and kicked up a flurry of dust, but no. He simply stood his ground again, the blow's force going nowhere, and he had not budged an inch. Of course, he then struck with his blade again, cutting the end a few feet off his tail, causing searing agony once more. How can I feel this pain? How is this possible? His mind asked, racing for an explanation. This was impossible, for as a demonic construct he had no bodily functions to speak of. He could feel no more pain than a corpse would dance and sing unaided. Something was certainly wrong. Perhaps the astral was behind this new creature? The human drew himself up to full height and stood, firmly planting his sword into the ground in front of him, and leant on the crossguard.
I ask you once more, Damon, leave this prime, or I will feed you back through that portal or into the void, piece by piece. This is my last parley.
The Nameless One eyed him up, and of course built his power, and charged himself to throw an almighty blast of pure energy at this human. Bake in your tin coffin, he sneered as he let it loose from his maw. As he did, his target placed his sword between himself and the blast, and the energy simply parted around the blade, which was untouched by the blast itself, and the human took a step toward him. He began to panic, his mind racing, his essence tearing to get out and dismember this thing, and he could not control his urges. His demonic fury leapt to the fore of his consciousness, and his power swelled from the portal as he drew vast energies directly to his form, and began twisting it, growing mutated new limbs, and armoured skin, spikes, and claws, springing forth from beneath the surface of the iron-like hide that now covered him.
You are mine, little thing,
it screamed, as it leapt to him and began tearing and ripping. The human seemed to be taken aback by the change of attack, but still did not move as the blow struck home. Some seemed to injure or at least move him a little, but many of the blows were ineffectual, the blows losing all force as they struck him, becoming nothing more than a calm touch, the devastating power somehow dispersed. He let the Nameless One rain down on him for a time, as he occasionally parried a blow, but started to adapt to the fight quickly, and set about catching and holding limbs, severing others, and soon the Nameless One was disarmed, literally on many accounts, and was reeling in pain from the dismemberments. Again he merely stood there, unmoving. "Damn you!" the Nameless One snapped, throwing a ball of energy to his adversary. He let it strike him, full on, and the energy merely wrapped around him and dissipated, as though it had never been. "Just what the hell are you?"
"Your demise, O foul one, lost one, fallen one. The gods do not wish you here, so I will remove you."
And he began to take slow and deliberate steps towards him. The Nameless One gained control over his demonic side that was at a loss for actions at this moment. He moved away from this being and circled around towards his rear as he advanced upon him, until he ended up back where he had entered this prime. "I will return, and when I do, I will end you," he said, walking backwards into the portal, his remaining limbs seeping magic from the wounds and severed sections. "This I promise."
"And I will be waiting,"
the human said as he watched the Nameless One leave, broken and wounded, back to where he had breached the prime from. He watched the portal close and felt the magic fade rapidly, and he knelt, overcome by a sudden weakness. His time here was done. He was no longer needed, and so his form tore itself apart to form two once more. One a sleeping human, and the other a daemon of the prime. The Nameless One raged once he had left the prime, ripping up anything nearby and slaughtering smaller insignificant planes to quell his anger at this being and its seeming invulnerability to his unfathomable power. Perhaps it was the astral, sapping my power. I did feel a little weaker than usual upon the prime, he said to himself, trying to rationalize his defeat. But even so, a human would never have been able to do what he did. He had felt pain when he could feel none, and his daemon form had felt fear, which again was not something he had. Wait. His daemon essence had felt fear. Daemons feared nothing, save for their greater brethren, the source and the gods. This thing was neither daemon or of the source, so this thing had to be deified. They had found a way to fight back. Clever hosts. But he would best this creature somehow. As he rested, his rage subsided. He cast his mind back to the confrontation, taking note of what he had done, how he had reacted, and how he had never moved when being attacked. He was anchored to the floor, to the prime? Could it be that simple, that this thing was indeed a construct of the prime itself, or perhaps of the gods grounding to the prime? He needed more information. He then remembered he had lost several, well, many limbs and pieces, and smiled, for those energies had not returned to him. Those pieces were still out there somewhere, and in time they would find a way to him, or he to them, and information would be his. He could indeed wait, for it was in his nature, immortal and timeless. Yes, the answers would come to him, and he had no means to make them arrive faster than fate would grant them. The first confrontation became known to the hosts of the prime, and they rejoiced in the success of the plan that thuliseak had concocted. Their powers had merged for a time, and this single creation forged of their many powers stood its ground against him, and turned them away. This first confrontation was the first of several times that he would appear in future time. For if the mortals were unable to confront something that threatened the very existence of their kind, an engineered encounter would be crafted to enable this new god to appear and ensure they were protected. This combined creation in time became known by those within Lassashar as Gom, the god of many, and his name filtered through the primes over time until the legend of their existence and feats became a shard of hope that people would cling to in dark times, an unstoppable champion who would be their saviour of the oppressed when no other could stand against their foes. Gom became the unsung champion of the downtrodden, but in their prime he rarely appeared, for such forces were quickly dealt with, and relative peace ensued realm-wide.